Ah, god damn it. My fucking camera. My camera. 1 second, guys. 1 second. My camera does this. And I can't tell you how much it annoys me. But there we go. There we go. Camera back in action. Any which way. This is all black everything. Round table. Oh, I guess we'll get to that introduction. But all black everything round table, which we do on Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern. Hope you're all doing well. We are. I say Mondays, Thursdays. I'm all over the place. I'm sorry, man. Luckily, no one's ever here at the beginning of my stream, so it doesn't really matter. I can say anything at the beginning of my stream. Box myself at the beginning of my stream. No one would know. I am. We're just waiting on black people to show up. It's gonna take a while for it to happen. But we're waiting. We're waiting. And we're waiting. Yeah. So while we're waiting, maybe let's see if we can read some news. Let's see. Read news while we wait for black people to show the fuck up. Alright. Actually, nope, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. I don't know what's going on with me today, everyone. Like, I don't know what's going on. I didn't even bother. Wait, this one. There we go. Alright, let's take a look. Trump says there's no price tag for his mass deportation plan. Yeah, that's about right. If these Republicans who cosplay as caring about like the government budget, you know, small government, until of course we get into office and we'll spend massively, and usually spending massively to hurt others. Right? There's no price tag when it comes to cruelty, not with the Republican Party, ever. Right? So they're always fakers, always lying. Trump's Gen Z appeal. Young voters showed up for Trump in part thanks to how his message reached them. Yeah, I guess he had quite a few of them. Trump names campaign manager Susie Wiles as White House chief of staff. Yeah, apparently he's made history by naming Susan Wiles chief of staff. There's never been a female chief of staff before. I think the chief of staff is usually at first the person who runs your campaign, your successful campaign. And I guess that's usually men. But oh boy. And oh man, looking at the top here, I'm not sure if you can see this, but talking about the House race, House is it's getting quite close. It's unlikely, but it's a possibility that the Democrats will be able to maintain the House, but not likely. Not likely. Definitely lost control of the Senate. It's just a little bit more to decide like how bad it's gonna be. It won't be a supermajority, so at the very least it's not that. So there's a filibuster, but you know, I wouldn't be surprised if the Republicans immediately got rid of the filibuster, shat in the mouths of all those Democrats. Like, we had to follow the rules that we made up. We could have just gotten rid of the filibuster and gotten a lot more done for constituencies in the years that we had power. But instead, we had to follow the rules. Except they use the rules basically as an excuse so that they can't be pushed to do anything actually for the people. Yeah, it's the fucking uniparty. The uniparty. But yeah, expect the filibuster to like fucking disappear. The people arrested and charged in connection with Liam Payne's death. Yeah, this is a singer, something died. I think a drug overdose or something. I don't. Maybe not a drug overdose. Maybe he fell. I don't know. I haven't been following the story. But apparently it's been big. But that's not likely in my department. But you know, sad for the family. Okay. Looks like we got some black people who've showed up. So we'll just go on and get started. All right. Let's see. Let's get ourselves together. Drag and be going. My fucking mouse. Fucking mouse. And okay, well, whatever. I don't know what just happened. All right.
Where you at? Oh, there you go.
Hello.
Hello?
Hey. So we're getting set up here. How are you?
Everything is going just peachy.
That's great.
Yeah, it's really been. I'm about to say after like not so great day. Today followed up being pretty decent for me overall. Pretty excited for this convo. I did some more thinking.
Okay. Thinking that Prime is right and everything that he says and does.
Oh no, maybe the complete opposite. But what else is new? You're always wrong.
All right. Well. Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's good, Prime.
What up?
I have to grab my pizza.
What kind of pizza guy are you?
Free.
Okay.
If it's free, I'm gonna eat it.
Yeah, I'm about to say I can do like pepperoni and meatloaf and I guess cheese. You can't go wrong with cheese, but like I can't do like supreme.
This one's meatball and pepperoni.
Meatball pepperoni. Yeah, that's probably the perfect. Is your meatball pepperoni?
I've never had meatball.
Or maybe not meatball. What is it? I mean, it's Italian sausage pepperoni. Same thing.
How's meatball different from pepperoni? Oh no, sausage. No sausage in general. Sorry, no, I didn't mean pepperoni. Sausage.
How was sausage the same for meatball?
Sausage is pork. Meatball is beef.
Okay.
Not necessarily.
In this case, it's beef.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right. I in college I heard there was a place that put pepperoni, not pepper, sorry. Put bacon on pizza, and that was really good.
I actually don't think I think bacon is an overrated topping on pizza. Like, and I love bacon, but I may feel differently if I seen a place do like real bacon. But every place I've ever been to that does bacon on pizza, it's either like bacon bits or like they might as well be bits. They're so like small.
Well, no,
it was
the
actual bacon.
They chop it up.
Yeah, that's what I
like
got.
Straight strips. Or okay, so like
no, not strips. Yeah, but they like it was just like
crumble.
like pieces, but it wasn't like bits, bacon bits. It was just like smaller pieces, like about this size or something.
It's virtually nothing bacon doesn't make better.
Yeah, that like I said, that I could do, but yeah, I've just never seen a place that does that.
Yeah, yeah, bacon. But bacon is sometimes food for me, at least pork bacon, because it's salty and it's like a little too salty for me.
I don't think I've ever had beef bacon, but I know it's like a thing.
I use turkey bacon actually. Turkey bacon.
That's the worst bacon. That's not bacon.
I like it a lot. But it depends on which manufacturer or whatever producer, because a lot of it is like not great. Like I've tried some other, like the ones that I get are like super thin strips. They're shaped like bacon, bacon strips, and they're really good when they're thin. But I don't know. But like I've had others, right? I've gone to like a restaurant and he's like, oh, they got turkey bacon. So I'll try the turkey bacon here because I like it so much at home. And it's like not great. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think that bacon should stay bacon. I'm a thick cut bacon person. But
thick cut pork bacon might be actually good. Yeah, that's actually
That's only bacon. But I can do turkey sausage if if I'm like having to move off from pork though. I prefer chicken sausage. I think chicken sausage is good.
Yeah, in the
Depending
house I
on
grew up in, we weren't. It was like kind of a super healthy thing that they were trying to do when I was growing up. So no real bacon, all turkey bacon, no beef, always chicken or turkey. So it was chicken tacos or turkey tacos. I've grown to just only eat beef and pork at every chance I
is it
get.
like a rebellion?
For all those years I missed out on.
Wow, I'm surprised. Like usually if someone grows up without like especially pork. Beef is something is in between, but especially people who grew up not eating much pork, like they usually just never go back to it. Because I'll acknowledge that there's no health reason to ever eat pork. It's not good for you, but it tastes fantastic.
Sure does.
And no, you
DQ,
go over
you
a
you
friend's house,
you
you
eat
get like
pork or did you give it up?
Me?
Yeah.
Um, I haven't fully given it up yet. It's
And so
still
it's
something
okay.
I haven't worked through yet.
God loves you anyway.
But it's not like I eat bacon like every single day or whatever. It's
Mm.
just like
you just sin sometimes.
for one dish, and that's like my bacon covered chicken. And it's not like I make that often or like every month or every
God doesn't notice when it happens. Don't worry. He's not omnipotent and all knowing. Don't worry.
you
He
know.
very much is. But he
So
loves you anyhow.
I like it's not something like I eat every day or like every month or anything. It's like here and there, and like I said, it's only for that one dish, and then
Bacon
that.
covered chicken
It's a
that sounds
sometimes
like a
sin,
lot, actually. That
right?
sounds
It,
I'm a person who loves a lot. Well, I don't love a lot. I'm extremely picky. But like if foods are like high in like, whatever fatty caloric, bacon covered chicken sounds insane though. Like that sounds like I can feel my arteries. Like I don't know if I would do that. But it
So
might be delicious.
you cover the chicken in like it's just wrapped in the bacon.
Yeah, that's what I
And
imagine it
so
being.
it's
But that still
it's
sounds
just
insane.
it's brown sugar bacon, so you like put it in brown sugar, and
Sweet.
then like I add like garlic and stuff to it and some other ingredients, but otherwise, like, yeah, I just here and there.
if you're gonna offend God, make it count.
I mean, there you go.
um.
I'm reaching out now.
Okay. Thanks. I feel like I'm gonna be disappointed in a second. But yeah. We were just waiting for others. Got others who hopefully be here. But we shall see. We'll find out. So stalling for time. Um, uh, Waterkai. Uh, any new anime or something you're watching?
ReZero's back.
3-0?
No, ReZero.
Oh, ReZero. Yeah, you know what? I had actually watched that, and I had been interested in it. I know, yeah, the reason, yeah, I knew the new season had started up, but it's been so long since the last season. Like, I kind of like forgot a lot, you know. So I've been meaning to like go on YouTube and like watch a like a
Recap.
yeah
Yeah, recap.
recaps. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um.
I was thinking the exact same thing with that. Like, I remember I enjoy it, but like, because I'm like, it's captivating in some interesting ways,
Yeah.
but in other ways, I I don't know. Maybe I want more for the character than he is. Like, I think it's weird because it's I don't know. Does it fall into shonen or seinen?
I don't know. I don't know.
But either way, but basically, like you have like all of it's kind of like action stuff going on around the main character, but the main character remains to be, for the most part, a normal human being, and
Yeah.
that like part of that's interesting, but part of that's also very limiting.
Yeah.
From the
Yeah, everyone
protagonist.
else is like powerful and can actually do
Yeah,
things, and he just kind of like motivates them. Um, but yeah, like ReZero, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was thinking of because sometimes when this happens, I'll like rewatch like the previous seasons. I'm like, I remember the first season of ReZero, and like the first half of like the first 3 quarters was like boring as hell. Like it just really slow start. It's amazing that I stuck with it for as long as I did, because it was like it had like a completely tone at the beginning, right? It was more like a slice of life type thing. I'm like, people were telling me like you got to watch this thing. I'm like, well,
Wait,
fucking
ReZero?
why? Huh?
No, the first episode is definitely a hook. I feel like you must be thinking of the wrong
ReZero?
show.
It's a little
No,
slow, but like it's
extremely
I'm about to say,
essentially
what's a
Groundhog
spoiler?
Day.
It's been out a decade. I feel like you can talk about this. Like he's murdered in the first episode. The protagonist is murdered in the
yeah,
first
what?
episode.
Oh yeah, I know. Just like a lot of fucking what is it? New World. What was it called? Isekais, right? Isekais start with like the main character dying. Okay, whatever. Not a big deal. Um, like
But isekais are like a modern thing. This was like in what 2012.
wow, so innovative. Whatever. I saw that like the main character dying. I didn't give a fuck about that.
You can say you
And
don't care about it, but that's not like a
it
slow
wasn't
start.
exciting. It wasn't. I'm telling you, it wasn't exciting. I'm telling you, that's what it does. It was not exciting. And then it went on to do like a slice of life. Oh, here, this is a cute girl, and let me follow her around for fucking forever, right? And like I said, eventually I liked it because eventually it actually like became interesting. But at the very end of the fucking season, when it was like, oh, all right, maybe there's a little bit more here, and there were consequences to actions and stuff. Like, boy, it was just so fucking boring. Oh my god. So anyway, that's why I was like avoiding like rewatching like the first season, and then into the second season. I think was a bit more punchy, a bit more fast paced.
Actually, I think he dies. Does he die twice in the first episode?
I think he does a couple times, but he gets murked repeatedly, and that's kind of like the deal of it. It's Groundhog Day, but people get murdered, and he ends up in decisions where he tries to come out with the best outcome, but
Yeah, he
so
has to
many people get
overcome like
murked,
insurmountable odds to get to the next checkpoint, but he
and
doesn't
he
know where the
shouldn't be
checkpoint
able to.
is.
He
Yeah.
literally shouldn't be able to, but he manages to figure out some way. And I
Mhm.
find that to be interesting. It seems like there's no stakes, but there's actually stakes because he hits a reset point, and if some people die or some terrible things happen, it's just
You
going to
can't go
get
back.
saved. You can't go back.
Yeah, and then there's like times where he overcomes the situation, but somebody did die, and it's kind of like I know if I keep going, I'm gonna get to the checkpoint, and it's like maybe I should just die, and he does. Like he kills himself because he's like, I kind of don't want to lose that person, even though we did overcome the thing that was absolutely impossible to do. I lost someone in the process. But
It's like a
yeah, I don't know.
never-ending trolley problem.
Yeah, I think that yeah, I don't know. Like I think it's interesting, like with time, but I think it was interesting from the beginning. If anything, I felt like it started off way hotter than it ended up being. I feel the exact opposite. I thought it started off like, wow, this is like gonna be crazy, and then like if you have like 4 episodes of like, it's crazy, but not as crazy, and then it builds back up to a concerto at the end.
It gets crazier. I've read ahead, and it gets
I enjoy the anime so
real
much I refuse to
ridiculous.
read it because every time I read something, it ends up ruining the anime for me.
Oh, I
And
love
I'm
spoilers. Like, it doesn't bother me.
Oh my
So as long as the
god.
animation's good, I'm fine with it.
Oh my god. Huh.
yeah, you're the worst
Um.
kind of person.
Yeah. Like, I don't consider reading the manga a spoiler, but like if you like spoilers in general, oh my god, like Waterkai, like I've always like in every interaction I've ever had with you, I've considered you like a cool, interesting person, right? But this literally might be the worst thing I've ever heard about you. Like literally the worst thing.
I mean, you can know how something's going to happen, but how it's actually put forward to you makes all the difference in the world.
I
So
just
even if
don't.
I know someone's going to die, it's how they die,
Oh,
what circumstances lead up. Like, it doesn't bother me just to know something's going to happen
ah,
because everything is predictable anyway. Like,
we
media
can't.
is literally the same
No,
stuff.
no, we can't hang. I'm sorry. No, not like. We will talk after the fact, after we've both enjoyed a story, independently, but not like together. I can't deal with one person. Like literally, like I was talking to Bam about this previously. Literally, if a partner like if I learned that they were into spoilers, like that might be a deal breaker. Like not no joke. like not being ironic, might be a deal breaker. Because it's like, all right, well then how am I going to enjoy all these stories with you? It's like, oh yeah, I actually like looked at the Wikipedia, and I know what's gonna happen. But I'll also watch this with you. Yeah, immediately like leave the room. Leave the room. I'll leave the room because I don't want to watch this with you. Like that like literally might be a deal breaker for me.
Oh, that's fair. I don't spoil things for other people, but
But just the fact that this other person knows is sitting there already with this knowledge, and not as if they had, we had watched the story together, and like, oh, I just want to share this other story with you. So no, like I just kind of like skip ahead in stories, and like like whatever, like I'll just like watch the end of the movie, and I'll be fine. Like that's crazy. That's crazy. But it's okay. That's a water guy. Like it takes all different kinds, right? Takes your kind to be way the fuck over there, and my kind to be the way the fuck over here. We'll be good. We'll be good. Um. Bam.
Oh, yeah, they're coming, but it's just a few minutes late. Like, so
Like,
a little situation happened, but it's fine. Yeah, we
okay.
can.
All right.
I about to say if we need to
All
open or
right. So
something,
we'll
or
we just get started. Hey everybody, this is All Black Everything Roundtable, which we have Thursdays 8 p.m. Eastern. We uh we got a good group of guests here, and we will have some others theoretically that'll be here, so we'll see. Follow the channel if you haven't done so yet. I would love to have you. Or hit the subscribe button on YouTube if you're watching there. We had an election. That was the thing. Um, it, if you are not right leaning, it was a disaster. If you are right leaning, it was a disaster, but you'll learn that much later on. Or maybe you won't. Maybe there's been a delusion for years and years to come. Anyone but like a literal plutocrat. It was a disaster. Um, and some people saw it coming. Others, not so much. Others, not so much. So this whole time we're gonna be talking about Kamala's utter, complete, humiliating, and well-deserved defeat. And we'll be talking with the people here about see like why that happened. Like their opinions as to why that happened. I've been doing a lot of reading, trying to figure that out. Been doing a lot of watching TV. Like again, I already had an idea, and it was pretty much spot on. But still, I wanted to like get other people's perspective. And this is part of that, right? Hearing what other people have to say and going from there. So, why don't I start backwards, and work my way up? So we'll start with DQ. What are your thoughts?
I know why she lost, and it was because she was capitulating to the center and to the right. And she lost because, the war on Palestine, the genocide that's going on over there, and because she didn't go far enough to the left to really deal with what people are dealing with, like kitchen table issues, how we are feeling, how's the economy, how's rent, all of that stuff. They didn't talk about any of that whatsoever.
Okay, so much. Leave Water Kai.
at the end of the day, I'm not going to call it a humiliating defeat. She got more votes than Barack Obama did before, and more
Population
votes
has
than
grown
Hillary
since
did.
then. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I
Entirely
apologize.
like 2 million. I mean, 67, not the worst. Definitely the issue is the close to 10 million votes of people that just did not show up. The apathetic, horrible human beings that are going to complain about the future that lies before them. And I don't want to hear 1 ounce of the crying. If you didn't show up to vote, that's your ass. If
yeah,
your
man.
eggs cost $10, eat a dick. Who'd you vote for?
Ooh,
Okay, all right.
horrible person. I love it. I love it, Water Kai.
So
All
at
right.
the end of the day, Trump's voters showed up. And that is no matter what he did, no matter how horrible he was, he lost 3 million voters, and that was probably to COVID and to them going to jail for January 6th. His people pulled up. the same people that pulled up for Joe did not pull up for Kamala, and that I'm going to say is suburban white voters and Latino men. It's nobody else's fault but the ones that just did not show up.
Wow. All right, we're gonna have fun later on. And next, our friend, Black American Mate.
Man, that was so good. Yeah, I think that first of all, the idea of like everyone, 50% of America, quote unquote, seen it coming, because there was only 2 places it was gonna go. Either she was gonna win or Trump was gonna win, and everyone made a prediction. An outcome happened, and the people who guessed Trump all feel like hindsight 2020, like of course it was gonna happen this way always. Yeah, I don't know if that's like, so I don't take any value in any of that. What I what a lot of people are saying is the reason she lost is going to be related to whatever insert X thing you care about. If you're valid Palestine, she lost because of Palestine, even though none of the data seems to point to that. To foreign policies mattering that much. If you think it's because she was too woke and she should have been more moderate, then that's what you're gonna believe the reason she lost. If you believe it's because, insert whatever your favorite issue, the thing that you matter, and you can say that, and you're gonna be able to make an argument that is coherent for why that was the case. But the reality for the reason that she lost is because white people and Hispanics decided early on that they weren't going to vote for her, but they weren't going to go and elect her. Doesn't matter how she ran her campaign. It doesn't matter what she did. And this isn't me like castrating them or calling them racist or horrible people. I'm saying that they made a clear decision that America at this point in time was uncomfortable with the idea of this Black woman being president. And there's a cultural and societal uncomfort with the way that the Democratic Party forces people, the Democratic Party asks people to be better human beings in multiple areas. The Democratic Party asks you to care about others in a way that a lot of people just don't want to do. They don't want to, like, if you're pro-trans, even though as minor as of an issue as this, if you like trans people, then you are woke and that makes you uncomfortable. So there's white people that don't want to vote for you. If you talk about diversity or equity or anything else, or like the idea of like centering marginalized people or their value, then this makes the majority of America uncomfortable, and they don't want to associate with these concepts and these ideas. Kamala Harris did appeal to kitchen table issues. She did talk numerous times about the economy in ways that she could actually add money and help people's situations out. That's not what mattered to them. Nothing mattered to them. They just didn't want to elect her.
What the actual fuck? Like, for real. Like, it cannot. She lost because she did not address the kitchen table issues. What's going on with rent? What's going on with price hikes? What's going on with everything that is literally affecting our generation?
Cool,
She didn't
enjoy Trump.
about it.
She addressed those things specifically. They complained when she did.
She talked about how she was going to help fucking billionaires. She talked and compatulated to rich people, and we didn't compare, like, she didn't really get down to the issues. This is why Donald Trump was like, yeah, you know what? The economy's bad. Yeah, this is bad. This is right. This is wrong. And guess what? Where was Kamala? Where was she? Where was she? Nowhere to be found.
Being the vice president and helping in the greatest recovery post-COVID you were ever going to see. I guarantee you, as Trump says,
granted,
that's all bad because I'm the one that broke
chat.
it.
Or not chat, but
Yeah.
what you call it? Yeah. No, like, she specifically when it talked about price hikes. What, you got nothing? You good?
No. We can go back to price hikes, but I just want to say for the record that she lost in Michigan and fucking air people fucking said this shit, right? let's be real. 100,000 people voted uncommitted in Michigan. 86 or like 81,000 or 82, somewhere in between there. I'm missing in my numbers, right?
81.
Voted like for other people or like didn't sit out, right? You have to think about that, right? 80,000 people versus that 100,000 people. That's almost 20,000 people who essentially set out and pretty much was like, all the Arab people was like, fuck around and find the fuck out in Michigan. And that's exactly what the fuck happened. I'm sorry. We can go back to your kitchen table issues. I just wanted to make that known for the
Is Palestine going to be free now?
Well, I mean, no, we
Hey.
don't. I don't. We can. I want to have that conversation about like the alternative. We can do that, but just dealing with the idea of like Kamala Harris didn't address this thing this like one thing that would have like gotten everybody galvanized. Like the reality is, she came through. People complained about her talking about dealing with price gouging. Now, again, whether you think that's a good policy or not, she specifically called out that grocery prices are too high. She wants to build price gouging. When you're talking about rent and housing, she made a promise to build 3 million homes in the United States that weren't going to be able to be bought by corporations. That were specifically going to be for first time home buyers. She talked about down payment assistance. She talked about $50,000 in forgivable loans for like entrepreneur business startups. Like all of these are kitchen table issues.
who is going to, like, for Black people, who the fuck is going to get those like loans? We already talked about that the last couple weeks before the election. Who the fuck's gonna get those loans? Right?
Nobody now.
Kitchen
Literally
table.
nobody now.
Right.
Donald Trump talked about tariffs.
People ain't
Like-
gonna get that shit, right? But like no one like really talked about rent issues. Cause yeah, you can talk about buying houses, but I'm talking about what are you gonna do about rent issues?
Well, if you build more
That's a
housing,
state problem.
that's
That
a
ain't
market
presidential
issue.
problem.
Is she?
Do about raising minimum wage, which is still at $7.25 an hour.
You
What
go
do you
work at a McDonald's and sell fries for 15 minutes and then don't answer questions about raising the minimum wage. That's what you do about minimum wage.
like? You know, like all of this shit ain't gonna get better under Trump. But it could have gotten better if we voted for Harris and she talked about this stuff, right? She picked Waltz, who is like fucking S class, S fucking class, okay? Like of a politician. You know, he is very effective in I'm starting to think of Minnesota. Okay?
We nearly
He-
lost Minnesota with him on the ticket. Like he's not very effective.
No, I'm saying he was S class because if you look at the policies and things that he was doing in his state, very, very, very progressive.
I understand that you like them, but I'm saying American people don't care about that. Like the things that you just because the things you think American people care about the things you like, and it's unfortunate that Americans don't give a f about policy. Policy. This wasn't an election about policy.
You tell me that you're not going to care about raising fucking minimum wage. You're not going to sit here and like tell me that you ain't worried about like raising your rent prices. Like
I
you
care
don't
about those things.
tell me that you're not like about that, right? Because and that's all of us. That's all of us are worried about that. Right? That's not just a Latino issue. That's not just a white issue. That's all of us an American issue. We're all facing those issues right now.
But Trump didn't have to address any of those things to have like overwhelming support. It's not like that's what I'm saying. It's not about those things. That's not what they voted for him for. They didn't vote for him because they believe that Donald Trump is gonna do something about their rent prices or the minimum wage. Donald Trump is not gonna raise the minimum wage.
Right, but I'm saying had she talked about these things, we wouldn't be here right now.
You think
That-
that was gonna make white men not
Learn
vote for Trump at
Right
like
now. Is go
72%?
to the left, like like go to the left. That ain't hard. That ain't fucking hard to go to the left and like actually talk about progressive issues that all of us care about, that all of us as Americans can benefit from.
You're telling me that suburban white voters, white men, wanted us to move further left.
Yes.
Nah, miss me.
If you hear what they're saying the opposite. They're saying they're like, oh, Kamala went woke and went broke. That's what they're talking about. They're saying they're like, oh, she should just stop talking about wokeness. When Kamala Harris, I don't think you can point to a time in this election that she
Yeah.
brought up that she was a woman. Other people brought up like, oh, it'd be like to be the first female president. But like, and she responded like, oh, you know, if we get there, blah, blah. But she didn't make this about her race. She didn't make this about her. She didn't make this about her identity. She didn't make it as a woman. She didn't do anything woke, and that's how they seen her because that her image is what portrayed that. Like I said, this wasn't about anything, any policy. There was she made. Like I said, she kept it. She's constantly talked about the opportunity economy. Like everything she did was related to economic working people's values, and they decided that like yeah, they don't really care. They don't really know about those things. That wasn't what. That's not important to them.
Not
Um,
even.
let's give our
Omega.
new. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting because you have like 3 goddamn screen names. But nice to have you again, our friend Omega from last time. If you're speaking, we can't hear you. Yeah, we can't hear you. Something on Discord, I guess.
And you froze.
Yeah, so hopefully she'll be back in a second. This camera phone is not really doing. Maybe I should probably popped out actually. Now that I think about it.
Okay, try it now.
Hold on. Back on the thing. Let's try it. Hey, you there? If you're talking, we can't hear you. I'm
Yeah,
not
you
sure.
might need to check your settings.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait a
there you
minute,
go.
hon. We can hear you now.
Oh, can you?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm coming back. Reset all the things.
Okay.
What's up, homies?
What's up? Nice to have you. So yeah,
Nice to be back.
we were talking about the election. I mean, you know the prompt. So yeah, what's your opening statement there?
It's a I mean, it's an uncomfortable time. It's a familiar time, depending on who you talk to. This kind of discontent has been repeated over time. There are some people in some diasporas that are like, what's changed? We're constantly disappointed. We never get things that we need. So now everybody can just like understand how we live. Oh man, I'm with you, Kai. I would not call this. I don't know. I'm not going to talk about the tragedy in her loss or mire this as unsuccessful. I think her campaign and the amount of voters that she did get in less than a year of campaigning is kind of unheard of, kind of really cool. It's just not cool enough. I don't know. I'm disgusted, but I stay disgusted with this country pretty consistently over time. But I am not disgusted with the people of this country. And so all the things that I will say probably tonight will be in the interests of the progress for those people instead of the state.
But why did she lose?
Because what? Because people don't like women. People don't trust women. It's just, kind of mask off now. I think women in positions of power knew what this would look like. And, I've heard, things about her being unlikable and all the whatever. I think she lost because America has rotten brains, smooth brains, crayon brains. And nothing can succeed in this country if it's not a sellable product. And she wasn't. She's like the RC Cola. Do you know what I mean? Bargain basement, last minute choice for the Super Bowl party.
So then you say
Yeah.
sexism would be the reason then.
I don't know if it's just that though. I think it's just like the general vibe of people slipping her in and all of this stuff. Like, it's too many things, not enough time, to stabilize herself as a clear candidate, make her, intentions very known and repeated over, 2 years. I mean, basically, Trump got the jump on her. Trump has been campaigning for like 8 years. He was campaigning when he was still president. So I don't know. It's pretty hard to beat that energy. And I
I've
think
said as
that
much.
she lost because the Republicans learned from 2020. They learned what having dissension toward the democratic process as far as your voting does. It means you lose. So in 2020, they were all talking about like how mail-in ballots are not good and early voting was terrible and it's all cheating and all of this stuff, but they came out in droves and did just that. So they learned something. Surprise.
Yeah, I'm still putting it on the apathetic voters that have no object permanence and forget what position we were in under this moron that's about to be back in, who was already promised to tariff everything to the point where businesses are already saying, hey, we can't give you bonuses because, there's going to be tariffs and we're going to have to pay for those tariffs. So you guys are going to have to accept less money. For the rich people, the stock market's already rallying up. He's already promising tax breaks for them. So if anybody was speaking to the upper class and shitting on the working class, it's definitely Trump. And they're going to feel it. And hey, it is what it is.
Man, so many things. So many things.
Yeah.
It was
I mean,
going to the center and trying to court Republicans, which you should have been courting Democrats, and all of it was bad and terrible, and like we didn't learn from 2016, and all we did in 2020 was just elect like a lame ass old guy to be like, yeah, you're the only one who can like go ahead and beat Trump. All right, cool. And then he made the stupid decision to try to run again. Instead, we didn't have a primary. We just was like, all right, cool, Kamala, yay, all right, cool, someone better than Biden. But like she didn't distance herself from Biden. She just was like, I'm gonna go on the same train that Biden's doing. And it's just like, no, you cannot do that. If you want people to vote for you, you need to tell us how different you are from the current administration. I understand that you're a vice president, but that still doesn't mean that you can't criticize or even say, this is what we've done and this is how we've helped people under this administration, right? But also then still differentiate yourself from Biden.
Differentiate
I
yourself
don't
from the
know.
only person that's ever beaten Trump. That's what we want to do.
Okay,
I just want to
Biden's a
also,
fantastic president, by the way.
can I just point out the point of like, and I'll probably bring this up several times during this. I'm not going to engage in blaming only politicians for this. I think there is an immense amount of personal responsibility that the American people who didn't either understand or didn't get their candidate in office have to take onto themselves, because she did, and the administration as a whole did, put out daily press releases about the things that they were doing over 4 years. So then what happens when nobody reads it?
Yeah, I think that the different. I agree with you. I lay this flatly at the feet of the American people, and it's the American people getting what they want. Like, I know you can say that, like, oh, like it sounds uncomfortable to say this, but like, you don't want to. It's like I said, it's this strange belief that like everyone must want the things that I want. Like, it's obvious that like the things I want is the things that everybody else wants, and like maybe we have to wake up and deal with the fact that maybe they don't. Maybe the American people have came out in a popular vote and said that like actually the direction that you guys think the country should go in, there's a strong level of disagreement.
Is our last guest coming? Because I like to wait for that person.
Prime is
Yeah,
ready.
they're coming, but yeah, like I said, you should go though. There's too many things being said for
No,
you to not.
I really would like because I don't want to have to do it again too. So all right, I just have to wait for them. All right, continue on.
We can talk about fashion. No, I'm just kidding.
Well,
I'm so
we're
kidding.
we're gonna have to sit there while whatever happens to Ukraine happens to Ukraine. Now we're gonna have to deal with what was already going on in Gaza getting worse. Promise that,
Go for
guarantee that. And
two.
there's just so either some Palestinians are gonna die and they're gonna try to fix the issue, or more Palestinians are gonna die and they're just gonna do it more quietly. That's pretty much all you're getting. That's what we didn't vote for, apparently.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
Something I was like, because when we talk about like, oh, this is, there was things that she should have talked about. There, she should have moved left. Like this is a post from Twitter with like 120,000 likes and retweets. It says, "Here's my pitch." I'll post it in chat after I say it. Here's my pitch. One iPhone screenshot worth of principles for common sense Democrats to reform governance in blue zones and become competitive in the red zones. Delivering a coalition that can win on healthcare, reproductive rights, the safety net, and quality for all. So here's the things that and this is also by like mid-30s white man, that the type that like overwhelmingly supported Trump. This is what they think the kitchen table issues are. Economic self-interest for the working class includes robust economic growth. Fine. Climate change is a reality to manage, not a hard limit to obey, which basically prefaces into like, stop obsessing over climate change. The government should prioritize the interest of normal people over those people who engage in antisocial conduct. Basically saying stop listening to the far left and far right. Listen to like become more moderate, milquetoast. We should in fact judge people by the content of their character rather than the color of their skin. Basically stop talking about race and racial issues at all. Like don't bring it up because it makes white people uncomfortable. While race is a social construct, biological sex is not. Give up trans people, just throw them under the bus because it's a difficult issue to deal with, and again, it just makes the typical heteronormative America uncomfortable.
oh boy.
Academics and nonprofit staffers do not occupy a unique position of virtue relative to the private sector workers. Basically saying that we shouldn't pay attention to people who have expertise in the areas. If I do feel some type of way about something, he says it as a fact, we should just accept it. Like Joe Blow that works at the local office versus somebody who's dedicated 10 years of their life to a study. Politeness is a virtue, but obsessive language policing alienates normal people and degrades the quality of thinking. Basically, we want to be able to call people the R slur and F slur and like get over it. It's just not, be normal. We are equal in the eyes of God, but the American government can and should prioritize the interest of American citizens. It's saying that give up Palestine, give up Ukraine, become isolationists, and public services must be run in the interest of their users, not their providers. So this, like I said, I'm talking about Democrats. I think Wick retweeted. He's like, this is what we need. This is the way the party should go. Heck yeah. And it's asking them to be the Democrats to become Republicans. This is what the average white male of America is seeking as the kitchen table issues. They don't want to go left because it decenters them.
Racist as fuck. Racist as fuck. Okay? That white man.
I don't even say it's racist. I don't even go that far. It's just it's uncomfortable to be decentered.
And compared to all of us here. Okay? We're the ones getting the most hit by climate change. We're the ones who has to deal with all of this shit. Okay? So for him to be like, we need to go to the center, we need to be more moderate, that's where the fuck we already are. That's what the fucking Democrats have been doing. We're already going Republican light instead of going for Republican light, which means that we're going towards and like trying to court fascist, okay? Fucking fascist on the right, okay? Instead of being really Democrats, real Democrats, and going to the left and being different from the right. and not capitulating to fucking fascists.
Who'd you vote for?
Who do you think I voted for?
If I knew, I wouldn't ask.
Is it Shilstein?
No, Jill Stein. Oh no. I would never vote for that white bitch, okay, who like pretty much had dinner with Assad and is like a whatchamacallit, a foreign asset of Russia. No, I wouldn't vote for her. But I did vote for
Was it Chase Oliver, whoever the fuck that is?
who the fuck that is. They weren't on my ballot. It was only them and so Biden, or I mean, excuse me, Harris, Jill Stein, and what's his face, Cornel West, and then I think some other person. I think they're part of the center forward party. But otherwise, like, yeah, I voted for Harris. You know, I mean, I wanted to be like, yeah, it's the first Black woman president. Sure, you know, do I like her policies? Fuck no. No. But in the like land of choices, let's be real. Like, who the fuck is gonna win? We only got really two choices.
I respect that.
So we got our last guest here. I'd like to hear what she has to say. So Zimmy, if you can hear us, we'd love to hear your thesis as to the election results.
Oh, sure. Hi, everyone.
Oh no, we got you. Oh, okay, no,
Okay.
you got it.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So my thesis as to the election results are as follows. I think that when you combine a terrible Democratic establishment and party, which refuses to accept that people are seeking a populist candidate, when you combine it with a platform that somewhat diverges from the Republicans, but not in the ways in which they would need to get the kind of voters who didn't turn out to turn out. When you take that and you combine it with racism and sexism from those who were going to turn out for Trump, the writing was on the wall. I think we all got like swept up in a little bubble thinking, oh, maybe I should believe CNN and MSNBC randomly this time, but I don't think in hindsight, I don't think she ever had a chance. That's like my general thesis.
Okay. So it looks like we got a good spread of thoughts here. I was waiting to give my own. My thesis is quite extensive. But okay. Here's what I think. First of all, I will always lead with Gaza because there's a genocide happening under my name with my tax money. So I will always start with that. However, I do realize that that's my own personal struggle, right? My it's something that I follow and that other people don't really care about. So I realized that Gaza was not the deciding factor. Be very, very clear. Not even close. But her stance on Gaza is actually indicative of the other problems, her being Kamala's, indicative of other problems for the campaign. It's actually extremely illustrative of why she lost, and of the deeper rot of the Democratic Party writ large. But yeah, another more pertinent part would be that she refused to move away from an unpopular president's record. Biden's popularity is in the toilet. In the fucking 36%, I think, is the last number I heard. Like, it's like he's fucking radioactive. Instead, we were concerned about his feelings. I've been following this campaign closely, and literally, there was discussions of, well, maybe we could make some distance in this area or this area, but uh, like President Biden would be upset, right? That like we want to manage the feelings of his camp, meaning his family, basically. His family, who had told him to stay in the race, right, and that he could definitely do it, even after that disaster debate, who had helped hide his mental decline from the country. His family, right, which I had so many thoughts about his fucking family, right? Um, Protect his sense of ego and protect his feelings and this idea of his legacy, rather than just saying, "Hey, we have an unpopular president. Maybe we put a little bit of distance between us," right? Just like any other regular campaign would do, right? I mean, this is obviously a bit special circumstances, but if there is your party was in power, right? It's a brand new election, and it's not an incumbent that's running, right? But your party was in power, and the people have a problem with what your party did. You say, okay, well, I won't do that. That's like basic dumb politics 101. I'm not going to do that stuff. Instead, Kamala tied herself because I think she's a political coward. But anyway, there was this loss was birthed by Kamala and Biden, both together, right? It's very difficult to find out like where one person's blame begins and the other's end, but they got together and they created this loss, right? They birthed this loss. So I think it's important to keep that in mind. At least, I mean, depending on which estimate you're looking at, there was 10 to 12 million less votes. 10 to 12 million less votes. And not on the Republican side, right? Like Donald Trump is on track to get about as much as he did last time, I believe. Down like 74 million votes. It's on the Democratic side. This was a
I
rejection.
think he's down like 1 million or
Yeah,
something. It went down, but not nearly as
Half of
much as the
California
Democrats.
votes haven't been counted yet. That's the big difference.
No, it's
with-
not half of, to be clear, that's not quite true. It's not half of California's votes. It's half of California's districts, right? So if there's like rural districts, then it's a lot less than half. Just to be very clear. But I don't know how many is going to come in from that. Maybe there are some big population centers that are left. I don't know. I actually don't know. But in any case, there is like some votes left out, and we'll see where it looks like after that. But it's very clear that millions of people did not come out for Kamala, where they did come out previously, and it's just something you're just gonna have to reckon with. Kamala lost the popular vote badly. This was a complete and utter rout, and like we can't avoid this. Like we can't avoid this, and we can't call this like someone did previously, right? A good campaign. You mean this historic loss? This was a good campaign. This historic loss, brilliant. But anyway, Kamala only
Can I
offered.
say one thing I disagree with in your assessment about Biden and Kamala sharing the blame equally?
Yeah,
I-
he probably wants to
after
lay
you're
it out.
done. Okay.
I actually have a lot to go through. But you know what? It will be unfair if I like lay the whole thing out, because I meant it when I said I have extensive notes here. So why don't we start with what I said? So if you have a response, then.
Yeah, I think you're mostly correct. I mean, yeah, you're not incorrect. The only part I disagree with is I don't think that Biden and Kamala equally share the burden. I think Kamala did not run a good campaign. I don't know what people are talking about. But I think Biden bears more responsibility because we maybe don't even get a Kamala if Biden did what he said he was going to do when he ran the first time, which was be a transition president who was there for one term. What we're supposed to end up with is a primary in which may the best man or woman win. right? So kind of dragging your feet until the fucking last minute and then giving someone who already under the best of conditions had very slim chances 100 days, someone who was not nimble. Kamala is not a, think quick on your feet. I can get in where I fit in any like you left someone who was already not maybe the kind of, not even maybe, who's not the kind of politician like an Obama is or even a Bernie is. You left them with 100 days, like, and also just the refusal to be like, actually, yeah, you should distance yourself from me. But that's like Kamala's fault because like, he's not your dad at that point.
He's not your dad.
I
He's
don't know
not your dad.
what she was holding on to, but I think Biden shares a lot more of the blame because what the fuck? Like, why were you still in it?
To be clear, I can accept that. I didn't say equally. And I said like I don't know where like it ends and begins, but I will, and I think some other people mentioned it as well. But yeah, absolutely. An incredible amount of blame goes to that egotistical, narcissist, genocidal Joe Biden. Absolutely.
Okay.
Joe Biden, who a liar, a fucking liar too. Let's not forget that, because yes, he did say, as you correctly pointed out, Zimmy, that he was a transitional president. We didn't just make that up in our fucking heads, right? They like to gaslight. He tried to gaslight us at the start of his campaign, saying, "Well, but I don't remember that," right? And in the media kind of just went along. Oh, I guess that didn't happen. I guess you actually all just made that up. So yes, clearly he should have dropped out. And then again, back to what I said previously, that the DNC, his family, the media, right? All of them conspired in his general campaign, including Kamala Harris, conspired to hide his senility. We all saw it, right? Kamala Harris, and that was that one interview, talked about like how sharp Joe Biden is in our meetings, right? Like this guy, I mean, like we had leaks from the White House saying otherwise, right? Because they all saw it, all of them saw it, including Kamala Harris. But she lied about that. And so, yes, she deserves some of the blame as well, too. She could have said something. She didn't. That's when she needs to step up, like, in this moment in history, be politically brave. I was, like, this is before Biden had dropped out and all that. This is months before that, right? But I was thinking about Kamala Harris. I'm like, you know what? Like, and maybe not for this election, but for, 2028, where, whatever happens this election, but for 2028, man, she could really set herself up in a great position if she just like made some rhetorical distance between her and Biden, right? She could have just said some brave things like, "Hey, I disagree." Well, first of all, I disagree on the genocide that's happening, right? But she could have said anything. She had the pulpit, and she had like literally nothing to lose especially when working with the White House that sidelined her the entire time. Right? But she has no political instincts such as that, right? She's a political coward. She is an empty suit, I think. She doesn't have any...
Is this just like a...
excuse me. Hold on. You're not going to interrupt me. Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
There's no value. So, she is an empty suit there, and that she has no principles she stands for. In the 2019-2020 presidential candidacy, she like marketed herself as a progressive, and then before that presidential run, she marked herself as a hard-nosed prosecutor, and you can see along the way she just changes tact anytime she to any direction she thinks she's going to win, right? She actually has no ideological moorings to anything at all. So I'll start there, and others can jump in.
Yeah, I don't think any of that mattered. Like the reality is, there was nothing to. You can feel how you feel about Gaza. The American people disagreed. If exit polls show.
Wait a minute. I just let you. Once again. What I told you is that Gaza was not the deciding factor. So,
I know.
So if you're going to respond to it, then actually respond to what I said.
Sure. Okay. I was responding to what you said when you're saying that she should have distanced herself from on that issue. I'm pointing out that the exit polls show that I think like 45% of American people feel like we should have America should be stronger in our relationship with Israel, and I think another 32% think we're about right. I think like 27% feel that we're too strong. Our ties to Israel are too strong. So like it wouldn't have been popular with the.
Pam, can I ask a quick question?
Uh-huh.
From the population that she needed to show up, didn't. Right, that's the counterfactual we don't really know. What we know is like she didn't do great with young people. She didn't do the numbers that Democrats have to do with young people to
Mhm.
win, right? We know that like certain populations, young people, et cetera, had a much more depressed voter turnout. So part of the question here is not just like, well, of the people who showed up and voted, well, of the people who showed up and voted, a lot of them were Republicans. We know that. Trump won the popular vote. The question is,
But we had
of the
all-time voters.
people who normally, or at least sometimes, if they feel like there's something, will show up and vote, who didn't, would that? Like, I think that those numbers would be a little bit different. And I think that's part of the Democratic establishment issue is that like you keep chasing after these like make-believe, like moderate, and some people are never, you can't out conservative the conservatives. You need to like lean in more to the young people who are like super idealistic and who you think are a little bit ridiculous. You need to lean into the urban centers. Like strategy that they keep pursuing, that shit's not, how's it working?
Well, it just didn't work in this election, but it's worked in every other. 47% of the
No,
electorate.
it has not.
I'm just wait a minute. 47% of the
I'm
electorate
sorry.
consider themselves to be moderate, and she won the vast majority of those people. What she lost, she lost like I think 87% of conservatives, which makes sense. That I think that there is some reality that like there you can point to an issue of like there's some desire to be able to pull conservatives off of Trump that just isn't going to work. That's an actual fault you can point to her campaign. But I'm just trying to deal with the thing Prom was talking about, like distancing herself from Joe Biden because Joe Biden was somehow a terrible president. Joe Biden's perspective, Joe Biden inherited COVID and he's had to deal with the consequences of that. But when you look at the policies of Joe Biden's been the best president in anyone in this room's lifetime. He's been the most progressive president in anyone's in this room's lifetime, and Bernie Sanders acknowledged as much. When you talk about dealing with the infrastructure bill, when you talk about job creation, when you talk about lowering inflation, like when you any issue that you claim to value, I can say I know that there's something more that you want. But when you look at what Joe Biden did, Joe Biden has ran for the last 4 years based on like a 50-50 split house, and I mean a 50-50 Senate and a barely split house. He's run as close to, I wouldn't say flawless. I'm not going to go that far, but he's ran a pretty fantastic presidency. Joe Biden is a better president than Barack Obama, but Barack Obama is a much more popular politician because politics, as far as the presidency, just goes to the charisma of how you speak. So like distancing herself from Biden doesn't seem like, if you actually look at the policy, doesn't seem relevant. Like what policy are you going to distance from him on? Like,
Yeah,
I
okay.
wouldn't have done the Inflation Reduction Act.
I'm sorry. Oh, right here. First of all, let's correct the lie that Bam said. 76% of Democrats, 76% of Democrats would want say that Israel, that there should be a military aid embargo on Israel.
When is this poll from?
This is hold on.
Because I was talking about election exit polls because I thought this conversation was about the election.
Did they poll on the embargo? Or did they poll on foreign policy?
No, they polled on
Did they poll on embargo?
Israel.
Did they poll on the embargo? No,
they
didn't
ask
ask the question that
Israel.
They didn't ask the thing that I just talked about. Okay, good.
So I'm going to go back to. Can we do an embargo while being stronger in a stronger relationship with Israel?
So I'm going to go back to. I'm going to go back to the actual data here, right? So I don't need data that's not doesn't contravene what I'm saying.
Relevant.
So any which way, 76% of Democrats have said that they are in favor of conditioning a military aid to Israel based on human rights. And then overall, right? So this entire public, that'd be 27 strongly agree, 36% partly agree. I gotta do the math in my head. But that's nearly 60% of the public is in favor of conditioning military aid. Right. So you're running an election, right, or a campaign where you have this greatly contentious issue, and you are tied to a president who's been utterly genocidal, right? A complete monster, moral monster, and to say that he's been the greatest president, and while forgetting the slaughter that's happening on his watch, right?
People don't care about that, Rom.
Excuse me, shut up, right? So to say that he's the greatest president after while bombs are dropping, while American bombs are dropping those individuals, I wasn't talking about the American people. I was talking about you. It shows your moral rot, right?
Oh,
That was
sure.
where I was making that statement. Your moral rot, the liberal moral rot, right? But again, because you can't seem to understand what I've said clearly, literally at the start, right? And of course, you forgot it, right? Because in the desperate liberal need to protect Joe Biden, you can't even hear. Even I literally told you this last night. Gaza was not the deciding factor. That's at the start of my thesis. Gaza is not the deciding factor. I said, however, it is indicative of other rot within the party, right? The way they handle that is indicative of that. Well, if you shut up, you'll find out. Any which way, I guess I'll get back to it then. So
you haven't named a single thing she should distance himself from on it.
I literally
not
just
dealing with Gaza. What did she do?
Sure. Okay, great. So the rot that I'm talking about, right? Is the structural problems with this with our economy, right? Like right now, Americans, millions of Americans didn't come out to vote for him. So I don't think it was simply because of racism and sexism, right? This is the liberal cope, and we've seen this already in this panel. Sure, that played a part because we do live in America. Absolutely, right? But as we've seen, literally in the past, right, is that economic populism is what drives people. Do I have enough money to put food on my kitchen table, right? Do I feel economically secure? Can my kids go to college? These are the things that match individuals, and they come out for that, right? And just side note, right? I also think just the general idea that we're going to blame the voters, that's their fault, is pretty disgusting. It's a vote nonsense, vote blue no matter who mindset where the voters are responsible for putting a person in power, rather than that person who's seeking power to go to them and earn their votes, right? No, simply Kamala deserves a vote. She deserves to be crowned. Disgusting.
America's
Can I just jump in?
No,
because I'm the one who said that.
No.
Okay.
Anyway, so
okay.
sorry. Yeah, thank you for that. So anyway, Kamala, she hasn't to attract those voters, right, that have been abandoning the Democratic Party. She has to put forward policies that address this rot, the inefficiencies with capitalism, right? So here's one, right? Healthcare. You can say that, well, we have the ACA. The ACA itself has not brought down costs enough. People still can't afford their healthcare. It did some great things, but how was she going to actually tackle that? What was her plan? What was her plan for student for college debt? Right. The best they had was student loan forgiveness, but she moved away from that. Biden pushed that, and Biden failed to get any of that done. But then, all right, so we couldn't get student loan forgiveness, but why not move away from the student loan model in the first place? Why not put something like that forward? A bold plan. She put nothing bold. All she did was put pretty milquetoast plans. Not the worst plans, I think, right? They were okay. Pretty milquetoast plans that literally didn't inspire the people she needed to. But this same group that didn't show up during this election did show up years ago for the Bernie campaign. Those exact same people in the group that did switch over to Trump, they did show up for Bernie's campaign. They are gettable votes. It isn't just about misogyny. And a lot of those voters had previously voted for Hillary Clinton any which way. And I have the numbers to prove that as well. But I'll leave it there. Did you want to say something, Omega?
I disagree with all of that.
Okay, wait, can I just say, Prime, you on that shit. You was on one.
Omega, did you want to go?
Yeah, I'm just going to address the point of placing blame at the foot of the voters. It is my belief that we do these things together, and if it's not like that, somebody needs to start telling the truth about what this really is. And if it is like that, and everybody agrees that it is like that, then the voters, including myself, have to take responsibility for missing the mark at some point in the civic process. I'm so sorry, because the time for obfuscating and blaming the government all of the time is just not the thing for me. It's really not. Like, the same people that are super vocal about Palestine could not tell me any of the ballot initiatives that were on our ballot in our state or what they were about. They were going to walk into that building not knowing what these things are. So I understand being like passionate about human rights. I understand about being passionate about people not being ethnically cleansed off of the planet. I understand all of these things. I really do. However, what about the other stuff? Right? So like, if one's emotions about a certain thing supersedes decisions that could be pivotal for the next like 30 years of your life, that's a responsibility that you have to take on. And that's just where I'm coming from. I don't really allow people, especially in my personal life, to escape this. Did you do enough? I mean, there's so many avenues for us to access inside of our civic responsibilities that people just don't do. But these people represent you, and then they eventually climb to the places where they seem unreachable, and you wonder how they got there. I mean, it's just, for me, it's just personally exhausting to hear like it's always somebody else's fault, but then it starts to become like, the rhetoric of America to me.
Well, can I? Okay, I just want to respond to a couple things.
Sure.
I'm gonna start with where you left off. I actually am. I understand your frustration, but I would say on the flip side of that is I am actually quite exhausted with the narrative of like, did you do enough, and like, are you engaged enough in your local politics? I feel like we're all really smart people, right? Like, part of the reason why we clown like the Trump voters and shit is just like, how uneducated can you be about these issues, etc. But for some reason, we all take off our thinking caps when it comes to people's true ability to impact the government and legislative bodies when we have moneyed interest at the core of our politics. The political science surveys have been clear for decades at this point. What the American public wants, even what they champion, and at times the people they champion and show up to vote for, has not matched the legislation and policies for decades at this point. People have been calling for, reform to the gun laws in this country, right? We can't have any fucking movement on that because of the gun lobby. You can say whatever you want about Palestine. I don't think it was the deciding issue, to be honest. But like, there is kind of a sense of like, what's going on with the like, people may not use the words AIPAC and lobbying, but they're like, people dumb, but they're not dumb, right? They can like sense it. Like, people may not be able to articulate to you exactly like what their frustration, like the root of what they're frustrated about might be, right? But like, they are articulating a very clear frustration. Like, motherfuckers are talking about prices. They're asking why they can't buy a home, right? Now the Republicans have done a great job at saying it's the Mexicans, it's the villains, it's these people coming in undocumented, right? Like, that's what the Republican Party does really well at, is being able to kind of like make an about face. But like, at the same token, we have to like be honest about the fact that like the Democratic Party also is not giving people like the honest answers about what's really going on. Like, why the fuck is Kamala Harris palling around with Mark Cuban?
Yeah,
but
so
every chance, hold on.
Thank you.
But every chance she gets, she's like, my mother was a small business owner. I love small business owners. Like the people dumb, but they ain't dumb. They dumb, but they ain't dumb. I guess is what I'm trying to say. And like this idea that like, oh, if only you get involved in your local elections, your voice will make a difference. But every time these people, particularly people in the Democratic establishment, get into power, they have 80 million in fucking 10,000 reasons as to why nothing can change. Yet somehow the Republicans get a little bit of power, and these motherfuckers literally will be like, I know you said you wanted that Supreme Court justice, but we're actually not going to do it. Somehow they just
Yeah.
manage to like
I'm gonna
get shit done
say
and push it through. But the Democrats, hold on, are so invested in like, oh, we're going to reach across the aisle and we're going to bring everyone together. And my general thesis is that, or point, is that I think I think the Democrats enjoy being able to get away with saying we can't do shit because of the Republicans, but the reality is they're not super invested in changing shit either. They're just as concerned with like re-election and keeping money in politics as everyone else, right? And the second thing I'll say, because I was kind of all over the place, is to Bam's point about Biden being the best president of our lifetime. That might actually be true, but I think that you're missing it, right? For people, that bar is now too low. That's what y'all keep missing. Y'all keep trying to lecture people about like, and I voted for Kamala. You know, I did my due diligence. I'm a Black woman. I'm always gonna be on code. But y'all keep trying to lecture people about how like this is the best you've ever had it. You're missing people telling you it's not good enough. People have been trying to tell y'all, the moderates, the Democratic establishment, the Democratic Party, it's not fucking good enough anymore. Right? It hasn't been good enough for a really long time. And you keep trying to lecture folks about how dare they not be grateful because this is so much better than what it was 4 years ago. And this is the best they've ever had it. It sucked then and it sucks now. Just because, to me, I fear that the Democrats are taking all the wrong lessons out of this, right? The lesson to learn from the Obama election is not that he built this like great coalition because he reached across the aisle and pulled in the moderates. And Obama ran as a populist, right? He benefited from the fact that we didn't know shit about him, and so we imputed all of our hopes and dreams onto him because his rhetoric made him seem like he was going to be this economic populist who was going to be for the people. The fact that he was a person of color gave people even more hope. That's why he pulled that shit together. The closest thing to Obama that we've had in the last 15, 20 years has been Bernie. This idea of like economic populism. But I feel like the Democrats' heads are so far up their ass about how dare you all not vote for me and crown me because I'm doing much better for you than these other people. You're missing the point. The point is your coalition has now told you consistently over and over again, because don't fuck around and think for a second that Biden that was an aberration. That was just some
He
COVID
won
frustration.
because of COVID. Yeah.
Yep.
That's some COVID
Yep.
frustration. This is the real shit that we in. These people your base keeps telling you it's not good enough, and you keep trying to over explain to them why it should be. It's not gonna work. So like we'll be back here again in 2028 with the same bullshit.
Do the progressives win down ballot? Like,
Wait,
if they,
hold
like,
on.
do
Can I
this pull?
say something?
I'm sorry. Yeah, you got BQ.
Yeah, like honestly, like this is everything that Omega and Zimmy has been saying is exactly the shit that I've been saying, right? And it's just all like y'all aren't listening to us, right? And now we really have the work to do to build those inroads and those coalitions for 2028 and beyond, right? It is up to us to build those inroads and coalitions with each other, because the Democratic Party ain't going to do it for us. But we will come to the Democratic Party and be like, hey, let us in, right? Even though we know the Democratic Party may be in shambles. Some people don't think it's in shambles. Some people do. I'm on the fence about it, right? But we need to do the work. We need to simply do the work, because like Democrats didn't learn in 2016 when we had Hillary and we were talking about the same exact issues back in 2016. We had a Bernie and people weren't learning about like talking about a Bernie issue, like, you know, Zemi was saying, very populist, everything that we wanted to like have. Now all our hopes and dreams were in Bernie, right? And it's just like, where are we supposed to go? We're not like, we are literally pigeonholed. The left has always been pigeonholed. We have no way to go.
I want to give
Think
Right.
about how
us
crazy
space.
it
The
is.
That's on
Democrats can't.
purpose. And that's on purpose. The Democratic Party does that shit on purpose to put us in a circle where we cannot like coalesce around and help the Democratic Party and make those inroads with them.
So I want to give space to Bam and Waterkai. So because they haven't been able to talk in a while.
Kai
Why don't we
hasn't
start
said
with
anything.
Waterkai? Bam, then we'll go to Bam. Sure. Before that,
Bam.
before you do it, all right. So I will go to you. All right, we did get a super chat earlier, and I just want to read it off. He had a question, so I want to make sure they get it. And thank you, Lawson Harrison, for the $20 YouTube super chat. You can support us on YouTube with super chats. We'll read your super chats. But he gave me a question. So he says, if hypothetically the economic perceptions problem we have is mainly due to average Americans' poor spending habits / financial literacy. Most available data shows that that's the case. How can a politician ever address something like this when even hinting towards an issue being the fault of voters is political suicide? So I think what you're
And
trying
can
to
you
say
say that again? What did they say? Most data shows that
that
poverty.
that most Americans have bad spending habits / financial literacy. That
And that's why they're poor? Is that
well,
there?
the question is, how can a politician ever address something like this, whenever even hinting towards an issue that the fault of voters is political suicide? So it sounds like to me what I think the question is, and Harrison, if you want to like clear the question up and like rephrase it a bit, it sounds like to me you're saying, how can a politician address like people who aren't investing properly, right? Who maybe aren't using their money to like put into a mortgage or whatever. Like how can they like tell the American public, hey, maybe you should change your spending habits, and then you'll have better outcomes.
The issue
What should I do with anything?
the Biden economy again. The Biden economy on around the I'm not taking your point, Tom. Kai. I'm just addressing what that person's trying to say.
Yeah, it's fine.
The Biden economy is actually doing pretty well. Like we've made a better recovery from COVID than any other country in the world. But the American people are coming out and saying prices are too high because Trump's put it in their mind, and the media has created this narrative that like the economy is actually awful right now, and only Trump can fix it. So once people have that in their mind that the economy is awful right now, even though every metric will show you that that doesn't seem to be the case, the stock market is seeing all-time highs, unemployment's low, interest rates are dropping, like homes are being built. All of these factors, like the Kamala Harris or Joe Biden couldn't come out and say, actually, like when people say that like the economy is doing terrible, like American people, Joe Biden can't come out and say, no, it's actually doing fine. That's political suicide. He's saying, how does Biden defend his economy if people say it's bad? Because like
Can
media
I
says it's bad.
can I answer?
Oh, you have an answer for that? Okay, go ahead.
And
Yeah.
can I answer too?
Sure.
I might have
Okay.
a different
I,
answer.
I don't have
after.
an answer for Vam. I have an answer for your viewer. I don't think that the America you're talking about exists. And if there is a politician that can do this, it's suicide only because other conversations that are necessary in order to critique the American people have not happened yet, and they haven't happened for centuries. So in order to have this sort of America, in order to be an America that is comfortable with accountability, you would have to have a president and a climate that could, peacefully understand when somebody comes out and is the highest seat in the land and says, I know you guys are worried about your pockets. You've been worried about your pockets for decades. We're going to have a conversation about how things got this way. We're going to have a conversation about, some previous administrations purposely and intentionally disincentivizing you and failing you. And we're going to try to correct that. That's not the America we live in.
No, this
And
is
those are not the
existing.
politicians that are bred.
You have to deal with the current
I'm
administration
sorry.
trying to defend what
I
they
just
have.
I have
He
to
asked another
say
question. He didn't say anything about a specific administration.
I
He didn't
think
say
the question itself is kind of silly. No shade to you, but like if what exactly are we talking to any Americans about wage accountability or spending accountability about? Like, I was like, am I tripping? Is there something I don't know? I just looked it up. Real wages for most US workers have on average grown by 0.7% since 1973. Like, if you look through the economic numbers for Americans, like productivity has increased to 243%. Hourly compensation during that same period has only kept up 108%. The minimum wage is still 720. Like, what are we talking about? Like, this is not like this is what I mean about, like, even back to Bam's point, and I'm sorry, Kai, I'm gonna make this as quick as possible. This point about like Biden's economy is good. It's like, on what planet where wages have not kept up with inflation and have stagnated since 1973 can you look people in the face and tell them that the economy is good?
You have to
Except
compare it to every
we're
other country in the
operating.
world.
I know, but what people are telling you is it's not good enough.
I know
Go
what you're
ahead,
saying.
Kai.
That's what I'm saying. Like, but that's the argument you're having. Like, we have to compare it to everywhere else in the world. Like, you can say that, like, oh, this, like, you go to the best restaurant in the world, and you're like, I don't think this food is good, and the food is like, well, it's better than every other food out here. It's like, but I don't think it's good.
So,
Okay, that's an argument.
Bam,
but,
let me
like,
just ask
things
you.
have to
You
be
think that's how people
comparable.
make voting decisions? They say, you know what? My wages haven't kept up in I'm getting
You
way
think
less
Americans
bang
know
for my
about
buck.
wages
Hold
and
on.
inflation?
I'm letting I'm not getting the same bang for my buck as my parents did. My parents own houses. They were able to do XYZ. I can't do that. But I wonder if in Portugal it's the same. Nobody makes decisions
Nobody thinks
like
about
that.
inflation. What you just said isn't true. The rate
People
of
don't think
home,
about Nobody
the rate
thinks
of,
about inflation.
no. People don't feel inflation. They see prices higher.
People
Inflation
don't
is
feel
actually
it.
down.
Oh my God.
Inflation's down,
Right.
but prices haven't gone down. Like sometimes people don't feel inflation. People feel what the media tells them to.
Do
So the media
people
says that inflation's up, but Americans don't recognize inflation. When Donald Trump Donald Trump did deficit spending. Donald Trump created inflation, but Donald Trump said the economy was good. The economy is a vibes thing. The economy is whatever someone tells you it is.
So, Bam, let's say people don't feel inflation. Do people feel that their wages have stagnated compared to the cost of living?
No, they don't. They feel whatever they feel whatever the media tells you to believe. The reality is, real wages are up this year. I think real wages under the Biden administration has outpaced inflation. Like even with the high
No, it
inflation.
hasn't.
No, I'm saying this is data. I'm just talking. Just look at the data and call me stupid then. But don't just say
But
no.
guess
They
what?
haven't.
No
Here's
one
what
fucking
number.
gives a shit
The real
about the
numbers.
data if you're like
Exactly.
honestly
No one
like
cares
just
about
a
the data.
regular
They don't
So,
person.
vibe.
Bam, just to clarify, your stance is people don't feel that their wages aren't going up very much, but the cost of shit around them seems to be going up quite a bit. Your premise here is that, like, they don't feel it or have a sense of it at all.
No, they feel it, but they feel it because the media tells them to feel it. Again, when Donald
No.
Trump comes, when Donald Trump
The
asked me to
media
become,
the media
why
told them to feel their rent hike increase.
why do you,
The
wait
media
wait why do
told
you
them that.
no wait a minute, answer this. Why do you think the stock market went up? Donald Trump's not president. Why did the stock market go up 1,200 points yesterday?
Damn,
Yeah,
Do you
that's
think
what
that
fucking happens,
Rich people
dude.
know they're getting a tax
actually
break.
changed, or they feel that the economy is better because Donald Trump has this perception of I'm a business guy,
So
but
the
the
nothing
way the
actually
stock
changed in the
market
economy.
works and the way the average American understands their
They're
economic reality
exactly
are
are
not the same
completely
thing.
different.
People who are
Um,
invested in the stock market and who have the ability to influence it, who feel like they're going to be better off and the stock prices are going up, are not the average American.
The average
So,
American believes whatever the
Like,
TV tells
so
them.
well,
Just
okay,
let
okay,
go.
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Let's move away from this. The stock market is a
Chatter, you're
graph of
correct. I'm
rich
sorry.
people's feelings. But anyway, Lawson Harrison also gave $5 afterwards. He said, Kamala told me if I didn't vote for her, I wasn't white. What am I supposed to do? I appreciate the other $5, Lawson. Thank you for being a kind supporter of this
Stay
community,
black if you
being
don't vote
really
for me.
kind to us, well, to me. So thank you for the super chats. And I
Yeah.
just want to support the channel. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs if you're on Twitch. It would be very helpful. Resubs, all that powers this community. And on YouTube, yeah, super chats are fantastic. As you see, we'll just read your super chat. We responded to it. Like, this is actually probably the most extensive response we've ever given to a super chat, actually. Appreciate you, Lawson. All right, let's go to our friend Waterkai, who I rudely interrupted. And then we'll go to Bam so he can respond to all the things that happened before. Yeah.
So we've gone a little ways offshore of what was being said at the time when it was being said. But when you look at when Obama was in office, literally Mitch McConnell came out and said, we are going to obstruct everything he does going forward, all the way down to a Supreme Court pick. So when we talk about reaching across the aisle for any particular party, it's not even a question. So when Biden passed the infrastructure bill, all these Republicans that stood against it but got money for it were happy to campaign and talk to their constituents about the money they got because Democrats reach across the aisle. So when we're looking at policies that actually help all Americans, you're not going to get them from the Democrat Party, or you're not going to get them from the Republican Party. You're going to get them from the Democrat Party. What they expect, and like this is something I pointed out before, because I had to grow up in the Reagan years. I got to watch the middle class get annihilated. The Laffer curve, trickle down economics, is a lot of the reason why we're in the position we're in right now. The chief economist for the Trump administration was Laffer. Again, we're getting the same exact thing. Tax cuts for the rich coming again. We're going to get tariffs, we're going to get more inflation. So the expectation that not voting for the Democrats is punishing the Democrats. No, we're punishing ourselves in the long run. We can rally for better politicians in the future, but we should definitely not screw over our current children and our futures. Why are we doing this?
So before we move on to Bam, I just wanted to address this so we don't forget, because there's going to be a lot to respond to Bam about, I'm sure. He's going to raise my blood pressure. He's very good at that. Like, I hear you, Waterkai. I hear you. That yes, Republicans bad. With the trickle down economics. You're absolutely right. I hear you with the Laffer curve, like, which is a ridiculous economic, like it's literally like a drawing on a napkin that passes for economic policy. Amazing, right? So I'm with you, except that then Bill Clinton like fully got on board with that, right? Like Bill Clinton decided, no, this is a good idea. So I didn't get to, again, like I got a lot of notes here, and I'm not going to go through it all right now. I'll wait till after Bam goes. But part of what I was going to say is that not only is is there a healthy amount of blame to give to to Biden and to Harris, right? Also, there was plenty of blame to go around to Obama and to Bill Clinton. I love what our friend Zimmy had to say previously. She beat me to it. That yes, it's not good enough. The policies that Biden was pushing out, and Biden had a record to run on. Right? It'd be very clear. I don't want people to misunderstand me. I think Biden had actually a good record to run on until the genocide that he supported wholeheartedly and is continuing to support right to this day. And let's never forget, he's a monster. But he definitely had a record before, a strong record. But this is after years of Democratic neglect of the working class. This is after Bill Clinton helped reorient the party. Some people told me Jimmy Carter actually was the start of this. I'm not familiar enough with his administration to lay the blame there, but maybe that's the case. But I am aware of how Bill Clinton ran the economy, and Bill Clinton was the one who signed in a NAFTA, right, which helped destroy our industrial base, right? Obama
bailed out the banks.
Bailed out the banks in a moment of massive crisis, a moment where Obama could have restructured the way our financial system works. He had the power. Literally, the banks were scared. They were terrified when Obama got elected. And his idea was, no, let's corral the finances of the American people to bail out the banks, and for all those the homeowners who got screwed, who were losing their houses, who were going out in the streets, nothing for you. Nothing for you. The American people remembered these things. And that time, they wanted blood. They wanted blood. And all he gave them was, well, he told them specifically that we don't look back when talking about crimes, right? Like, we don't look back, which basically says that any crime can't be prosecuted because all of them occur in the past. But we won't look back. We'll look forward instead, rather than actually going for the banks. These things have devastated the working class, right? Those are just the start of it, but there's plenty more policies there, right? I mean, there's also under Bill Clinton, there was the crimes bill, right? Which devastated very specific working class individuals. Obama, he had a chance for healthcare to reorient and actually solve the issue. Instead, he took a Republican plan, right? Because Obama is much more comfortable with Republicans, always has been, always will be. He took a Republican plan from a Republican governor, and made that his central policy accomplishment, and it wasn't enough.
Paul Ryan? Wasn't it Paul Ryan's plan or some shit?
No, it wasn't. It was Mitt Romney's. It was Mitt Romney's.
Mitt Romney's, right? Mitt Romney's plan.
Yeah. And it wasn't enough. Like it was an improvement of a poor system. And this is the last thing I'll say. In Waterkai, you can respond to this, right? Like Democrats, liberals are status quo maintainers. That's what they do. Republicans are worse, right? We can see the Republicans, they do major damage to our economy, and then Democrats come in after and try to fix up the mess. But Democrats do not push forward. They're not progressive. They don't progress. They don't make the big structural changes. Instead, they'll say that let's make changes around the edges. Let's move around the deck chairs in the Titanic as it's sinking, rather than actually dealing with the problem. And you can tell the working class individuals, well, Trump is worse, right? And you can scold them for not voting for Kamala Harris. You can do that, right? In fact, Hillary Clinton did that, and now that Harris is losing, well, you all are doing that. The liberal media is doing that. They're scolding them, but scolding them as hard as you can until you're blue in the face won't make them show up to the polling place in 2028. It's not going to happen. Instead, provide them what they need. The same people who didn't show up again, show up this time. They showed up in 2016 for Bernie Sanders. Why? Because they were responding to economic populism. They were responding to. They responded afterwards when Bernie left to Trump's facade of economic populism, because he said all the same things. He literally started just saying the same things Bernie was saying, and they responded to that. So that's what we have to keep in mind. Rather than blaming them, simply listen to them and provide what they need. So, Waterkai, you can respond, and then Omega, if you have something to say,
Yeah.
Just a real quick response. To lack the object permanence to realize why we ended up in the positions where Democrats have to play it safe to revive economies that Republicans destroy every time they're in is part of the issue. Biden took on a bad economy. Obama took on a bad economy. And I'm going to say Obama didn't take huge risks, especially letting the banks collapse and not knowing what's going to happen. Being the first black president, I'm going to say maybe he had something to uphold. I'm not absolving him of being scared of whatever outcome it was going to be. But if everything fell apart under his watch, where will we be right now? So I'm glad that at least somebody can
probably exactly where we are right now.
Yeah,
Super conservative.
That was a
United
recession.
States is in the same place as 2008.
I'm talking about politically. Like when you're saying where would we be right now politically? I mean, isn't Trump like the end of democracy? Was there a level below him that we don't know about that we would have
tried to be the end of democracy? There was this thing called January 6th where they tried to coup the government.
I know that's my point. You're like, well, if Obama would have taken a risk and helped out the working people, where would where would we have been politically? And it's like, I don't think we can go much
the question
further than Trump.
Could Obama get away with half of the things that Trump did?
No. No, to be clear, hold on. I'm not sure. I think I might miss. I'm not sure if I heard Bam correctly, but the options wasn't between bailing out the working class or letting the banks fail. It was bailing out the working class, taking over the banks, right? And then prosecuting, certainly, right? And the investors like losing money, right? So the investors into the bank taking a massive haircut. That's the term they use. Massive haircut. or bailing out the banks, right? Those are the two choices that we had in front of us. He chose to bail out the banks and do nothing for the actual working class.
I'm saying that not bailing out the banks would have had massive economic downturn.
Hold on, but that's not what I said. Hold on, that's not what I said.
about it.
That's not what I said. Hold on. But you didn't. I'm saying that the banks don't fail in the plan that we're talking about.
Oh, okay.
The banks don't disappear, and that all that liquidity like goes up in flames. Of course, that'd be economic suicide, right? But bailing out the banks meant that we provide that liquidity. We allowed them to operate exactly how they were before. We've made the Dodd-Frank bill afterwards, I believe. I think that was our legislative response. But that's a bill with a huge amount of exemptions and holes that you can drive a truck through, that the financial sector helped right in of itself. So our response to the 2008 financial crisis was that the Treasury, the American Treasury, keeps these banks afloat, right? That no investors lose any money, that the people who actually commit the crime don't go to jail, and the American public doesn't get to control the banks, right? Even though we've put all that liquidity into the banks, and then finally, millions of people lose their homes. That's the response we had. That we didn't have to do that one.
I'll let Kai finish. So.
But yeah, what Kai, you have anything else to say?
Oh, I was predominantly finished, but the Emergency Economic Stabilization Act was 2008, signed into law by President George W. Bush. So I'm not going to plant that squarely at the feet of Obama.
What happened here with George W. Bush, to be clear, that was the story, is that the date of this is like after the election, if I'm not incorrect, right? That's when that's signed. The Treasury Secretary goes to President Obama. They talk to him. It's like, okay, you're about to come in. You've already president-elect at that point. You're about to come in. We're not going to make this move without you. We're going to bail out the banks. Is that okay? Are you going to back this play? He says yes. He says that he goes to Larry Summer, who was his economic advisor, who was the head of Goldman Sachs, right? And Goldman Sachs, an investment bank, surprisingly tells them, "Hey, bail us out, huh?" And so that's when they did. Like, this is very well documented.
So,
but let's Megan, you had a quick response,
yeah,
so
I'm good.
and then we'll let you go. Then Bam has been very patient, so I want to give him a lot of time. So go ahead, Omega.
Oh, me. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, I think a lot of my sentiments come from acknowledging the world of possibilities. I learned a lot on Tuesday. I learned that, like, a large portion of the American public, most of the older people who were once kind of consistently scared into a candidate are no longer afraid. And that's take that as you want to take it.
Sorry, what
but also
to which candidate? Could you explain? I don't know what you mean.
Any of them. I think there's a large component of fear mongering that happens during election campaigns that makes me question if people are, R&D, especially for people of color or marginalized groups, if indeed you are, kind of being like Debate Queen said, kind of pigeonholed into a space to not choose this, this other person or this other administration or another party, because you fear the repercussions or the outcomes. And I think that component will always exist. Maybe not so much this year, but it's a pretty a present one. I just think there's I don't know. I think the frustration is also based on fear as well, right? So like you guys kept saying, like, like not to blame people, and blame is not like, shouldn't be an option. And I agree, it wouldn't be an option in my head if I didn't know that it was like one of the most lucrative ways to change people, which is also fear mongering. But in my heart of hearts, I don't actually care anymore because my country has made it so that I can't. We just voted in somebody who like doesn't believe in climate change, and like the people who went through those 2 hurricanes, they all voted for him. Presumably they voted for somebody who doesn't really care if they drown, will not institute any mitigating measures so that they at least survive a little bit more. They just pulled like a 6-year-old girl out of this rubble yesterday. The things that I care about, I think a lot of times people just have to step back and say that, like, everybody doesn't really care about what you care about. I'm sure you've experienced that, Prime, a lot with the Israel-Palestine, Gaza genocide, all of this. You've
All
been
the
pretty,
time.
like, vocal about it. And I feel like there's probably a fair amount of, like, I don't really care because I have to pay my fucking rent about that, right? And that's where we are now. And it's kind of disheartening. That's what I wanted to say. Because I was listening to you guys and I'm like, oh, I've listened to a lot of people over the last 3 days, and there's some people who are like, let's create, let's do, fix it and make art. And then there's some people that are like, let's burn it down. And then there's some people that are like, man, I'm going to get a passport and dip. I don't know if I can do this anymore. And, normally I think if this were 2020, I could have easily defended any of them and said, like, let's stay together, let's do the thing. And in 2020, I in fact did. When Joe Biden was elected, I told them, just because somebody is speaking to what you think are your issues doesn't mean that you should hold their feet to the fire any less. And to stay vigilant and to stay aware and alert. And I say that, I said that this time, I'm just like, even if, the first trans whatever person got elected, like I literally told my friend, I don't care. What I care about is her policies. I don't care what she looks like or why she represents you as my queer friend. What I care about for you is if you're looking at what she's doing. And I think that's where we've all kind of gotten off track, as a country, not all of us, but like as a country, like, the identity politics are so deep at this point. It's just kind of like, what do you do? How do you contend with, Kamala and Biden, being genocidal warmongers in another country, and Trump waging, a genocide in his own. So,
Yeah. Just to back up quickly, something you said. After the election, I talked to a conservative leading voter, and they were surprised. They didn't believe me when I said that Republicans are but the Republican Party doesn't believe in climate change, and that they learned no lessons after Hurricane Katrina. We had to have a long conversation about that.
Why were they surprised? What do you mean?
Can't feel
They
hurricane.
didn't even believe me. Like, the Republicans take it seriously. I know.
No, it's like this fictitious thing that's not real. You can't see. It's kind of like COVID. If you guys remember your years of COVID, where people were like, no, COVID's not a thing. And a lot of them were like conservative homies. And I remember talking to one of my friends. I was like, you know what? I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you what the bubonic plague looks like. I'm going to show you everything that it does. And I'm going to show you Ebola, which, if you're not aware, Ebola is a condition that liquefies your insides. And so I told him, if COVID were visual, because humans are visual creatures, you would have people fucking running out the door for vaccines. They don't care what's in them because you can see it on your skin. But because you can't see it, it's easier for you to be like, this is not real. But okay. And so for me personally, I'm in the space of like, okay, I hope everybody knows how to fucking swim.
Can I also just add that, like, when you continuously breed mistrust and you have a not so highly educated population in the US population, it's easy to convince people that you're lying about everything if they can clearly see you lying about a lot of things, right? And so, like, the Democratic Party doesn't have, as much as they think they have this moral authority, I think there've been a lot of missteps, right? It makes it very like, people essentially feel like all of these politicians are out to screw me over, and I'm just here to listen to whoever I think is at least going to be like somewhat honest and give me a little bit of something. right? So I definitely think that's a huge part of it. And to your point about climate change, right? And I hate to keep like beating down Kamala's neck. One of the things that really like I was so confused with Kamala about was like when she ran for president in 2020, right? It was like I'm anti-frack, or no, in 2019 before she ran. It's like I'm anti-fracking, like all of these things that make sense if you're someone who supposedly gives a fuck about the climate. But then it was like, ooh, the moderates in Pennsylvania don't like that. Actually, frack on, like, have a good like it. Or like when she was like, "Oh, I'm for Medicare for all," and then it was like, "I'm for Medicare for all who want it." Like, girl, what?
Oh my God.
I'm a die on the hill of if your strategy is to lean more right, you can never outlean the Republicans. You will never be more right than the Republicans. What you will be successful at doing is continuously alienating your base, particularly those who are more progressive, and it's not working out for y'all.
Then you can blame them later. But Bam has been waiting
Can I
very
just
patiently.
ask a really, really
no,
quick
no.
question? Oh,
Bam has been waiting for so long. So Bam, please, I want to give you a lot of space.
So
I ain't got nothing to say.
I was about to say, people's mothers, that people went to the hospital, they watched their mother die, they watched their father die, they watched their grandmama die from COVID. And the TV told them COVID wasn't real, so they said they didn't believe in COVID. But you want to tell me these exact same people wake up in the morning, they feel like, I feel like inflation's at 4% right now. I just feel like I can just feel it. Did it go up to 4.2 today?
That's not
And they
anyone
feel it
here's
in their
argument,
bones.
though.
My argument is people believe what our media cycle tells them to believe. Donald Trump, we point to Donald Trump's presidency. Donald Trump had a net job loss of 3 million. This is I think the second time this has ever happened in U.S. history. The first being Herbert Hoover in the Great Depression. Donald Trump had an 18% unemployment rate. Donald Trump, like I said, Americans died under Donald Trump. And he had, I think, we was at 250,000 job loss prior to COVID. So it's not even just like job loss during COVID. It was already in a presidency that was losing jobs. But Donald Trump says he had a great economy. And in 2024, the number one reason people decided that Donald Trump should be president because Donald Trump knows how to run a good economy. Are we saying that people felt it, that people were walking around in 2019 and 2020 and 2018 and they actually felt that the economy was great? Or do we live in a media landscape that tells people that you were doing great and people accept it and follow? I have another point, but I want to start right there. Do you think that was the economy actually better under Donald Trump?
no, but
the economy the ways in which people feel whether or not the economy is better, like how much is their home cost, can they afford a mortgage, how much is rent going up, how much does food cost, can they buy a car, can they afford a used car, ways that people feel like y'all keep talking about like the stock market,
having
inflation,
a job, they had 18% unemployment.
And what the Republicans are also really good at is saying the reason why you don't have a job is because of the Mexicans and Bill Clinton and NAFTA, even though we support it too.
Immigration.
Right? When you combine that with like, and people can also look to see like, damn, I can't afford my with like, and people can also look to see.
Omega, we had some.
Right? Like when people can also see like, oh, my mortgage, I'm priced out of the house buying market. When people can see like, damn, why my grocery bill so high, right? The people doing those comparisons between what their groceries cost 2020 and 20, like the ways in which people feel it, like nobody is running with y'all. Like people are not fucking economists.
High in 2020?
Not as high as they is today.
I gotta defend you real quick on this, Bam, because maybe you're just not hitting this point. If you're being told inflation is high, but it's actually on track at 2%, and there's artificial inflation being done and gouging, so your stuff still costs more, is that the fault of the inflation or is it the fault of the gouging, which the person that was just running for president said she was going to address?
It's the fault of the person running for president who failed to be able to make that argument to people in a way that, like, Kamala Harris literally was like, I'm gonna stop price gouging, and then big business was like, bitch, what? And she was like, psych, let's go back to what I was talking about before.
But that's her fault. Opportunity economy. People say that eggs are $10.
Why
Like,
not?
and they're just not.
Why not combine the two though? Why does it have to be either or? Right? It
Because
could be.
I'm right, you're wrong.
Well, no, no.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
No.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm just
Bam,
trying to
you've been doing drugs tonight.
just trying to build a bridge here, right? So it could be the case that yes, people there are economic signals that they experience in their real life, right? Like gas prices, that's the classic one. Rent, home prices, the general cost of living, groceries, all whatever. These are the things that people are generally feeling. Now they're not like, trying these things on a graph and saying like, how's inflation in my general area? Certainly not, right? They're not doing this. They just have a general feeling that things are getting more expensive. So there's that. And there's the influence of the media, right? If you have a media environment that keeps telling them this, there's a feeling like, yes, the economy is just so horrible and inflation's out the roof, and people somewhere, right, can't afford things. That both of those things, right, either one of those and both of them at the same time can give people a general feeling that things are getting worse. So I don't know. I have to fight on these on this particular ground
because it goes back to that person's question of like when you do things to address them, but if someone says like, yeah, I don't like Bernie Sanders could have won. He could have did Medicare for all. He could have did his jobs plan. He could have did everything he wanted to do, and there could still be Fox News could still spin a narrative like that, like the economy's awful and it's Bernie Sanders' fault. And then the question becomes, what's next? Does Bernie Sanders come out and say that no, you people are wrong? That's political suicide.
Oh, no, sorry. I mean, no, not the people. Sorry, the media. That's what I thought you meant by them. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying them. I'm saying like the media placed in people's mind that like, oh, everything is awful right now. The world is on fire. Like it sucks. Like
you offer an alternative narrative. That's literally what Trump does, right? Like you're absolutely right with that Trump created. I was just talking to our friend Iko Rich about this the other night, right? That when Trump gets into office, he had a set of economic numbers. Some of them were Obama's, right? But
his
previously
first year was
he had
good because he deficit spend.
Previously he had said, well, Obama's economy is terrible, right? Then as soon as he gets in office, like a month in, he's like, oh, my economy, being Obama's economy, is fantastic. And then he simply creates a narrative. And look, I don't think that's fair or whatever, and it shouldn't work like that. But it gets to the heart of the matter. Well, one of the important things to discuss here is that simply communicating, right? Communicating your wins. Biden had a lot of wins. He did. I'll give you that. He had a lot of wins. He didn't communicate them.
But Democrats don't want Biden to have wins. I think that's the thing.
Democrats don't want Biden to have wins.
Well, not.
Can I also can I make a point to the thing you said about messaging and like the media? One of the things in which, because I'm gonna stay on y'all next about you moderates and how y'all did Bernie. Bernie Sanders was like, "Fuck that! It's Medicare for everybody." The media spent day in, day out, night in, night out, being like, but how's he going to pay for it? How's he going to pay for it? He doesn't have a plan. He doesn't have a plan. How's he going to pay for it? Say something. Them Puerto Ricans down in Pennsylvania to the Mexicans down there in Arizona, they didn't give two fucks about how Bernie was going to pay for it. All they knew was they heard, oh, my medical insurance, my medical care and insurance doesn't have to be tied to like my employer and these fuck ass plans. It didn't matter how long the media ran with that narrative about like Bernie has all these plans, but how's he going to pay for it? These low information voters, et cetera, because y'all love to use that any other time about how like they're low information, they don't pay attention, et cetera. Them same low information voters who don't give a fuck about the devil in the details and the policies, or like, actually, we don't give a fuck about what CNN is talking about, what MSNBC is talking about. We like that shit Bernie was talking about on that Joe Rogan podcast and all these other media outlets. So much so to the point where the Democratic establishment had to come together and coalesce with Obama, driving the big truck to make sure that like, nah, we got to get him the fuck up out of here. So it can't be both. You can't have it that like people are so low information, they don't hear about, they don't pay attention to the details, they don't really understand. but then try to talk your way out of why a populist message from a candidate that people perceive as being on their side would not have been effective, especially when we see that the people who are most disaffected, the people who turned away the most, are the people who voted for the candidate, right, that you all swore up and down was never going to have a chance, right? Them Hispanic and Latino voters, they showed up for the populist message, right? So you can't have it both ways. I just want to put that out
No,
there.
I'm not. I won't have it both ways. I don't think it has anything to do with the policy Bernie ran on. I'll acknowledge. I'll acknowledge. I
You think Bernie
strongly
was winning because of his great personality?
no, because of populism. I think populism has nothing to do with policy, though. Donald Trump is a populist. Donald Trump didn't run on policy. The populism
What?
is
What are
no.
you
I'm
talking
just
about?
going to tell you, populism is just the concept of creating an enemy. You have problems in this world, and there's an enemy that you need to fight against. The reason you haven't found whatever success you seek in life is because of these bad people did it. Bernie Sanders' bad people were, the
You're
billionaires.
talking about fascism. You're talking.
No,
you're
I'm talking about populism.
fascism.
No,
you're talking about
I'm
fascism.
talking about the
That's
things
not
I'm talking about.
populism.
Wait a minute. You wouldn't tell. Wait, if I said you're talking about, you would say no, motherfucker. Don't tell me what I'm saying. I'm saying what I'm saying.
Okay,
I'm
fair enough.
Okay. Yeah. So
Okay.
I'm
You're
saying
wrong.
I'm talking about what populism is. Populism is I'm on your side. I'm for the people, and we have to go against this enemy. Now,
Dan's not incorrect, but is your argument that populism isn't tied to
Yeah, I
you
hate
can't tie
populism.
populism to policy? So like
You
if it's
can.
us against if it's me, so think about how Bernie did it, right? It's us against those people, the elite, right?
Mhm.
The elite is big pharma. The elite is medical corporations, right? Like, so like this idea that somebody can't do a us against them and I'm here for you all the people and tie that to policy and like we need Medicare for all, and in order to get that we have to get like big pharma out the way. Like you keep doing this, it's either or, it's not, it's both in. Like Bernie was both a populist and he was running on policy. What I'm saying
And he
is people didn't
dropped
need to
out.
understand that.
No, they
Wait,
forced him to
I don't want to
drop
make this
out.
about
Stop
Bernie. I
it.
don't
We
want to
not
make this about. I
Nah,
don't want to make this about his
nah,
Stop
election.
it.
nah,
I'm just
We're not gonna make it
saying.
seem like
we ain't doing
Obama
that
didn't
shit.
didn't
Wait a
We
minute.
ain't doing
I don't
that
want to make
shit,
this about that.
Lord
I'm just
guy.
saying that like
tomato.
the only thing I'm saying is that yes, he did end up running on this progressive campaign, but I think we're overestimating the value that like the specific policies he was running on would matter, and just that populism is extremely effective and extremely dangerous. I'm actually anti-populism. Like that, like a lot of people had the complaints of like Biden is an old man, but like he's just delegating everything. I would prefer a delegating politician. Like I want the party to represent something. I don't
We
care
know
about.
you're a
Democrat.
Wait,
center-right
I'm almost done.
nigga. We already know that.
Let him finish. Let him finish. He's been very patient.
I'm almost
please.
done because enough talking about like I would just rather like because whenever people get tied up into one person, when it's like this is the only person that can save us, like nigga, Bernie was 8 years ago. Bernie gonna be in the ground, and niggas gonna be like, God, if we just had Bernie because of the dangers of populism. We don't. It's not about his ideas. We want like. People don't know the difference between single payer and multi-payer and the value of like increasing people's health care. They want the word Medicare for all because Bernie put that. People want build the wall. People want make America great again without knowing what that means because it's a slogan of the power of the populism.
It's
The last
actually
thing
the
I'll say.
Fair
opposite.
health
It's
care.
actually
Just let me
Dan,
finish out. This is the last thing I'm saying because I feel like people are responding every like
Yeah, let him
moment.
finish,
I haven't been
please.
able to get on the roll. The last thing I'm saying is like all of the things that you claim matter, things that would have gotten that prevented people from going out to vote. At the end of the day, niggas came out. Why did black people show up for Kamala? Why didn't like when we can talk about what the average white union worker in Pittsburgh,
we know that.
how he's uncomfortable about how he's uncomfortable, and if we listen to what the white Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania and Ohio and all these people say, they don't talk about any of those policies. They say that Kamala was too woke and she was leaning into the like this. She was trying to decenter their whiteness, and that made them uncomfortable. This is what, like I said, I just posted a tweet in the thing I went over earlier. You weren't here when I said it in the thing when it describes the things that they want. That the white Republican want. I mean the white like Democrat want.
Yeah. You said you got it right. The right Republican.
No,
you said it
he
right.
said
You said the
because
quiet
they're
part
Democrat.
out
I'm just
loud.
taking
You
the
said the
name of what he
quiet
said.
part out loud.
Can someone clarify for me? Do we know that Black people turned out at the similar or higher rates, or do we just know that of the Black people that turned out, the majority of
So
them voted for
We have the
Harris?
numbers.
I don't know.
But
I
yeah,
actually
we
don't
do
know
have the
this.
numbers.
Yeah, Black people still came to vote
Yeah.
At similar
with similar numbers.
rates as they did in 2020 and 20.
Yeah. Holy crap. Where did I put it?
Okay.
I'll give you the exact
I hadn't
numbers
looked.
in a second.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, here it is actually. So in terms of well, to be clear, of course, like the population of voters on the Democratic side at least shrunk. But
Right.
like for the percentage, and when it comes to Black men, they came out for Biden with a 60-point margin, right? And they came out for Harris for a 56-point margin. When it came from Black women, it was a 81-point margin for Biden and an 84-point margin for Harris. Yeah. This is
Literally,
from
it
CNN.
is middle age, or it is white men and Latino men that showed up for Trump.
Yeah, hold on.
Democrats
But
came in
even
with
then, hold
39%
on.
of the vote.
Even
Does
then,
that answer my question, or maybe I don't understand what
Are you
like
trying
a
to see
margin
the raw
is?
numbers of total Black votes? Is that what you're looking for?
So that's my question. Like when people
Okay.
are saying, "Well, Black people showed up," I'm like, "Well, I know that Black people voted in similar ways in terms of that showing up, but but we also know that like 12 million fewer people, let's say 10 million after they count California, voted." So my question is, are we assuming that Black people showed up in the same numbers that they did? Because that would be kind of like the part of the premise of Bam's point
yeah,
is they're
I
like,
don't
well,
know.
niggas showed up, and it's like,
Yeah, I was looking
maybe
at
the
it
niggas that
earlier.
showed up voted the way we typically vote, but it might have also been a lot less niggas that showed up, which is
It seems like
important.
we showed up,
I'll post
TBH,
it.
according to like
Well,
what
that's the number I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
according I'm just going towards what Lethe just posted in the chat, and it seems like Black women and Black men all showed up for like Harris.
Hold on. Where is it? The numbers, the raw numbers? That's what she's asking for?
That I'm not asking about the
Yeah, the
the
percentages,
percentage of
yeah.
Black
Yeah.
men who voted for Kamala Harris. I'm
Yeah.
saying compared to 2020, did Black people have the same type of voter turnout? Did they show up in the same type of numbers?
Looks
I don't
like
think we know that. I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think we
Oh,
It
do.
looking
looks
at
like in
Georgia. Georgia had
2020, Black men showed up plus 60 for
No,
Biden.
that's not what she's
and then,
asking. That's not what she's
oh, I'm
asking
sorry.
for.
I'm sorry. Oh,
She's
I'm sorry. I'm
asking
sorry.
for no worries, fine. But she's asking for like how many millions voted, right? How many billions voted in the 2020 election versus how many millions voted in this election. Not the point difference, right? The raw numbers of votes. And I don't think we have that yet. I think we only
some
have
states are
Texas
releasing
polling at
data.
this
I
point.
think Georgia actually.
And I think that's important because the issue with this loss was that like, yeah, she expected to carry more of this group and didn't, etc. But like a lot of that is because like sis didn't get the people to turn out. So we would need to know like, well, did Black people really turn out? Did the Puerto Ricans really like we need to understand because people who like Trump, who showed up for Trump in 2020, showed up again in 2024, damn near about the same. That did not happen for Kamala. So as the point I've been making this whole time is like the Democratic Party has to start thinking about why they're losing so much of their base and their coalition.
Yeah, it's because they don't want to go to the left.
Yeah, I can remember. I'm just from the state of Georgia, so I'll pull it that. Kamala Harris ended up, well, not even. It doesn't know. I don't know how it's split, but there was a record of Black turnout in the state of Georgia for like more than.
Record Black turnout. Okay.
How do they know they have a record Black turnout? Was it just like in the areas that were like the voting polls that were in Black neighborhoods? How do they know?
No, they started accounting. I think they actually ended up breaking the record during early voting period. And then there was numbers that came out after the fact.
So they're releasing like ethnic breakdowns of early votes. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they already did that during early voting periods too. They were like that's how people were.
I don't think they have it for
Pennsylvania
day of though. I don't think they have it for day of voting, but Black people. It seems like I did hear that the early turnout in Georgia for Black voters was record breaking. I don't know how that looks for like, but I think a lot more people also voting earlier. But also, I know this might be a little bit of a pivot. I do, like Omega, also think that we can't discount the role of racism and sexism. We just can't. Like,
Yeah, I know everybody wants to like talk
as
about
hard as I am
policy
on
and
Kamala,
yeah, everybody wants to talk about policies and you know what people are going to do, but like we kind of have to like call things out when they're out. And the truth is that the American people, everything for us is a product. Since the 50s, since the invention of television and you could see things, presidents, Coca-Cola, cars, the Super Bowl, whatever, it's a product. And if it doesn't make dollars, it doesn't make sense. And so in this way, it like to me, Kamala's like the better version of Vivek. And so when I was having conversations when Vivek was still in the race, I was like, it doesn't matter what this kid says. It doesn't matter if he says, I'm actually an alien made of gold, here to enrich all of your crops for the end of time and give you limitless water, and you will never have to work again. He's brown. He's brown, and he's the type of brown that 20 years ago was being castigated in public. You never had a chance. And those are things that people like want to dismiss. And you know, sometimes they're like, oh, you know, like we're all American, but we're not. More than half of us have a hyphen after that American or before.
So here on this show and on other things that I've produced, and then just for as long as I have known what racism is, I've talked about racism. I recognize it. I get annoyed when other people don't recognize racism. And I get in very loud conversations with them when they pretend that doesn't exist. Okay. Racism absolutely played a part in this election, right? Sexism absolutely played a part in this election. However, like we need to moderate and be nuanced about what exactly that means, right? And
yeah,
so like for instance, right? Like you're saying, not just you, right? This is not aimed at you, but people are saying, the media is saying, well, these groups that came out in record numbers, right, for Trump, or who didn't come out to vote for Kamala, racist, sexist. That same coalition, like literally the groups that she lost, excuse me, one had come out for Bernie, so they were gettable from Democrats. But two, more importantly, they came out for Obama. Those same people voted for Obama. But after voting for that president that they felt was populist, like our friend Zimmy had said previously, right? Coming out for a person that sounded like that he was going to make transformative changes, significant changes to those structural deficiencies in capitalism, like I was referring to before, right? Once they did that, and then were disappointed that he didn't actually deliver, right? Those voters went away. They went away. Now, again, going back to those voters, yes, racism, sexism must be mixed in there. Absolutely, because it's America. They're humans. However, like, is it that these people are irredeemable racists, right? Or all
no,
of them?
that's not what that's not what he said, though.
I know. I'm not. Again, I'm not. This is not directed at you.
Rhetorical.
This is a general. This is a response to liberals writ large who are coping really hard. But this is not like directed at you. So is this about a bunch of irredeemable racists, right? Well, Kamala could have never gotten them. She's a black woman, right? Are all of them? Are you waving hands?
Somebody waved at me in chat.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Is it these sexists who like, well, a woman's only place is in the kitchen, and how dare she tell me as a man what to do, right? Yes, some of them. It's within the mix, but I believe, right, and I believe this has been shown through the history of our elections, is that while that group exists, there's a second group that is propagandized, first of all, to be racist, propagandized, and that like they're told, hey, the enemy of yours is the immigrant, and it's the black person, right? But that's only because they're only open for that to be propagandized because they're economically deprived. Because like yes, they've lost their jobs, no one is giving them answers, there doesn't seem any hope, right? And the simple answer is it's the brown person, right? That group of individuals is redeemable. It's not that they're inherently bad people, right? They have some regressive ideas that we wouldn't like, right? They would maybe they say things to us that we wouldn't like at all. But that group of people can be won over by giving them economic policies that address their needs. Actually, sitting down and listening to them and say, like, what is missing in your life? Is it healthcare? Is it that your town has been hollowed out, right? Because you live in a post-industrialized world and that job was sent to China? Is it that you can't afford to give your children a higher education, right? Is it that because you saw the previous social mobility of your parents, and now you know there's no upward social mobility for yourself? In fact, you can see downward social mobility for you and your child. That's what we need to address. If we simply say that this entire block, right, is racist or sexist, or at least most of them, whatever, right? Whatever the percentage of your mind may be, right? If we simply say that they're racist or sexist, that means we're writing them off. And that means we never get them back. Instead, let's try to address them. Now,
I mean,
I think there
are nuances that can be applied to why those things exist as well, especially if we start talking about first generation immigrant voters, newly naturalized voters, newly affluent people of color voters. I mean, like there is nuance to be discussed there, and I agree that just like kind of writing them off doesn't let us have the conversation, but ignoring the fact that it exists doesn't let us have it either. Like pouring all of the conversation into policies and likability and all of this stuff. Like for me, Tuesday just overrepresents things that keep happening in America, which is like conversations that should have been discussed decades ago that have long since been left, right? And so for me, I didn't have any personal stake in Kamala, if I'm 100% honest, because I understand the core tenets of this country is to other somebody. No other time would you have a male president calling another male president a bitch, ever. Ever. So the game has changed.
No, Trump
right?
actually would have done that to male people. He did that to other male Republicans. But
right, I'm just gonna remove Trump because I don't think he is a politician. I think he's a meme candidate, and I feel like people are playing games and not understanding that literally he exists because of a meme. Like there were a bunch of post Rush Limbaugh people who were like, "Wouldn't it be so funny if we got him elected?" And they fucking ran with it, bro. Like, why are we playing? He's not a politician. He can't even fucking read.
He is a politician. This is the same country that elected Ronald Reagan, who used to be an actor. Y'all done elected Arnold Schwarzenegger up in California, I'm not gonna give it all that, California. But can I just answer your question, Prime? Do I think it's possible that? Oh, go ahead. Did you want to add something before I jump in?
Well, you know what? You ask. You'll say what you have to say, then I'll say what I have to say. Go ahead, please.
I think if your premise is, can you convince white supremacists to vote for a person of color if it'll be in their economic self-interest? Yes, right. But I'm not gonna pretend like a lot of them people aren't white supremacists, right? Like I don't believe
that's
these
not my
people
thesis.
Okay,
right?
Okay. Well, my thesis then is, can you convince deplorable white supremacists, anti-black motherfuckers, to vote for a person of color or a black person if they think that it'll do them some economic good? Yes, right. This is a very individualistic nation. If people think that something is going to be in their or their family's best interest, they can be convinced. But I also think it's really important to understand the history of race in this country when it comes to this idea about oh, those white people can't be all bad. They voted for Obama, right? This is the same country, America has a history of being do we want to give niggas a chance? And then they give niggas a chance and they be like, actually, Reconstruction is a
much.
whole thing, right? Right.
Yeah.
Remember, like it was like, oh my God, we've been so bad, slavery, tisk. Niggas tried to join the Senate, build communities, do all this stuff,
They're
and white
like,
people were like,
whoa.
God damn it, the niggas have gone too far. KKK.
Yeah,
Right?
burn
Like
it
that
down.
is literally that
Yeah.
was
Yeah,
that's part of the origin story
but
of the Ku Klux Klan in the US, right? And I say that not to be like partly I'm being like facetious, right? But like also partly no. Trump is, in addition to being a response to Obama's failure after his messaging as an economic populist and then not delivering, Trump is also a response to like this kind of racial tension and unease and animus that white voters, including there are people who have children with Black people that are racist. I've literally seen white men and white
absolutely.
women who have a biracial child say some, so this idea that like, oh, but they voted for Obama, so it can't be right. It absolutely can be, right? There is something to white people being like, I will give this one magical or exceptional Negro a chance because he's not like them other niggas. And I actually know you did a little bit too much. Go back. No. Right. And that is some of what we're seeing here. And I think Obama not only made it harder for Kamala because people have already done the dance of like, we see your identity and we're going to impose what we think you're going to do onto you. Like she didn't get none of that benefit of the doubt. But I also think like white people was like, what's up with all this DEI shit and these niggas who like think that they should be running shit. Like I do think that was part of it.
So,
Yeah.
that again, my thesis certainly isn't, hey, we should be trying to convince white supremacists to vote for a Black person. No, my thesis is that most of the people that you identify as white supremacists aren't white supremacists. That yes,
She did include anti-Black.
yeah,
Anti-Black,
sure.
whatever you want to call it. People who anti-Black people,
Hold
white
on.
supremacists.
But
we
what?
can
But
get
hold
into.
on. That makes a difference. That makes a difference. People have anti-blackness. Black people have anti-blackness in their hearts, right?
I do.
Are they
yes.
are they irredeemable? Right? Some of them maybe, right? Some of
Some
them
of them.
like are become Candace Owens or whatever, right? Yeah, that exists. But most of us have some sort of racial prejudice within us. Some unfortunate beliefs or attitudes, right? Some of us are better at hiding it than others. The point is, though, if your stance starts as, well, these people are all white supremacists, the ones who don't vote for me or vote for my preferred candidate, they're white supremacists, then that means you've written them off, right? There is a group in there who have regressive abuse, just like people, there was a group, like, we live within a generation that like didn't have gay marriage, right, and had like massive support against gay marriage, and then gay marriage became legal, and then there was a massive shift within the that same electorate, right, not their grandparents, not their parents, right, the same group of people, and then like, yeah, gay people are cool, I guess, right, like these people,
And then
have a
now they like
capacity-
too much gay shit. You shoving it down
then
your throat.
but then we're having a separate fight with trans individuals. That's true, right? But like that, but looking back at that gay marriage fight, at that struggle, gives me hope for our trans brothers and sisters because it's been done before. We know what this game plan looks like. But if we had said, well, then everyone who doesn't support, right, before gay marriage is made legal, everyone who doesn't support is simply an irredeemable bigot, right? And we can't like form alliances, or sorry, not even alliances, but we can't reach out to these individuals, then all those state referendums that preceded the it becoming legal on the Supreme Court, that wouldn't have happened, right? There was a building of support. But that fight looks a bit differently from the fight that I'm referring to, but still the concept is the same. That if you start with the premise that, hey, a lot of these people are reachable. Yes, some of them have awful views. Like I said, you're not going to like them, right? You get them talking, they're going to say something about, them lazy Black folk or whatever, right? Sure, it's unfortunate. That doesn't mean that, and the purpose of this isn't that they become good people, right? We're not looking for them to become good people in the first place. We're looking for them to join a coalition that we know, that we believe will have better outcomes for them and better outcomes for us. But if you start with, hey, you're a white supremacist, if you don't support us, that doesn't happen. Correct?
But the only way do you get to
Hold on, Zimmy, correct?
I don't know. I think race scholars have been having this conversation for a very long time about like why it is so hard to form a working class coalition with working class white people, right? Like, is the investment and interest in maintaining whiteness, right? White supremacy. I mean, people tried this during this was something people tried during, the Reconstruction period. Even the origin of the US, right? Like in working class whites and like essentially being like, yeah, you ain't got shit, but you not a nigga, right? You're better than these people who are like that is at the core of the foundation of like whiteness in the US
I
context,
agree.
right? And so I don't think it's as easy as question as you're posing. Like this is literally something that race scholars have been debating for years, right? Like when we talk about like, oh, these white working class people are voting against their interests, maybe we fundamentally misunderstand the interests, right? The investment in whiteness and maintaining white supremacy, even if it doesn't give you any material benefit,
I
well,
agree.
it gives everyone some material benefit. So
I was like,
I don't know.
white women lost the rights to their body, and you can look at like the state of Florida. White women voted for down ballot. They overwhelmingly voted in support of like the abortion ballot, abortion amendment, whatever the
57% voted for
yeah.
the.
But they still voted for Donald
No,
Trump.
that's of all people. Well, women, it was
Yeah,
higher.
it was
With
higher
white
than that.
women, it's even higher.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
they still went and voted for Donald Trump because at the end of the day, it came down to their white first. I'm not saying that you can't build this coalition or win elections or do whatever you need to do. I'm telling you that, and it's not because I'm not even I'm not gonna ascribe some like in negative intention to any of it. Like none of that's not my job. I'm just saying that white people in this country are uncomfortable with being decentered. They throw tantrums when they're not the center of attention. So something that all of us joked about, but we knew whenever Kamala Harris was made the candidate, when we were like, oh, okay, she's gonna have a running mate. We know it's got to be a white straight man. We know it does. Like we didn't care about. We didn't know speak to any other qualification, but we knew that like okay, we have a person of color on the thing. You can't have two persons of color, and you can't have two women. Like we have to find a way to coddle white men and particularly white people in general, but specifically white men. Like when you look at if you search Kamala Harris and woke right now, you'll find 47 articles related to Kamala Harris did nothing to mention her race. She did nothing to mention her gender, and the campaign made adamantly so not to because they know that it would stir up the white voters. But it didn't matter. They still seen her as like God. You're just throwing your wokeness and stuff out of it. An example of this in a person is Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil said that he actually wanted to speak at the Kamala Harris rally, but the Kamala Harris campaign rejected him like 14 or 15 times. They said, Dr. Phil, who's trying to
25.
hear you? 20. I'm sorry, 25. It was like Dr. Phil, ain't nobody really trying to hear you right now. It's just not
Yeah,
the time.
fuck
And
Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil, in
No,
response,
straight up fuck
he
Dr.
took
Phil,
his
bro.
ball and said, "I'm going to talk to Trump then," because he felt, how dare you have the audacity to not let me with my white man mustache go and speak at your rally? Why didn't you make it about me?
Yeah, hon. Sorry.
Again,
but,
it's not
like,
about racism. I'm just saying that it has to be about them. And the ideal coalition that you want to exist, the ideal Bernie coalition, makes every effort possible to make sure that we don't mention
bring
anything
Bernie
about trans people, about gay people, about black people. We have to make sure that we decenter all of them and run the coalition straight up. That, like I said, we look at the 2016. Bernie Sanders didn't go to the black church. Bernie Sanders separated himself from all races, genders, and nationalities.
That's a revision of
hold
history.
on. Okay, here's the thing, right? Yes, DEI. I hear you, right? They call her the DEI president, and I'm sure you've been there with me, Bam. But like I've made the argument, I made it vociferously, that almost all vice presidents are DEI picks, right? You get them because they fill in some sort of ethnic or demographic niche, right? Whether it's like, hey, I'm not like for Donald Trump, right? I'm getting Mike Pence. Well, like Donald Trump isn't religious, right? And anyone can see that. So he gets Mike Pence, who is religious, to fill in that ethnic, fill in that niche, right? You go back to Barack Obama. He gets a white man for the reasons you just stated, right? You go back to
George Bush
Um,
was saying, W. Bush was saying is too young and not really into politics. Like he wasn't seen as a politician in the
yeah, and
way that
you get an
Cheney was.
older, yeah,
Yeah.
you get an older statesman there, right? These are all what's that? So I agree, right? But still, when it comes to a person with dark skin, all right, well, that's a big problem. You know, like, well, that kind of DEI is unfair. I hear you. But also, right? Yes, she didn't mention it, but at the same time, you had another campaign with a different narrative that says, yes, she is DEI, right? Because it's an easy attack line. Because the group they're speaking to has been heavily propagandized, not just by Trump, but by decades of Republican narratives and Democratic failures that we've been like speaking to before. And once these people are have not had their materials met, they are always easier to propagandize. That's how fascism grows, right? Capitalism has a crisis or multiple crises, right? As Zimmy and I were talking about previously, they have these crises, and the left, right? However you define that. Sorry, Omega, could you mute yourself? We can hear you. Um, um,
Breathing.
Yes, I'm sorry. But yeah, the left has a failure to address those crises, and the only option is from the far right saying it's these people, these immigrants, the Jews, whatever it is, right? The enemy. And that's a simple answer, easy to digest, that people latch on to. So with Kamala, in this situation, yes, race is the easy cudgel because I mean it's a tool that's just available because of American history, because of all the reasons that Zimmy pointed out here. However, it's like Zimmy asked, like, can this coalition be built? Well, I mean, it has been built before. We've seen it be built before, and like we can't. I agree. Sorry, the thing I want to respond to was what Bam said actually. Because Bam, you talked about the decentering from the platform. Like with Bernie, he wasn't talking. He talked more about class. That was his focus. I think he did address race. He did address all those other things, but that wasn't his focus. And I guess your point is that to make this coalition work, that's how you have to operate.
Yeah, you have to
basically,
be quiet about
yeah.
everything else.
I like I said previously, the point isn't actually to make these people like good, right? Like to make a coalition of good people that agree with us. A campaign can't do that, right? It can't do that. What it can provide is an administration at the end of it that provides resources and create an economic condition where people are more content, and then we can reach out to them through organizations like unions, through local, chapters. I don't know, whatever. However, I don't know how people hang out. Actually, I'm a recluse. I don't know what people do to talk to each other, right? But we can reach out to these people through other means and talk to them. But if they're economically deprived, yes, they're going to be resentful. They're going to be resentful. But we can't expect a campaign to make them like non-bigots. That's outside its purview.
Sure,
How can we
I'm
reach
just saying
them?
that we
How
should
can
just
form a
run straight
coalition
white
to
men.
get a better administration in office? That's the goal. Sorry.
Yeah, let's just be honest though about that though. Like I'm saying that like what you're describing is a form of coddling. You're saying that like we can't it's really at the end of the day I love my black people, I love minorities, whatever, I love everybody. But we know that you can't win elections without white people, white men and white women. Kamala can't win, like anyone can't come out and win 38% of the white male vote and win an election. It's impossible to do so.
Mhm.
So. And again, you don't have to call them. Like I don't care what you call them, but I'm saying that we have to be honest about like the thing that we're describing that we want to win elections is we need to put a white man in the face of it, and we need to be quiet
No.
about everything the minorities say, and we have to
Are
coddle.
you saying that we can't?
No.
So, and that's the other question I was going to ask. I'm going to ask this to all of you, right? If you are on the side that there's just a group of racists who didn't show up, or racist or sex, I don't know, whatever, however you want to call them, right?
Yeah.
But if you believe that they have some sort of bigotry in their heart, if that's the case, right, then should we never run a black person in general or a black woman? Should this be the last black woman to run if America is racist, but there's a group of irredeemable racists here, and we can't there's nothing that can be done about them. Then because of Democratic Party members have been coming out and saying this, yeah, we should have run a white guy. We shouldn't have bothered with Harris. Are they correct? Don't ever run a black woman again.
Well, black men or black women? Because I do think the response
Well, either,
is
both.
different.
Both. Yeah.
You can run a black man again.
I think that it's fine. I think that it really, honestly, is just the messaging. I think that's really where it's at.
Yeah. Bam.
No, I don't know if you can run a black woman again.
Okay, well, let's Bam, Omega, and Waterkai. You guys are on the other side.
Barack Obama ended up winning, so it does. I won't say there's not a narrative that a man can win because a man has one, but I think that having Biden at his back, which they tried to kind of repeat with Walz, a Midwestern white guy, they tried to help out there. But realistically, if the Democrats want to have long-term success, straight white man with a dog, a picket fence, and 2 kids is the Democrats' best shot.
Okay, Omega.
100%.
I'm gonna keep it so tall. I'm sorry, but the sheer weight of social media and visual media on this population is going to greatly affect my answer, which is it could be a black man. He has to be gorgeous. He certainly can't come out looking like fucking Trump. Doesn't matter what he runs on. He has to be gregarious. He has to be charming, charismatic. He has to be all of the things that Obama was, probably more, with probably muscles and a really hot wife. Let's be real, because what you're selling is the package. It's not just a policy here. And I don't know who needs to hear this, but that's just not the way our politics ever fucking work for a really long time. A woman, I mean, you go back and you look at Geraldine Ferrera, it's not looking real great for us. And I don't think that there were many young women inspired by the events of Tuesday either. So I highly doubt that there will be somebody who wants to go through, shaping themselves into the best candidate that they could possibly be, to come into, if it's the Democrats, to come into a broken party, who can't agree, who won't support the things that need to be done, and help you kind of pull the trigger on things that we should have been ahead on globally already, like socialized healthcare, some of the reforms that, Bernie and lots of other people have talked about. I mean, I don't see it in the near future. I certainly don't see it in 2028. But the caveat to this is it depends on how much duress from, things like capitalism that American people go through, and how much chaos and terror we are about to experience in the next 4 years. Because I think in 2028, literally anybody could slide through there. It could be fucking Mayor Pete for all we know, depending on how much we go through.
Pete Buttigieg would be president right now if he didn't sleep with a man.
No, he wouldn't. The fact that
he is no, he is the worst. He's on par with
1 verse 20.
He's willing to play. He's willing to play ball with young people.
Who loves Pete?
Young people.
The liberal elite love Pete. The liberal moderates love Pete. They
not moderates. Young. If you look on everything, I think there's a Pete Buttigieg wins Twitter page. It's got 300,000.
Oh, there's a Twitter page.
People love. No, young people.
Yeah, there's a Twitter page. No, I hear you. Yeah.
Wait.
He's willing to play. He's willing to play ball with moderates.
I want you to hear this logic. Bernie, who actually carried multiple states, no chance in hell. Pete Buttigieg, who couldn't get out of, I think, past Iowa, couldn't get nothing else. Niggas love him. Win.
Because Pete is willing to play establishment ball. Because Pete is willing to play.
So Bam,
Zemi, I just want to say I didn't mention Bernie because I do believe that he will die in 4 years. So.
Oh, I mean that's not even this is just to Brian to Bam's thinking, right? Yeah, the establishment loves Pete. They would nominate him, right? They would debo his ass into the primary, and then he would promptly lose again.
I don't think the establishment would nominate him because he's gay.
So you think that the men who didn't show up to vote for a woman who gave them neoliberal policies are going to show up to vote for a gay man who's going to give them
No, I'm
neoliberal?
saying no. I'm saying that Pete won't because he's gay. If Pete Buttigieg wasn't gay, he'd be president right now.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll give you that.
Like I said, he's willing. He's a
like
fantastic speaker. He is. Well, I don't care what you say. He is young, loved
He's
by young
stiff as a
people,
board.
and he is
He's
willing to. He is
unbelievable.
to play
He's
with the status quo.
inauthentic.
Yeah,
He's
and
inauthentic, stiff as a
already
board.
Voters disagree about not voters. People like
Voters don't
people-
disagree. We
young people on
literally
the
saw what
ground
happened when he
disagree.
was in a
They
primary.
didn't
His
Voters
disagree.
don't
YouTube
disagree.
video. Look at his YouTube video. It's 25 versus 1. You look at
Okay,
the
look at
comments.
my YouTube
Oh my
videos.
God,
It has 30
America
views.
needs more of this.
Yeah. Oh wow, a YouTube video. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Brilliant.
Wait. Disagree. Understand what you're disagreeing with. Are you saying that Pete Buttigieg isn't a progressive? Or are you saying that
He's
Pete
not
Buttigieg is
progressive.
unliked?
Well, I say he's not
He's
He's
not
unliked or
progressive and he's
progressive?
not liked.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's
both
not a
of
progressive,
us.
and
I think we live in
he's
two
not
different
liked
worlds.
enough by the base that would need to turn out for the Democrats to win. I don't know why that's such a hard lesson to learn.
Yeah.
You're not winning any moderate Republicans. It's done. It's over. Finito. The people who you need to turn out, they're not coming out for Pete Buttigieg.
The working class
that's
that you've
not
already
happening.
lost. Sorry, hold on.
Really?
Before I go into it, I want to make sure Waterkai has a chance to respond. And then I want to say something about like with the things you all said. Waterkai, please.
So, in a climate where an entire party was able to lie and be supported by the largest social media platform that we have on this planet, to see Kamala still get the votes that she got is pretty much enough for me to know that a Black woman can get enough votes in this country. I don't think it's impossible. I think if that particular lying and inability to attack those lies would have been addressed, those 10 million voters that didn't show up probably may have showed up without that apathy sitting in their head of, well, everything's just going to be how it is. So, and then with Pete, his 1 verse 25 was terrible. I probably wouldn't vote for him. And Bernie was never going to get the delegates. So sorry, so sad. Never going to happen.
So
Yeah.
I want to respond to this quickly because I think it's actually fascinating. I'm getting this from the other side. Like so you guys mentioned well there's Shirley Chisholm, right? There's a woman who was before her, like the very first woman to run for president. She was a white woman. This is like way back when, like they were still filming in black and white. I forget what her name was. But she legit, that woman, whatever her name was, she didn't even take it like seriously, right? It was just like, isn't this funny, right? And the press like had a good laugh about it, like a woman trying to be president. Isn't she cute, right? That's how that was treated. Okay, put that aside. Then there was Shirley Chisholm, who tried to give a good run of it, but she was the first, and it didn't work out for her. Geraldine Ferraro was attached to like a pointless campaign, but like, yes, it was a topic of conversation that she would be the woman vice president, but like I don't know, whatever. But still, she's the first, right? The first of the vice presidential candidates. And then we skip to Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton, who possibly the most unliked candidate we have in modern times, right? She's not like a normal candidate. Like you could compare it to any other politician, right? She wasn't nothing normal about her, having been the first lady and then having been attacked endlessly, right? Now I have all kinds of thoughts about Hillary Clinton, but this woman was attacked endlessly by the right. By the time, like 20 years later, when she finally ran a campaign, she had been so well defined by the other side. It's crazy. Like, it's amazing that she did as well as she did. And so, but you say, well, Hillary Clinton didn't win, right? So, just another example of sexism. And then you go to Kamala Harris. Now, I have been, will be, and will always shit on Kamala Harris for all the things that she's done. I will be down on her. I think she's a terrible candidate for all kinds of reasons. However, I'm going to try to use your arguments, right? You're the ones who believed in her, thought that she was good, right? Thought that she ran a great campaign, and then your excuses for her terrible, awful, humiliating defeat, right, is that hey, she didn't get a chance to run a full campaign, right? About 100 or so days to run that. Attached to a legendarily unpopular president. Well, I guess that's my argument, not your argument, but whatever. And she is didn't get a chance. She didn't have like the 2 years to try to define herself, and she was sidelined. She was sidelined as vice president, right? You look at this track record of women trying to run, and you say to yourself, right, and the first black woman to actually get a serious chance at it, you look at that, right, from your perspective, and you say, well, yeah, I guess a black woman can't win. What? Like,
Maybe
I have
25 years
more
ago,
hope for
from the
black
current
women
climate.
than you do, right?
I don't understand your argument.
Yeah, I'm
Why
saying
should
that
we
all of
think?
these, sure. What I'm
He's saying that
saying
all
is
the
that,
women
like,
just
if
have
you
to be
look at
horrible.
all of these, like, individuals, they all had extraordinary circumstances. One for being the first, right? And like America just not being ready for that idea, right? And then two, Hillary Clinton being in a legendarily, infamously unlikable candidate, right? Who failed.
Sure.
And then finally Kamala Harris, who didn't even get to run a full campaign. Now I don't give her a pass for that, but you guys give her a pass for that. The other side does. So if you believe that, then why would it be the case that in the future, a fresh young candidate, right, who was a governor of her state or a senator, right? Now we've gotten, I think, new black women senators recently, if I'm not mistaken, in this election. That a fresh young face who's like gotten popular within the party and makes her run. Why shouldn't she have a chance? Your argument is that, well, the party shouldn't run her. Don't even bother running a black woman. I think, yeah, you should.
In today's climate, is
Why would
probably
they do
not,
that?
but
And
it's not wouldn't be in the party's interest.
Black woman. Absolutely. Run black people. Run Asian people. Run like Hispanic people.
But
Run
that
all
wasn't your question,
people.
though. You didn't say should they run them. You said do you think they can win? I thought was the question.
oh, me? Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah. What was the
Can they win?
question?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. So sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you said can
I
they win?
agree.
They can
I
run
agree
whoever you
that I
want to
agree that they can
run.
win. I agree that person can win. I think I think Kamala Harris, right? One, she had run previously in 2019, and she did awful, right? She was a charisma hole. I hope she would do better this time. She didn't, right? She doesn't have charisma. Doesn't exist in
Is
her.
anyone not awful? Is there like any in between?
Sorry, what?
Like just mediocre? Is there any like mediocre, like or just average or above average? Like is it like
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Bernie was great and then everybody else was just awful?
Mediocre. I would have said
Elizabeth was all right.
I would have said Biden was pretty mediocre. But then the genocide happened, and I think he's a moral monster, and I will never rest until everyone recognizes that as well. But in any case, right? Yeah. So you have this candidate who just like is not good. Kamala Harris is just not a good candidate. But you use this example to preclude other black women being able to win in the future. No, I think absolutely we can. But again, if you have the mindset that I guess just there's too much of the country that's racist or sexist, well, then you're right. Right? Then Democrats are right who are speaking right now in the halls of power. Let's never run a black woman again. Certainly not. Let's keep her out. Like that. Apparently, you're on their side.
I don't know anyone who made the argument ever. I think we were just talking about in the current political climate. It like they're
No,
again. Oh,
I'm
maybe
making that
saying ever.
argument.
You don't think
I'm not saying you can't. I run whoever you want to run. That's what they be doing anyway. But what I'm saying is, like for instance, if Obama was a woman in 2008, if it was Barika wouldn't have won. Same, faux populist, faux economic populist agenda, all the good shit. Husband named Michael. America wouldn't have won. Like
As you say that,
think
didn't people want to vote for Michelle Obama? Like literally, if she would have ran, people would have voted for it.
Fuck that bitch.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. But see, the thing is, actually, that's a good point. Because Michelle Obama probably could win. She would win precisely because she's the type of person who would never run. So actually, you know what? I think that there might be, well, it takes like you have to be like Michelle Obama is literally like aside from like the nuts on the right, like beloved. Like Michelle Obama is part of the like Michelle Obama, Beyonce, whoever else trio where it's
Yeah.
like don't come around here talking no shit
Mhm.
about Miss Auntie Michelle, right? So like the level of likability and just I don't know.
I don't preclude. I hear you,
Like,
exceptional.
it would
Jimmy.
be
I don't
controlled,
preclude that there
genocidal
has to be
drone strike.
exceptional, right? Yeah, like you have to be
Yeah.
extraordinary, right? That's what happened with Barack Obama. He was a generational politician.
Michelle is more
political talent.
exceptional.
I think
Michelle
she's
is
even
more
better.
exceptional
Yeah.
than Barack.
I
This is
agree. I agree with you.
a
So
huge
like,
part of why the black people flocked to Barack was because of Michelle, right? Like how she showed up, her background, the way she's like that. I just think that's a once in a lifetime kind of person, and I don't know that we hang our hopes of
I
like
don't
like
know.
being a black woman.
I don't. Well, I guess I have more faith in black women. Look at me,
I don't
right?
think so.
The black feminist here, right? Who
Period.
believes that there are actually plenty of extraordinary black women out there. That we have some up and coming. I wish, like, I'm not sure if she could actually be president, but like, I truly wish Jasmine Crockett wasn't in Texas, right? I think she's fantastic. But she is in Texas, so she's
Isn't
not
she a
going to become.
neoliberal?
I
I
Don't care.
I-
She's
don't know her
dope.
policies, but I don't know her policies, but the people that like her give me.
I don't know
Don't
enough.
fall-
I don't know. I'm
Don't
talking
fall
about.
for the hype crime.
She's not one of the
My point is that, like, as a political talent, right? Because I don't like Barack Obama either. I shit on Barack Obama as well. I can recognize him as a political talent, right? So like a woman like that, right? I think she would be a fantastic senator, and I think she'd go far within the party. I don't know, not sure if she would make it as president, but like I see black women like that. I know they exist, right? So I'm of the belief that yes, a black woman can win the U.S. presidency, absolutely. But the other side here says no. I mean, I guess you don't have the faith that I do, right? My love for black women is legendary. It's well known throughout the lands here, right? And maybe you guys will follow along.
Stacey Abrams couldn't even win in Georgia, and I'm not saying she's Michelle Obama level of like of talent, but she's not Kamala Harris level of talent either. She's somewhere in between there.
She's in between.
Stacey Abrams, she's in between, and Georgia had fucking
But Georgia's Georgia. I'm sorry, like Georgia's like
it's one of the highest. We have one of the second highest number of black people in the country.
So we're
we know it's the black Mecca.
And Georgia is a battleground, right? It's the exact type of state that the Democrats need to win, right? Like Georgia's not Maryland. Like we cool over here. I do want to state that I live in, one of the most progressive states in the country. I'm sorry to those of y'all who live in the ghetto. Over here with our black governor, our black senator, our black mayors. We don't live in the ghetto like y'all do.
Y'all got a black quarterback. That's all I care about.
But we got a black everything. One of the largest black middle classes. Best the largest outside of Atlanta. Best school systems, always in the top 10. I'm just I very much feel bad for the rest of the country because y'all are definitely.
I'm not getting into the state wars. It's been time this week.
But yeah,
it's been time.
I think that if we've gotten to the point where we can't convince black people that a black female can win, then yeah, you're absolutely right. Then a black female can't win. If we can't in this room believe that a black female can win, I would my thesis is if we had a different candidate, right? Not the ugly, horrible, genocidal or genocidal apologist Kamala Harris, right? If we didn't have a dog shit candidate like her, and instead we had a black woman with a fresh slate, right? Like again, like the background that I said, like come up as a senator or whatever, right? Has a name, a recognizable name. And then runs a candidacy, even like a neoliberal one, right? Closer to Biden. I think she could have won.
Would you
No.
run? Would you
a
run with another black VP?
campaign that I wouldn't like. I think that yes, she there's an absolute chance that she would win. 100%.
Would you run her with a black VP?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't. But that's
Why
that's
not?
not the question I
No,
have.
but give it. Why wouldn't
Time,
you?
can I-
What is the reason?
Because of everything we said before. Because of DEI. Yes, because of DEI.
So, because like I feel like you're just falling back like it's a whole like.
I'm not. My thesis.
Except Americans-
Sorry,
I
I keep saying the word
understand Prime's
thesis. The statements I said before is that all vice presidents are DEI picks. I've said that previously. I've said that multiple times throughout the weeks, right?
But
And
we can
so
run two
for
white
a black
men.
woman president, yes, absolutely, she needs a president like Tim Walz. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
But Prime, can I ask you something? Would you say that Stacey Abrams and Gavin Newsom are about same level of like milk toast, run of the mill Democrat?
Ew.
I would no, hold on. I'm not like some huge fan of Stacey Abrams. I'm not gonna trash her name and call her like equal to Gavin
Okay.
Newsom. Ugh.
Okay, so you
Probably
actually,
more
this is
moderate
actually
than
great.
Gavin
Wait, this
Newsom.
is actually
Probably way more
great. So
moderate than
you would say that
Gavin
Stacey
Newsom
Abrams
is the worst.
is better, but they're both moderates, but you wouldn't put her in the same category. You would say she's better than a Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
If
Absolutely.
we had just hypothetically, if there was a presidential election and if there was a primary, even getting to the general public, and it was between Gavin Newsom and Stacey Abrams, who do you think is coming out of the primary?
Probably.
Not who you would like.
No.
Not
I was
who
gonna
you
say
would like.
probably Gavin Newsom. I think that Stacey Abrams. I think she's not photogenic enough. I don't mean to.
That's facts.
No.
That's facts, right? That's facts. But these are the kinds of things that, like, even being a woman candidate,
Absolutely.
right? Like, so when y'all are like, when you're saying, oh, it's because you're saying, oh, the country's so racist, we can't like run a black woman. It's like it's way more nuanced than that, right? Like, we could both agree that, like, actually, Stacey Abrams, right, would actually be the better of the
She's a
two,
great
right?
candidate.
In terms
She's a
of
great
like,
candidate. Yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
But she wouldn't even win the Democratic primary if you put her up against a Gavin Newsom, right? Because like he's a tall, attractive, good old white boy who, for whatever reason, exudes winnability, even if he's not.
But if she's, but hold on, if she's
It
picking
matters.
similar, but hold on, okay, let me try to moderate this, right? One, again, Stacey Abrams, I think is problematic because she's not photogenic enough. Let's pretend she was a hottie, right? Like an absolute baddie. Let's just pretend. Right? But if she,
But you see how men don't have to be hotties? Because look at Trump.
I agree. Hey, I agree. You don't have to convince me of that.
I
I
didn't.
understand. I get it. Right.
Okay.
But
Man.
but if she's pushing like very similar policies to him, then she loses. Right? If she the same old neoliberal policy, then she's got nothing, right? If she is pushing a more economic populist plan, right? Something to get the people going, to show her that she's extraordinary. If she runs the Obama playbook, right? Of at least pretending, at the very least pretending to be populist, right? And Gavin Newsom isn't, well then I think she has a real chance. Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
if she just
let's do
establishment
another
back-
thought experiment. You have
Marion Wilson did.
Bernie Sanders and
Trying to find another black woman in politics is hard, ain't it?
no, I was gonna say Rashida Tlaib, but like she has a lot of the like Palestine kind of Cory Bush, right? Like just look at policies, right?
Not
Cory
photogenic
Bush
enough.
unfortunately is no Cory Bush.
Cory Bush, not.
Ilhan Omar
Cory
minus.
Bush.
Let's say she don't.
Yeah.
That who's Christian? A Christian Ilhan Omar. Gotcha.
Christian Ilhan Omar. She don't have the
I got
the
you.
head covering on, right?
Yep.
We put they're both very progressive, very
Mhm.
left leaning. Ilhan Omar is like very charming, obviously a very attractive
I
woman,
think so. Yeah.
etc. A different kind of personality than a Bernie,
Mhm.
right? Who comes out of that? And Bernie's old as fuck, right? He might die any day. Ilhan Omar is young and like, she's kind of getting a hot girl. Her hair is out, it's flowing, it's bouncing. Who's coming out of the primary? Not even the general election. Who's coming out of the
Bernie
primary?
is true.
I hear you, but he hold on.
But tell me who's coming out, because you keep trying to be on this women.
I hear you, but
coming
hold on. To be fair, Bernie has a 40-year career, right? Where he's been saying the same thing and gaining fans the entire time. Putting her against Bernie is a tough sell. period, right? Now, if we come up with some other generic, I don't know, like, what other white guy is like vaguely progressive? Like Sherrod Brown, right? Let's go with like a Sherrod Brown. Um, uh,
He a little milk toasty.
I know. I'm struggling here.
It's
There's not many
hard,
progressives out
right?
there,
It's
yeah,
hard.
right. But let's pretend Sherrod
Like
Brown
Tommy.
had the politics that you and I would like, right? Between him and her, it's a tough one. I think she has a real shot. I do think she has a real shot, but like, I think that we could get a lot of liberals who like to think themselves as anti-racist who might be voting for her, right? Like, I think that that she could lean into her youth, as long as she's not too young, because she also can't be too young, right?
Mhm.
Like
She's in her like 30s, right? 40s,
she looks
early
really
40s,
good.
late
She,
30s.
I don't know. She
I don't
looks
know. She's
fantastic.
black, so she might be 25. We
That
don't
it
know.
just doesn't crack, right? Yeah. But yeah, she's in her 40s. Let's pretend she's in her 40s. Yeah. I think she has a real shot. But it's a tough shot. Like that's a good question. I don't. I want to say that she can make it out of there. If someone against someone who's equally progressive. But there's something
A
to
white man who's equally progressive. She's not
actually
making it out of
no.
it.
Actually, in the primary, okay, I'm gonna say this because there have been examinations of like how these different political groups are like divided by ethnicity, how they look at each other, right? White people, unlike white people, liberal white people, unlike others, right, have an out-group preference. They like to reach out to other minorities. Now, whether that's because they, have a true kinship with others, or because they just don't want to be seen as, horrible people, whatever the case is, they have an out-group preference. Within a Democratic primary, actually, yes, I think she could. Actually, for a Democratic primary, yeah, she could.
Okay.
So I have to walk
I
through
think
that in my
she
head.
could
But yeah.
too. I think she could too, right? But I think it could also just as easily be Sherrod Brown,
It's a
right?
dice
I
roll.
think if you put Christian Ilhan Omar against Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez,
AOC wins.
takes it, right? Like they could have similar policies, etc. Like I say all this just
But basically, what you're just asking me is like, does racism and sexism exist? Yes, I agree. They do exist, right?
not just does this exist, does it matter for who can win
Yeah, is it
elections?
influential?
Of course it
Is
does. I
yeah.
never denied that, though, right?
So,
I'm
so
saying,
when you say,
can the-
do we think that Black women can win general
means
elections?
can
And
it,
I'm
can they
saying to
be
you,
overcome?
Even
Yeah.
non-racist
I
people
think
were just
yes.
like leaning into like, oh, electability purposes. Like, oh, like she's gonna have to go against a Republican. There's two people kind of similar. Maybe for the purpose of the general, I should probably lean into this white man.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah, but even okay. So my parents,
you
I
can't
remember,
even get all Black men on board for a Black woman.
I remember my
She-
parents during the Barack Obama candidacy, right? When there was stirring about him during the primary. Like, I was, much younger back then. My parents, right, weren't going to vote for him. They said, to Bam's point, he's black, right? He's black, but so like I don't know, he's not going to be electable. So what's even the point? But I told them, what I just told you guys. Well, if black people won't even vote for him, then of course he doesn't have a chance. We have to actually get behind him and believe that it can actually happen. And that's what a lot of black people at the time didn't think that a black person could win, and for very good reasons, right? They thought that it was impossible. But then they tried, they pushed, and they succeeded. If we don't try, then we won't succeed. It's that simple. I don't know why I'm the only one on this island. Sorry, other than
you understand why it's different with Black women.
Yes, because
right?
sexism is a thing. I understand you. I hear you.
Not even just because sexism is a thing, like because misogynoir is a thing.
I hear you.
All you have to do is convince Black people that Barack Obama could win over white people. When you have a Black woman running, you legit have some like Black men and women who are like, I actually don't even know if a Black woman should be president. Before we even get to like who can she win,
there's some white women who think they don't believe a white woman should be a president. Like that exists too.
It's an uphill battle.
I know. I agree, and I've never disagreed. Right? It's just that I would vote for a candidate. I mean, I don't think you would win. Certainly not. Your attitudes are awful. For electoral. But like, I would be backing you. It seems like you would never back you, right? I would back a black woman, but the people here, like you're saying it's an uphill battle, but like, yes, I believe you because it's starting in this room right here. Right, with the people in this panel, it's an uphill battle for me to convince you that yes, a black woman can do it. So yes, I guess maybe it is impossible.
No, like for instance, if Nina Turner was running for anything, I could vote for her today. I will vote for her. But if you ask me, you think she's gonna win? I'd be like, I don't think so. But I'm gonna be out that bitch.
I don't think Nina Turner will get my vote.
Sorry.
We know she wouldn't get your vote. I would be trying to convince everyone to vote for Nina Turner. I would I would campaign. I would even knock on doors. I would do all the things, right? And because I would want her to win. That's a fundamentally different question.
Well, that's a start.
Well, you think she can win?
Let's start. Let's start.
Let's
at least vote for this hypothetical black woman in the future. Please vote for her, and then we find out where the chips lie. All right. Rather than just saying, well, I guess she ain't going to vote. Let me look for the next white candidate to throw my support behind. If you can at least vote for her, right, and get the ball started, well, then that's all I ask for you. Like, just vote for the black woman. I don't know.
If I'm going back, because this conversation started something that made me look at the Obama primaries and like how did Obama win the primaries? And it was like because nobody else was really in that bit. It was John Edwards.
Clinton was in it.
Yeah, John Edwards was a good.
Hillary Clinton was in it, and they ended up being the only two when Barack Obama won by 1% versus a woman.
Yeah,
but like if you look at
voted for Hillary Clinton, how embarrassing instead of Barack because they didn't think a black person could win.
But I'm saying that like looking at who else was in the primaries, John Edwards from North Carolina didn't last at all. Biden was in there.
Well, he detonated John Edwards because at the time his affairs that came out. He had an affair. He had like a second family, and that shit was hilarious.
But, that was
remember terrible. Dying of cancer too. Like his wife had cancer and was like on her deathbed, and this nigga was trash.
That was wild.
Biden ended up was in it for the vice presidency, so he ended up making a deal. Who the F is Bill Richardson?
He was the governor of New Mexico, I think, or Arizona.
No, Obama made it out. Like it was a real thing, but like none of the. I'm not going to discount it. There was a real primary. He just.
No, I'm saying they had a primary. I don't think there was anyone else relevant in the primary. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, there are plenty of people relevant. You could say
they're not relevant today.
You don't know their names. John Edwards again, like he was up and coming, right? People really thought that he was going to be the one. But then he detonated in the most hilarious way on the campaign trail. But then, the governor, right? Like, yeah, he had a shot. I think Bill Richardson, I want to say he's Latin, but I could be a little wrong about that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, they ended up. It was like
and Hillary Clinton. Yes, and then the hurricane of Hillary Clinton showed up, and they're like, oh, never mind, it's her.
The delegates. Yeah, they split the delegates like almost 50-50. Like it was insanely close.
It was a huge fight
between Obama and Hillary. But I don't know, like let's say outside of like this idea of like we're going with this black woman, if we're looking forward into 2028, not just like what you want, because y'all want like 35-year-old Bernie, and like maybe that's what gets it cool. But I'm saying like, what do you think the Dems should take? What do you want the Dems to do in 2028? Like, and
not try to bulldoze and force a fucking moderate candidate down everyone's throat, convincing them that that's the only person that's gonna win. If the Democrats do what they've been doing the last two cycles, they're gonna lose again.
Yep.
It's just that simple. They're gonna lose again. So like, I don't know how many losses it'll take for moderates to figure it out. Like each election cycle, this like vote because your democracy's on the line. It's less convincing every time. Nobody gives two fucks about anything y'all talking about. Nobody cares. People would like to know, what are you going to do for me?
You
my life sucks.
If these 10 million people that didn't show up were all leftists, like I would agree with you 100%, but the numbers aren't showing this. It doesn't make sense.
What do you mean? Trump literally held on to virtually the same raw numbers of people showed up for him. I mean, there's no way to know exactly who would have gone where, but we know that over 10 million people who showed up and cast the Democratic ballot in 2020 did not show up in 2024. I'm not
And the
convinced that
question
like
is, who do you
a
think those
huge chunk
people
of
were?
them. I think that those people, from what the exit polls from those states, the battleground states are showing, right, which I'm going to assume is, largely representative. They were a lot of young people. I mean, Kamala got washed in Michigan, washed at those college towns. Do you know how hard it is to get washed in a college town as a Democrat?
Can we just
Washed,
talk
right?
about also how she got
Like,
washed out by all the Arab people too,
They're not gonna be Arab people.
and
did
they
that.
told
it's not
her,
gonna be Arab
they
people, to be
told her,
fair.
don't fuck around and motherfucking find out.
I don't think that it was mainly it was young people. If you want what I think the exit polls are going to end up showing, it was young people and people of color, working class people of color. And the Democrats for years have essentially acted like working class people of color don't fucking exist because they don't really show up to vote, so like who gives a fuck, right? But as they realize that like their coalition is shrinking and they actually need to expand it, maybe they will start giving more of a fuck about like poor people in urban centers, right? It's not just working class people in rural America, white working class people that matter. You
like,
actually have these other disaffected voters. Sorry,
it's even less that they don't think they're going to show up to vote, right? It's that like the re-engineered the party, at least starting with Bill Clinton, to serve the needs of the moneyed elite. And to serve the needs of the was it the PMC? Is that the word, the private managerial class or something, right? For that group of individuals, that's who they're targeting. Even in their rhetoric, right? The rhetoric they talk about how we're strengthening the middle class, right? We're all for middle class values. They no longer say the working class. They don't want they never want to say working class. Period. Right. I think Biden tried to start doing that more. But again, too little, too late. But they're not targeting them. It was like
Kamala didn't say working class.
They're not. I'm saying that the entire DNC. So like I think Kamala might have started using that language again. But like I'm saying,
no,
too
that
little, too
lady's
late.
name is Kamala. Y'all are wearing me out.
Yeah, I'm about to say.
You know what?
yeah,
This
but-
is not
We
in.
tried
I'm
to
sorry.
I'm just gonna say Kamala.
My point is that like the DNC, right? Like in general, like I'm saying, this is a decades long issue where the working class felt they're abandoned, right? So yes, rhetoric, but also the policy. So beyond that, the policies haven't been there, and you can tell them, that like, hey, like we made investment in some plant somewhere else is going to be built, but if they don't feel it, if they don't feel that these people are on their side, and they feel that Trump is on their side, we know that's wrong. We know it's a lie. But the rhetoric matters. The optics matter. And especially in the absence of a policy that actually addresses their material needs. If it hasn't been addressed, then yes, they're going to be. I keep saying it. They're going to be open to be propagandized. So, what I want for them is to, honestly, and it's too much to ask. I know, right? But like, try to start extricating themselves from underneath their donors. The reason that they didn't have that I believe a Palestinian woman, right, show up on the DNC, or at least a Muslim woman, an Arab woman, show up on the DNC floor to give that speech, right? The reason why they kicked her out was because the donor class didn't want it. They were pro-Zionist. They weren't going to have it. And so rather than just giving a little bit to the undecided voters, right, to the undecided group, to a little bit to the anti-Israel side, right, that she knows is going to be an important part of her coalition, she'd rather toss her out. It's because of that attitude that in Michigan, there was a Muslim leader, this time a man, who came to see Kamala speak. Right, he was trying to convince his because he's a political leader within that area. Right, he wanted to convince his constituents that she's a person worth following. He comes to listen to her and invited to an event. They throw him out. They find out he's a Muslim man. They have him escorted out by the police. Right, because once again, the donors have made it very clear what the stance is. As long as that's the case, then there will never be those working class policies. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
What was the policy? What was the magic policy? What was it that could have been done? Because I think building 3 million homes for building 3 million homes with $25,000 and $25,000 in first time home buying whatever credits. It's not even loans. It was like tax credits for first time home buyers. I think that's a working class policy for people who
That's not a working class policy.
Mordecai.
Okay, working class people who don't want to.
I want to second Bam in exactly what he said. Instead of talking policy, the right said they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, they're taking over apartment buildings. It was not a policy.
You guys, keep
Wait,
making-
can
you
Debate
keep
Queen
making
make
this-
her point? Because it's actually a really good point. Y'all don't even know what the working class is. You think giving people $25,000
Me, and I
in
like
an
it.
economy?
I'm working
in an-
class. I want this.
I know, but you ain't going to afford a house with $25,000.
I know you live in like Colorado or California and you think every house is $7 million, but there's like places in the
Colorado.
country
And guess
with
what? There
25,000
are
with
$1 million
that would have a
houses here,
massive-
just like there were $1 million houses where I moved from in California. That shit is still the motherfucking same. You building
No, it's
$3
not.
million,
$25,000
$3 million homes? You building 3 million homes ain't going to help the housing industry. Because if they wanted to build 3 million houses, 3 million houses would have already been built. We would have
That's
already
what
been.
I want you to
we
think.
would have
Why didn't
been
you
on
already
track
do
to
it?
making sure
That's
that we
propaganda.
use
That's
that
what the news
policy.
means.
That's
And
not
to be clear
propaganda.
about you all
And then
not
we also have
understanding.
to worry about all the fucking people who decide to keep a second, like to keep a part of their home to like whatchamacallit? What is it? I'm thinking Airbnbs, right? When all of those apartments could be rented out. Or they could have just kept it to themselves, right? It's their home, right? But instead, they rather make money,
But Kamala Harris
What-
is
what-
like
Mordecai.
lots of money,
Mordecai, the
instead
thing
of
is-
just doing it for a person.
Mordecai, like the
That's
thing
what I
is, you're
was
like
gonna
what you said. Well, the other side, well, they just like provided hate. Eating the cats and dogs, right? Yeah, I hear you, right? The Democrats to win have to provide working class policies.
They did.
And the other hold on, let me a second. They have to provide policies that to build their party as a working class party. That's how they used to win, and that's the only way they're going to win in the future. But on the other side, yes, you're right. All they have to do is just lie, propagandize. And you can say this is unfair, right? But that's politics. This is the way it is. The
If
Republicans
Bernie
are
talked
in
about
it.
$6,000 child tax credit, y'all would be
Sorry,
stuck
hold on.
in
Let's
the
say.
state.
I'll address Brian.
That ain't shit either.
The
What do you say?
Republicans
It's a
are
tax credit. That ain't putting that shit in my pocket.
Republicans. No worries, right? Republicans have an advantage. Yes, they can just be rhetorical. They can just like put on the airs of being for the working class, right? And then rob them blind straight afterwards. And you can say those people are stupid for voting for them. Great, I could say that too. Sure, whatever, right? We still need their votes. Right? So how are we going to do this? We got to attract them with better policies. That's the politics. That's the situation we're in.
So from the way I'm looking at it, the Inflation Reduction Act led to a better economy, which led to the Fed cutting the interest rate, which is going to be good for any home buyers going forward. You add the $25K to any first-time home buyer program, you're going to be able to make a down payment with whatever savings you're able to muster along the way, because you're saving more money. The economy is better.
If
you're
housing
making more
prices
money
are
along the way.
rising, though.
Yes, if they build more houses, the housing costs will drop.
I can't afford a down payment when I'm making $7.25 an hour.
Yes, but they're giving you
You're not buying a house making
That's
$7.25 an hour, no matter what you do.
Yeah.
Well, that's true.
Okay, I'm sorry.
the whole point.
To be
A child's tax credit, Pete. That's not
So-
a kid
so-
tax
but-
A child
so
tax
here's the-
credit is not literally paying for my child
is.
tax.
That's what a tax-
It
that's
is
what a
not.
tax
It's a
credit
tax credit. It's a
No, a
tax
credit
credit.
is- they just give
I
you the
need
money
that
on taxes.
motherfucking money in my pocket to
You-
pay.
Yeah,
You have to- you have-
pay for
maybe you
my
don't know what a
So
tax
then,
credit
well,
is.
then, hold on, to DQ's point, and I don't know the answer to this, right? Did Kamala Harris, was she promoting raising the minimum wage? Right? Yes, you're right. You can't.
No.
We get 720. Yeah. On
I don't
725
remember
you
it. I'm
can.
not saying she did or
You'll
didn't.
never
Yeah.
be able to buy a
Remember.
home on any minimum wage.
Hold
Minimum
on,
wage
hold
is
on,
not
hold on,
price.
but hold on. Like when we're talking about a living wage, right? It's to be able to be aspirational, to be able to save even for years, right? And have a chance of being able to buy that house, right? At 725, Mordecai is correct. It's never going to happen. You're not going to buy that house. But if we do raise the minimum wage, if the wages had been raising, and the way that productivity had been raising
to
over the
inflation.
decades, right? Then yeah, more working class people could afford to buy homes. Now, was she for that?
Yes,
Because I
she
don't think
supported $15 federal minimum wage.
$15
There still
ain't
isn't
gonna
enough.
do motherfucking shit.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
and
sorry,
I-
we
what-
doubled
what
it.
you
It's
do?
just not enough. Let's just
That's
take
what niggas do.
nothing and
No,
be happy
no,
with
no,
nothing.
no, exactly.
Can I just say
exactly.
something?
Just take nothing and be
That's what it's
motherfucking
not about.
Can I
grateful.
just say
Nobody
something?
said nothing. We're
We're
getting actual
talking
things.
about we're talking about minimum wage, the minimum, the bare minimum, and these things can't they can't just change overnight, right? So $15 is quite a shift for people who live in the South that still doesn't have collective bargaining rights. For me, I live in a place where $15 an hour is will barely buy you a hotel room. So it won't matter to some places, but for people who are struggling and making $2.50 working at fucking Chili's, relying on the rest of their tips, that's a huge gain.
Yeah, Kamala
Yeah,
Harris did
that may
no
be a
tax on
huge
tips,
gain,
and
but
she actually
that
attacked.
still doesn't do anything to help anyone to move out of their material livings, right? We're supposed to be able to move forward, to be able to move out of the and I'm sorry I'm forgetting all of this, and if it doesn't make sense, please let me know. You're supposed to be able to have to be able to move upward mobility. There is no upward mobility in America. That doesn't exist. If we go to different countries, yes, upward mobility exists. But there is no upward mobility. So yeah, that minimum wage, if you tied that to inflation, you'd be making $26, $27 an hour. That $26, $27 an hour is going to help you, move up, is going to help you afford a house.
But my point is that it
handle
has
a
to
$27
start
minimum
somewhere. $15 has to be good enough. Especially, I will go back again to the South, in some of the most rural places in the South, in the Appalachian spaces. $15 an hour roughly comes out to more than $2,000 a month, which is more than enough to move you out of your RV
Plus
I
taxes.
or to
mean,
buy you a
Can
new
I just
one.
Kamala
can I add
Harris
that?
said
Oh,
in October. I'll be very quickly. Kamala Harris said on only October 23rd that she support
ain't
a
exactly what
minimum
I was gonna
wage.
say.
Yeah, okay, you go. You say it then.
We just decided it. No, I literally was we talking because I was I don't remember this being
I
a
don't remember
huge
that
part
at
of
all.
her
But
campaign.
I'm saying that if she
Yeah,
ran off
exactly.
15,
Because
DQ would have said that ain't
she
shit.
didn't say anything, and
I ain't
that's
done
the
yet.
point.
Hold on, I ain't done yet. She didn't say shit about it until they asked her at the end of October after Trump went to McDonald's and acted an ass clown. And then she was like, yes, I support it. Yeah, we would have to work with Congress though. But yeah, I would support something like that.
Well,
When we
actually,
got
mean, y'all are
the
giving-
other direction.
she introduced this
I-
plan in August. Just gonna put that out there. Yeah.
No, she didn't.
Yeah, but guess
what I'm
what? She
looking at.
didn't talk about it. She didn't
Put a
talk about
source-
it
put a source in
on
the chat.
the trail.
According
And
to
that's the thing
CNN,
that's the thing that we're all trying to say is that the things that
CNN
were
said
important,
Vice
she
President.
didn't constantly talk about on the trail. And this is
So what
why
I'm
she
seeing-
fucking lost.
What I'm seeing from CNN says Vice President Kamala Harris said for the first time on Tuesday that she supports hiking the federal minimum wage to at least $15 an hour after blasting former President Donald Trump for dodging a question about whether or not he wanted to raise it. The federal
Well,
minimum
I
wage
got August
has been-
14th.
This happened back
If
in
you have-
August. She
federal-
talked about eliminating tax on tips and raising the minimum wage.
Which
August.
also eliminating tax
Okay.
on tips is a Republican
Was that
thing.
so? You all would say that was a major part of her campaign was raising because
No,
I'm seeing
nope.
one article
Because
mentioning
I
in
didn't know
October,
she
y'all-
talked about
Hold
it.
on.
No,
I'm seeing one article, hold on, mentioning it in October. It sounds like there was other articles that mentioned that she talked about it in August. But then also, I mean, some of the shit I didn't even like really know. But again, like I think people cannot know things but have a sense of it. But it says the federal minimum wage hasn't been raised since 2009. What year did Obama leave
Bam,
office?
bam, you said it earlier.
Yeah. Guess what? Yeah. Guess who raised the
Wait.
tax to 725? Bush. Bush did that.
Bush-
Not Obama. Bush.
But I believe Obama did attempt at some point during his administration to like raise the federal minimum wage for like from what I remember. But this
No.
general sense, I think he did. I don't know why I feel like I remember that. I feel like
No.
I don't know.
Because
I
all
feel
of
like
us
this
were
conversation
trying to
started.
push for the fight for 15. That was a long ass
But
thing we did during
my
Obama's
general
tenure.
point, my general point though is like I think that so even when you're all like, oh, the $15 will go a long way to the white people, the poor white people living in Appalachia and shit. She was never gonna win them. She's never gonna win them. It doesn't matter how far of a long way.
No,
it goes.
it's not about
I
winning.
didn't.
To be clear,
One
to be
second. I
clear,
didn't specify.
to be clear,
I didn't
both-
specify race though, because I have friends who live in Appalachia and they are all brown. So
to be clear,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
It's
both
not about
articles
winning.
are,
It's just
to
economic
be clear,
policy.
both articles are correct, right? So she mentions raising the minimum wage, but she doesn't give a number, right? Since like so August, she says that, but she's asked about it multiple times, and she like never like gives her I will raise the minimum wage. But then in October, after Donald Trump does what he does, right? Then she finally says $15 minimum wage. So both articles are correct.
Okay, so like
Okay.
I didn't bring up Apple like a $26 minimum wage is like winning them. I'm just saying like you have to when you're doing economic policy, you have to do what the country can like physically bear. Like the state of West Virginia, the state of Alabama can't physically bear a $27 minimum wage. Like
That's bullshit. That's some Republican
because it has
bullshit.
it's not Republican BS. It's like states have set budgets in a way that the federal government doesn't. Like
Bam, here's my general point, right? I'm a fairly like highly educated person and I follow the politics, I would say, more closely than the average person. I think that's fair to say. Now, I'm not a political junkie, but I feel like I follow it, more so than the average person. And what I'm saying to you is if I kept all these same things the same level of education, followed the politics about the same, I would have no idea minus the $25K for a down payment on a new house for first-time home buyers and the $6K tax credit for something related to children. I would have no idea what else Kamala Harris was proposing as the Democratic nominee, right? Because that's not really like let's keep it a buck. That's not really what her campaign leaned on, right?
Mhm.
Kamala Harris, like let's just go back to like what actually
the
happened instead of
opportunity
giving her
economy.
all this like extra stuff. When Kamala Harris was given the opportunity to distance herself from a fundamentally unpopular president, administration and a president that was so unpopular that like he was forced to drop out of the race because people knew he was going to get washed in an even bigger landslide than Kamala Harris did. When they asked her, how are you going to be different from this person? Kamala Harris literally said, I'm going to have a Republican on my cabinet. I mean, look at Liz Cheney. I
It's
want to
wild.
know if the really well-run campaign is in the room with us.
Oh yeah, for sure. I can tell
Right?
you
Like
everything about it right
to
now.
me, it's
eager.
just common sense, right? You are coming from an administration, whether it be right, wrong, or indifferent. People are feeling as if this administration has not showed up and done enough for them in terms of their political needs, their material needs, conditions, etc.
They
Even
also
if
think
you
it's
had to
all
fucking embellish a little bit, how would you get up on the good people's television, The View, where to some of us, it might be like a joke, like, oh, the fucking View. But to the average person, like, that's as good as a place as they're going to get their news between The View and Morning Joe and fucking Bill Maher and whoever else, right? Why would you get up there and people are listening and be like, "Oh, are you different?" Because people aren't happy with the economy, people aren't happy with XYZ. Biden has done a really great job. If anything, I plan on having a Republican in my like.
I'm just the
What
same as
Again,
I'm
I
just
want
the
one person
same
to tell
as
me the
Biden.
policy
Just
that
quickly. I'll go straight to you. But we got a super chat. From Lawson Harrison. He says, "Can someone look up what percentage of Americans get paid just minimum wage? It's 1.5%. Even McDonald's started to at $17. Between $17 and $22. And I saw 1.3%. I actually did look it up.
McDonald's in the
But
17.
uh,
I hear what you're saying.
but my response to you, then I'll go straight to Bam. Is that raising the minimum wage isn't just about raising the minimum wage. When you do that, you raise the wages across that economy. So, like for instance, when I was working a job, right, and I was making just above minimum wage. Like the job I was at, like specifically when I got hired, I was told, well, we're going to be paying you above minimum wage so that we can attract talent, right? And then the minimum wage got raised while I was there. And then when that happened, my wage was raised in response. So like above whatever that minimum wage was. That has like an accordion effect that goes up through the economy. So it's not just about raising at the bottom; it raises everything else at the top. But go ahead, Bam.
Can I say one last thing, Bam? I promise it'll be super quick. In terms of the housing prices, because y'all were like, oh, 25K goes a long way, da da da. The median salary in the US is about $38,000. The median home price in the US is $420,000.
That's the median house in California.
I know, but that's why I said the median income and median. I didn't switch the point of comparison.
You only need 3%
right?
down payment.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm just giving it
not
to you as is.
everybody
because
knows
y'all-
that. Okay.
Y'all swore, hold on, y'all swore, we tripping because we these coastal elites and housing is just super expensive over here. But I'm just saying, what we know for a fact is people are not making enough money to afford houses wherever the fuck they're living.
That's not true.
Let alone rent. Let alone
It gotta be Bam.
Again, I don't care what you
Very
say.
true.
I care about data. The rate of home ownership in the United States hasn't changed. In the last 50 years, the amount of people owning homes is about the same. I think like 60 is somewhere around 65% of Americans own a home. Like the people who are upset with they don't own homes are usually like 23-year-olds who just got out of college and they thought that like, wow, I'm a big person.
I'm
now.
upset. I'm fucking 34 years old, nigga. What are you talking about? I'm upset if you're 23 years old.
I can speak to your one-off situation.
Hey, let
I'm
him
saying
go.
that the rate of home ownership hasn't.
So Bam, what was the rate of home ownership for the average 40-year-old in 1970? And what's the rate of home ownership or a 35-year-old in 1970? And what is, or like somewhere around then? And what is it today?
I have no idea. We can look at that data, but I'm the rate of home ownership across the board hasn't shifted much.
Right, but I'm saying statistically, what we would need to know, right, is the rate of home ownership keeping up with the rates of individuals who desire to, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, are the people who are now newly entering the home ownership market historically, right, at the rates where they would have been at this point in their lives, is that number shifting?
Okay.
Right, because the rate of home ownership is also accounting for individuals who owned homes 30 years ago. My parents, yes, they still own a home. We need to understand like what's happening in this economy and how does when we say people are feeling economic angst because they can't do what their parents did, right? Like that's what I want to understand. And you could be right. I'm just saying those are the numbers I would like to see.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'll look up previously, but it looks like 62% of people age 35 own a home.
So I think what she's asking for, and I saw a graph like this previously, and I don't have it on me. And I'm not going to like try to say exactly what it said, but basically the point of this graph was it showed like what milestones people had achieved at what age, right, for each different generation. So basically, like there was a line for boomers, and there was a line for Gen X and millennials, and it showed at what age, like, did you get a car ownership, home ownership, right? And boomers had all of those things at earlier ages, and then Gen X was falling behind, and then I believe millennials are falling behind. I'm not going to try to like tell you exactly what it said because I don't have that data on me right now. But I think that's what she's looking for, something like that. I'll try to see if I can find it because it was actually really
Right.
find
And
something like that.
the other data is also about the number of millennials who do own homes who consider themselves house poor, right? There has been a lot of data collected about that because it costs about 85 the average cost of a down payment now is like the equivalent to something like 85% of what people's whatever, monthly monthly whatever salary is, right? So like does it all also cost you more to own a home? Like, what do the rest of your economic like when we talk about people not wanting to have children, right? Like, maybe I can own a home, but I can no longer raise like.
Yeah.
We have to be a little
I
bit
think
more
there are a lot of
nuanced.
things that are a
Hey,
lot
that,
of
like
things that
all
are
of the data
sprinkled
could, all the
into
data
these
could.
answers. To be honest, yeah, I just wanted to say there's a lot of things sprinkled into these answers, like the fact that like the people who could have access to their homes in the 40s, 50s, and 60s also didn't have as high a bar to enter things like corporate America as their future progeny did. The inception of charging for higher education, racist, but and when we move into the future, the housing market crisis like has to be a factor in that. That is an unprecedented event that does not occur in those other times as well. That destabilizes a lot of what these numbers could look like.
I think but a lot of these things are feelings. That's why when I said earlier, this is a way that kind of I'm actually going more towards your side. Like I can run down every number in the world that leads to like if it found out that like actually people are about the same as they were 50 years ago, and people felt uncomfortable about the economy 50 years ago. It doesn't
I'm
matter
looking at the
saying
data
that if
right
it was
now.
still
I
that way.
found it. It says only 42% of millennials are homeowners by the age 30, compared to almost 50% of Gen X and 51% of baby boomers. So like it's you keep trying to hang on this thing that like people are just feeling things that aren't
Well,
that
I'm about
don't
to say
actually align
that's
with
gonna
their
correlate with
hold
marriage.
on, that don't align with their material conditions. But like what I think what me and Prime keeps in Debate Queen are trying to stress is like like their feelings. They may not have all the big words and vocab and understanding of macro and microeconomics, but their feelings do actually largely coincide with their
Very
material
incorrect.
conditions.
So
They-
so part of that. So the next thing about that data is, like I said, you said that what 38%.
I'm
No,
struggling. No, you're not. You just feel like you are.
No.
Yeah, you're gonna win
Yes,
tons
that's
of
the real thing.
elections like that.
Exactly. That's because COVID's not real. Because Trump's could that people will say
Okay.
COVID's not real, and you'll say that like, well, they feel that way, so it must be true, or that we can point
Well,
to
good
real
luck in
things.
2028, my friend.
I'm telling
Yeah.
you. So
Good luck with
sure. Cool,
with
I
Cory
will.
Booker in
I'm going to continue to
2028.
call stupid people stupid. I'll never not do that, and I won't apologize for it. When
Okay.
you talk about like, oh, a millennial's not owning a home, you also have to coincide that with what is the rate of marriage among millennials, because home ownership, one person, like our economy is never going to bear, or is never going to reasonably bear for a single person to own a space built for 5 people, a 5-bedroom home. Like home ownership is something that follows up, like correlates heavy with marriage. Whenever you're married, you bring in a second income. You now have the ability. You now have like a boost in your income that allows you to purchase a home. When young people don't want to get married, young people don't get married. Young people don't own homes.
But
That's
why aren't they getting married?
There's a number of social reasons. You think that Kamala Harris is why people don't get married?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I meant. Kamala Harris, right, is why my
No,
dick is currently not wet. That's exactly what I was saying.
That's
No,
what you said. She
but
should have
no,
ran on
what
family
I-
values.
what
Y'all
I-
niggas need to get married. That's what she should have
yeah.
run.
So, and this happens. This is not a U.S. specific thing. This is happening in other places as well. People who feel economically unstable, right, will not make the choice to partner, right? I feel economically unstable. I don't try to partner, right? It wasn't because of Kamala Harris,
people
right?
partner for that reason.
But people, across societies, when these individuals are going, they're not hitting the milestones that are appropriate from their country and their culture, right? I don't have a car. I'm not renting an apartment. I'm not owning a home. I'm not hitting these things, right? Then they are less likely to partner. So if you don't provide for them materially, and this is part of why so many men feel lost, right? Like this sense of despair among the male population, because they feel like they're not providers right now, right? This is one of the things that is, I think is one of the things that gives Trump a boost, right? Because there's a lot of male resentment, and you can say right or wrong, but they simply exist, and they feel like they don't have the opportunities that they need. They can't attract a mate, and this energy is harnessed on the right. We see it all the time in the manosphere. That's exactly what they're harnessing. So unless you address that material condition, then all these other things will sprout from them. These societal ills sprout from them.
Yeah, so we have to give people
I
And
houses
just
also,
to
like,
get married.
damn, let's not also act like back in the day that men also weren't far more likely to be like sole breadwinners or providers, right? And so
For
people
sure, we had a
actually were
different economy.
purchasing those homes on single incomes, right? Like these are the nuances. You can't just make a statement and be like, oh well, back in the day, more the reason why millennials own houses because they had two incomes and not one.
No, I
Did
didn't say
they
I
have
didn't say
two
they got
incomes?
married because they had two
Not
incomes.
one.
I said the economy today bears for home ownership is something related to marriage. If you're going to have 3 to 5, if you're going to have 3 to 5 bedrooms, you're going to need like the market, because we know that women are in the workforce, is going to bear for people with that that need that. The people with 2 incomes are going to be able to afford more home than the people with one income, which is going to increase
But
the
the
market
but
rate.
but but the people with two incomes, I'm sorry, go ahead. Omega can't even afford homes.
That seems by and large not to be true.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to
Let's see,
two
percentage of married
things.
people.
One,
No, I'm
y'all
scared to
talk to
say
each
it.
other like this on the phone, I know. Um, I just wanted to address your point about people not, why aren't they getting married? It's not big bad capitalism. Put that at the feet of where it lies. One, more educated women. Two, those women having means to support themselves. And three, I mean, the one we won't discuss, the behavioral issues. But also, a lot of the things that you guys are talking about, I don't know, I have this like snide kind of smirk about, because all of these things are issues, definitely, with the exception of saying the thing that just goes to all of the roads that you guys have spoken with about, which is creating more jobs, right? So you can build the houses, you can raise the minimum wage, but if there are no places for people to fucking work, it doesn't matter. These are things that are about to get like probably really, really bad because we put a former real estate developer in office, and he is incentivized to give his friends like tax breaks and every opportunity to profit, to continue to profit. To your point, debate queen, about Airbnb, this is not just people renting out their homes. These are corporations and property management firms buying neighborhoods,
Yep.
and these are his friends. So
Disagree with you though.
okay.
I
Yeah, go
think the
ahead.
question isn't like, is it going to get worse? I think the question for someone like me is like, have we learned the correct lessons this round to not be back here having the same conversation in 2028? And what it feels, not you per se, what it feels like to me is a lot of people are taking all the wrong lessons away from this, and we will literally be back here in 2028 is going to come, and people will be like, oh, you see how bad things were under Trump, you better vote Democratic, or it's going to get even worse. Your world's going to collapse. It'll be
I mean,
bad.
for me,
I
it's
think the
Motherfuckers will be
Democrats going to win
like,
next election because,
for
like,
me, it wouldn't be, for me, like as a personal voter, I'm willing to vote for anybody who says, I'm going to give free college to people. At least all of the community colleges have to be free, and that includes trade schools. I'm going to provide free lunch for every kid in this country. We're going to start building the framework to get them superior education, regardless of income background. Like, I
I
don't
love
care
it.
what side they're fucking on. I'm going to vote for that person. I don't know if
Sounds
that person is
economically
coming in
populist.
2028.
Yeah, that
But
sounds
I
like
don't think that person exists.
I mean, it does. I mean,
Because it's
Bernie
like,
Sanders. I mean, it does
well,
exist,
Bernie's
right?
gonna
Yeah.
die.
Yeah.
Let's take Bernie out of the
Sure, but there
conversation.
are other
He's on the
populism.
deathbed
populist
walking
It can only
around.
go. It can only go
and
with
there are
Bernie.
other
Bernie's my only
economically
savior.
populist people, right?
well,
I
patience
Politicians,
understand.
is not
and that
elected
part of
party.
the party is literally being. It's not that like these people like don't exist, right? We have like individuals like Summer Lee, who's coming up out of Pittsburgh, right? We have other members of Congress who've been pushing some of the things, like Elizabeth Warren has been pushing some of the things. They exist,
She
right?
needs to stay where
That
she
part,
is. We need her where she is.
but that part of the
She's so
party
terrible.
has specifically been attacked. That's what happened to Bernie when Obama ganked him, right? In 2016.
Well, I'm not
Like
gonna like name. I don't want to make it like a name throwing thing, because I think this is a both sides, all party, all names issue. So like I believe that the person, if they do exist, who would say these things in 2028, it's a lot like a cop that goes into the force who grew up in the neighborhood and now wants to help revitalize the, how people interact, how police officers interact with their neighborhood, right? They go in with good intentions. But what matters is what you're going into and how much you can move. And I don't think, if there's not some significant reshaping on both sides, that even if that person were to exist in 2028, they would be suffocated in the room with roadblocks.
I don't know why
I just
we
want
have
to
to
say,
worry
hey,
That's
about
why we're
necessarily
building those
what Republicans
coalitions
are doing.
now.
I don't know what we have to worry about what the GOP is necessarily doing. We're talking about like
Because
reorienting the Democratic Party into a working
Because I
class
said I
party.
don't care who says it and which side. That's what I said initially.
Then Republicans won't say it, right? I mean, they might say it, right? Donald Trump might say it, but he's not going to mean it. So there's that, right?
Yeah.
So like we can eliminate
Well, Donald
them.
Trump will be back, hopefully.
He's
He's also
but
old.
whatever horrible Republican replaces him might say it, but they won't mean it. We can understand this, so we can just ignore that side. But like, yeah, the Democratic Party, like I agree with the policies you point out. Those are policies. A lot of that would interest people in the working class, right? Like, oh, my kid can go to college. Like that might be a possibility for me. Yeah, that means something, right? And I would be very happy for that individual too. But like, yes, those people exist. There are plenty of individuals with those ideas. The Democratic Party, right, the moderate wing of that, goes out of its way to crush them. Like literally, the DNC has campaigned against their primary candidate because they were progressive. They were leftists. Like done Oppo research against the DNC, the one who made it through the primary, right? Because they don't want them. The DNC has said that like if you, they said this like around the time AOC like it was first coming up, right? If you work to they were talking to political vendors, right? That provide like support for a campaign. If you work for a non-incumbent, right? If you work for a challenger, then you won't get any more work for the DNC. That's saying you're protecting the incumbents from anyone who is up and coming. That's a problem, right? When the DLC is trying to strangle out challengers, the regular churn, like I'm not even talking about like progressive, right? But the regular churn of new candidates, of new blood, yeah, that's an issue. And that needs to be tackled.
Didn't they also say their unofficial policy is you can't primary an existing, like they won't support any
this was all
candidates
part
who
of that
attempt to
moment.
primary.
Yeah.
But then if you try to primary a progressive, they definitely will support you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly what
Right?
happened.
Like, they will.
100%. They said that
That's
at the
like
start,
Jamal
right? That was
Bowman.
under
Yeah.
Debbie Wasserman Schultz. She was the head of that DNC. She said
Oh,
this,
that
right?
bitch.
But yeah, so you remember what I'm talking about. And then afterwards, when it came to like primary progressive who actually did win, no, that was fine. They forgot about it. So
Yep.
this is the environment happening in DNC right now. If that doesn't change, then we're not going to reorient ourselves. We're not going to put forth those policies, and the great policies that you mentioned, Omega, right? Those will never be said by a major candidate because the DNC will make sure that doesn't happen.
Or they'll be afraid. I just wanted to say my wish is that there's like a rogue candidate that has all these intentions and just doesn't say them and has like some like other things and they just sneak it in. Cause like at this point, it seems like pretty, I don't know, like it seems like being a fucking human to other humans is a unwinnable platform. And that fucking sucks.
Yeah.
I also just
No,
quickly
for
want to
real.
say,
Unwinnable.
I just quickly want to say that also like we should also care what happens to. I feel like you were trying to respond to me, Omega, previously when that comment I made about like men and why they partnering. And you said it was because of like education and behavioral issues or whatever, right? Well, those behavioral issues, and which I don't blame you guys, blame you for saying that. They come out of resentment from men who are denied economic opportunities. Also,
I
misogyny, it
understand.
exists, but like we
I
have to address this.
understand, but everybody has issues. Women have issues. We are constantly castigated, sexualized, maturized, and we still somehow figure out a way to make it through and not make it about y'all and not make y'all guys feel like shit all the time,
I
all of
agree.
us. Do you know what I mean?
I'm not excusing any of that behavior. I'm not excusing it. I'm saying though, like if we're trying to address these things, this is how we actually address it. That like it doesn't go away just because we feel that those men are bad, right? And they might be assholes, they might be terrible, but in the end,
I
like,
mean, for some people,
that
it
resentment will
might.
still grow one or the other.
But for some people, it might, though, and that's the truth, right? So, like, at a certain point, you get tired of turning the other cheek and being permissible and trying to understand. And you just, if it seems like everybody else is in it for themselves and they succeed, then what else are you supposed to do? But I said what I said because Bam said what he said. He brought up people being married. In that time, women like went to college to wait for boyfriends. Women found
To
men
find
as
their men at
secretaries
school.
to get husbands,
That's fair.
right? So these are two different dynamics that we're dealing with.
Never
Yeah.
happening
I
again.
don't think that. Like,
Yeah.
I think a lot of women
Zimmy's
don't
like,
have.
no, absolutely
Zimmy's so
fucking
happy
I
about
not.
it,
agree with
too.
you. No, I'm agreeing with you. I
Thank
think
God.
women have a number of reasons why they don't want to be married. But I will say that they ain't lied to me. I was about to say, don't play with me about this. 80% of married couples own a home. 60% of married millennials own a home. Like in the
Yeah, it's
market
easier
that
to
we
own a home
live
if you're
in,
married. No one's arguing
not
with
just
that.
easier.
That was
A
never the
homeowner market is built
disagreement.
for someone like it should be built for.
So was the job market, Bam, just to just to put that out there. Like
Yes, babe.
loads of things
I'm about to say
were
the
kind of
unemployment rate
geared.
is
Two
extremely
incomes
low.
are better
Anyone can
than
have a job.
two incomes are better than one.
No,
That
it's
no
not.
one
It's not
disagrees
that
with that.
simple. It's you shouldn't be able. Like the market shouldn't reasonably expect for a single person to have a place that takes up 4 or 5 bedrooms. That's not a reasonable expectation of like our economic market. That would be a failure. If
Hold on,
everyone like
but that's not the
because
argument that
the market.
that's a poor distribution of space.
What? That's not the argument that. Let me not speak for Zimmy because maybe
Anyway.
Zimmy is making a different
Yeah,
point.
it's fine. It's fine.
I'm
Yeah,
saying that
but, like, that's
people
not the-
can't buy homes. Like
Yeah,
we were
hold
talking
on.
about.
But I'm saying that yes, it is indeed harder, and it's probably best if like we have an economy that. Well, actually, I don't know. I have lots of feelings about like how we should orient our economies, like either for single people or married people. I have lots of thoughts about that. But let's just go with what you said, right? I'm fine with that statement. Yes, we should orient our economy for family spaces. Okay, fine, whatever, right? The problem is though, if those individuals, right, the boyfriend and the girlfriend or the boyfriend and the boyfriend or whatever, right, feel economically unstable, right, if they don't have proper job prospects, they're less likely to have gotten together in the first place. That's the thing we're talking about. At least I'm talking about. Excuse me.
I think that's true, but I think dating
That
can
actually
also
wasn't even
contribute to the opposite.
the larger part of my point was just that there was a time for a very long period of time in this country where you didn't have to have 2 incomes in order to own a home. That was actually my point. So being like, see, the economy is easier for people with 2 incomes to own a home. I'm like, yeah, that's not my point. My point is this is this is new territory, right? And the question becomes like, what happens when people are getting squeezed out of things that like fundamentally, historically, they thought that they had some pathway to, right? Like that is what I'm saying. You shouldn't have to be first of all even struggling to own a home with 2 incomes. Right? So being like, oh, 80% of married couples are homeowners and but like why do people how we gotten to a point in our economy where like survival is tied to your ability to be partnered because the cost of living is so high that you need to distribute the cost amongst 2 people. And then even if it is 2 people, then you run into the issue of like, well, why aren't people having as many kids even when they are partnered? It's like, well, we could afford the home, but then daycare was going to be too much. Right?
Yep.
So like all of this gets at the like economic strain that people are feeling. It's not just it's not just because the media told them, right? I'm make a lot of money, and I feel a lot of economic strain. A lot. So I can't imagine with someone who is not doing well
Baby boomers didn't take
financially.
vacations. And I'm not saying you shouldn't take vacations or like vacations are the reason for
It's
economic
not
struggle.
about it's not about whether or not I'm taking vacations or not. It's about the fact that my rent was $2,600 for
Shit,
one
girl.
bedroom. It was 750 square feet,
Oh, I'm so
my
sorry.
nigga. Like,
My last
what are
rent
you
was
talking
480,
about?
Real.
and that was like 2 years ago. It was like 480. It's like I said, it's gonna be based on
Good
what
for
people-
you, but it doesn't change the fact that on
What?
average, wherever
Who
you
lives
are,
somewhere where something is 480? That's crazy.
He's out in Georgia.
and that's fine. But
Yeah.
the part that the part that Bam is missing is
She's
that
trying her
like
best.
that rent that was 600, the $600 today in Alabama would have been 300 or was 400 a couple years ago, right? My $2,600 rent in where I'm living, well, I just moved 2 weeks ago. In my old building 2 weeks ago,
Congratulations.
is not the same 1,900 that I was paying in 2019. It's a massive jump, right? So like this whole thing, and like I said, I do fine. I take my little vacations. I have a good time, right? Don't cry for me, Argentina.
Amen.
But it is a real economic. I pay more in rent than my parents paid for their mortgage, and we both live in the same county in Maryland, right? I moved back to the area I grew up in. So I live about 10 minutes away from my parents' house. My 1-bedroom apartment rent that I pay solo is more than the mortgage that my parents had on a 4-bedroom house down the street from me in 1999 when they bought that house. I'm not saying prices shouldn't have went up between 1999 and in 2021 or whatever. But like I'll give you a better example. When I first graduated college in just yesterday,
Yeah.
in 2009, in 2009, right? My salary, I was making about $48,000. I was cool. I was kicking it in Philly. You know, my rent was like $800. I was doing my little diddy bop. I was cool. Fast forward to when I finished my PhD program and got my first academic job in 2020, I was making $101,000. And you would say, "Oh, that's good. Your income has doubled."
Oh.
But my rent that was $700 back in the day had tripled. Because now I'm paying in the 2000s and over mark. Right? Like people feel that. Like it's not just in your fucking head when you're like, damn, how am I making twice what I was making before? But I feel like my life is harder. Oh, because I'm paying out 3 times more for my cost of living than what like those. That's real shit. Like, and y'all
So
have the Democratic Party
I gotta
has to
ask.
stop acting like it's not.
I gotta ask. So, say I have an apartment. The building is paid off. The rent was 600 when I moved in, but all of a sudden, 5 years later, the rent is 2,500. The building still paid off. There's been no renovations to the building. Why is the rent 2,500?
Oh, good reason.
You're evil.
No, I mean, well, it's not just because of that. One, because there's not new apartments being built, and apartments that do exist are being snatched up, right? And being used as investment vehicles. So we have outside money that's using that either just to park their cash period, right? Or to use as short-term rentals. So within an area, right, if there's a limited amount of, in this case, renting stock, right, if a lot of that is being essentially taken off the market, not just like new houses or apartments are being built, but if stock is essentially being taken off the market as an investment property, as a short-term rental, right?
People just
Then
live there
yeah,
too. That's an
then the
option.
prices will go up. And when short-term rentals happen in an area, right, that like also raises the prices within that area. So like even if like um uh so even if like it doesn't happen within your building, right? Like if it's happening in other buildings, and like well, people are making like the your apartment manager will look across and say, well, that other building is making a certain amount of money here, right? And they can charge that. Well, I want to raise rents. Maybe I can kick people out of their apartments. I can just like turn the screw and they'll leave, and then I'll have an empty apartment. I can use that as a short-term rental as well. There's lots of different pressures. These are just some of the pressures on the housing market now.
And the people who may have these high incomes who maybe 10, 15 years ago could have afforded a house, now they can't. They're priced out of the fuck, because you're not getting you're not getting a townhouse in this area for less than 450, right? So those people can't afford to buy homes anymore. So but what they can still afford is these expensive ass apartments, right? So now we push them, private equity them bought up all these fucking homes. The mortgages are out of fucking control. So we're pushing people who we would even consider middle class, upper middle class, so whatever that means. We're pushing them out of home ownership. We're putting them, but they can't afford these extremely expensive apartments. Then we're pushing other people who are now priced out of the rental market, right? So like I say all of this just to say, like, this idea that it's in people don't know and it's just the media. Like, motherfuckers know how much their groceries was costing them 4 years ago. Even if they don't know that, I know how much my rent went up. I know exactly what I was paying. I was paying $18.75 plus $95 in parking, about 19 something in 2019. I know exactly how much I was paying, and I know exactly how much I was paying up until 2 weeks ago, and it was 26 something.
I would just wanted to sprinkle on to answer Kai's question. In a place where this happened before, you know, the introduction of things like Airbnb and stuff, you know, things like gentrification or urban renewal, newspapers publishing or magazines publishing a hot new area with low rents can change things as well. So, you know, it's not always, you know, intra-market. It can just be buzzy. You know, there are lots of places in the Pacific Northwest that over the last like 25 years have been like basically rebuilt, destroyed, and abandoned by like hipsters with fucking artisanal pizzas and fucking like ancient coffee. And now all those people have moved to conservative states because they made a ton of money and they want tax breaks. And, you know, those communities don't have help and those buildings are empty. So.
And some of those people moved because of COVID. Like, if remember all the moving that happened during COVID? Like, actually, New York is really fucking expensive, and I don't have to live in New York to work here anymore. So it's not just like rich people who want to just bounce around. It's like everyone who is out of the 1% is struggling. Your 100K doesn't go as long as it used to go. You know what I mean? Like, I want us to have like more empathy for like people who are not the top 1% and the top 5% are having a very fucking hard time. It is not in their heads.
Maybe we should increase the housing supply by 3 million.
No, the housing supply is not what it needs.
3 million might be enough for what we need in Maryland. One state alone. What the fuck is 3 million?
Y'all have had that much of an increase in population? If you're not building new housing and you have an increase in 3 million in population, it sounds like
I just finished reading the article about how much the rate of new houses. Bam, I want you to go back and look up the rate at which new houses were being built before the 2008 economic crash, and how the rate of new homes being built has, I don't even think it's recovered to like even 50% of what it was before we went into that that economic crash, right? So like the housing market has been getting
and you know why some of that happened? Right, you know why some of that happened? Because I've seen reporting on this. There are literally less building contractors than there were before that were doing this. Like they literally got bought up, they got merged, and just a few of them. Right, this is one of those inefficiencies in capitalism that I've been talking about. And so that's because we have these big conglomerates. They can just choose where they're going to build, right? They're just going to build the most profitable projects. They don't have to compete on price, right? When they're like competing, when they're doing it for a contract, all these things are happening because we literally have less choice in the market, and that's not something that I don't think anyone was talking about. I would love for Kamala to have addressed that, and yeah. So
She ran on it.
it's
She
a
ran on subsidizing
structural.
small
That's what I'm
contractors.
saying. That's a structural issue. Though I think that the Kamala
I have a
administration.
question,
Yeah.
Prime, before you continue. Did Kamala have a like, you know, one of those like town halls where like the people get to ask you shit and you get uncomfortable on TV?
Yeah, she did
Yeah,
one.
she had a few of
Did
them.
she? I don't
Yeah,
know.
she
I
did
have
one
A
on
few of them. Now,
CNN.
don't stress it. She might have had
Yeah.
one.
No, she had
Yeah,
like
she had one on
Oh.
CNN, and I think
Very
she had one
uncomfortable
on,
talking
like,
to the media.
ABC, if I'm
Yeah.
not
and she did
I
some
know
with
she
She did
did
not
one
like
I
interviews.
was just wondering.
Like,
one in
because I
Pittsburgh.
watched that one on
Because I feel
CNN.
like this is how previous candidates, especially the ones that are like, you know, the unknowns, this is how they get to start to shape some of their, you know, more popular policies, is by actually like talking to people who, you know, may or may not be struggling, but they have some shit to say to you.
but you know what? She was
Yeah,
in
but she
hiding.
didn't go into,
I'm
like,
sorry,
little
what did you say,
towns
Zemi?
and stuff.
I said people forget what this flawless campaign she ran. People they literally had to beat down her door to do an interview. Oh, she's
Yep.
only been running for 2 days. Oh, it's only been 2 weeks. Oh, it's only been a month. Oh,
Bitch
it's
didn't
only
even go on what's
Kamala.
his face's Joe
She
Rogan
she
stuff.
she literally. Well, I don't think she had to go there. She wasn't gonna win in the
I
one
know.
place.
I think it was
But
important for her to go there, but that's just
nah,
me.
but
That's just
okay,
me.
we could
I don't
disagree
like him,
about
but
that.
that's just me. Go
But
ahead.
my general point is Joe Biden, yeah, left her in a fucked up situation. She only had 100 days, but like Kamala was also like, she doesn't, you know, she's not nimble. She doesn't do well in interviews, blah, 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 blah. She didn't do a lot of them, right? So when people were kind of like, well, who are you and what are you going to do? She was just like, give me more money, give me more money. Look how much money I'm raising. I'm raising so much more money. I've raised $1 billion. This is the most anybody has ever raised. More money, more. I hope they now realize that them donors ain't going to get you. That shit works in local elections. You know what I'm saying? But
I think she went so
we
money
didn't know
policies
her.
don't matter. I'm glad you said that. I think it was like 37 days before she did the interview. But I want to say no.
She only ran for 100.
So
That's a
tell me
third of
this.
the time. She didn't do it over a third
So-
of the time. She
So
didn't
do you-
interview with nobody.
I mean, she had spoke on stage, but she didn't do a sit down with like an interviewer. And but I don't think that's unreasonable based on the fact of like when she sits down with someone, they're gonna ask her for a platform.
Fine, bam.
And
I
think
give you
she
that.
had-
It's not unreasonable. It's not unreasonable. Is it a flawless campaign though? Because I
Yeah,
think that's
if
what
I was
Susan led
running
with.
that campaign, that's how I would have done it. I wouldn't sit down for an interview until we have a platform. Would you sit down
And
for
guess
an
what? That
interview
bitch
with no
still didn't
platform?
have a
Hold on, hold
platform
on.
then.
Huh?
Her platform essentially ended up being Biden's platform. Girl, you could have told us that 37 days ago. It's not even
Hello.
like she came back with new shit.
Yeah, I think if
You
I were
waited
a part of her
37 days
PR
to tell us
team, I
you
would have
know
got
shit.
her moving a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
If she said that, like, well, when asked, hey, like, what would you different from Biden, and say, well, nothing. I can't think of anything, right? If that's going to be your at least your initial response, well, then yes, you could have actually done an interview.
No one here is.
I just
not
wanted-
a single person has yet. That's again. I was like, guys, I understand that you're from, but not a single person has named a policy that they would want her to differ from on Biden. And
So,
I'm not talking about.
We just named a bunch of them.
No,
What
name
the
one.
fuck are
Name
you
one.
talking
Just do it. Just
about?
name one. The
What
actual
the fuck are
policy
you
that I get.
talking about?
I want Zimmy's got one. I want to hear it.
I would have loved Kamala to push forth a plan to expand the Affordable Care Act to lead us to a more
Biden ran on that, and she ran on that.
what's the
Biden and her both ran on expanding the ACA.
to lead us to let me rephrase that. Not expand it. I would have liked her to propose something that got us on a closer pathway to Medicare for all, instead of just doing these incremental expansions of the ACA. That's just my own personal gripe. Other things I would like, I would have loved to see Kamala do. I would have loved to see, well, actually, this is something I'm going to take a step back on. I would have loved to see her actually take a firm stance on continuing one thing Biden was doing right, which was using Lena Khan to go after a lot of these corporations. But for some reason, like, she was super gun shy about that. That
Mark
is the one
Cuban
place
is
she
why.
actually.
Mark Cuban is why.
She
Yeah.
she should have been like this.
The
with Joe
campaign
Biden.
released that they were going to keep her on.
Whatever.
As
We
part of the
don't care
administration.
I
because
think
guess what?
It is.
Because
You
guess
can look it
what?
up.
This
Uh,
this whole entire thing is just about getting people's money and trying to get to the billionaires. Okay, it ain't about us and what
So
things we
I just
want.
want to say something quickly. We have blown past our time, right? I don't want to pretend like say that like I don't want anyone to feel that they're held here, right? 11:30 p.m. Eastern is where we usually end, but I'm willing to continue talking. Like I have no problem like going all night telling Baron that Bam that he's
Man,
wrong.
you just doxed me. Somebody just doxed me.
Well,
Bam.
That's just
Blame
confirmation.
Zimmy. Blame
It's a cool name.
Yeah, like Baron Trump. Any relation?
Ooh.
yeah, like Baron
You're gonna take
Trump.
that.
Oh
Baron
God.
Trump. I
Yikes.
like.
That was
I think
Bam
Baron
makes
Trump
me-
has horrible
You know, some
political
people might not have
views.
heard it the first 7 times, but you good.
Baron Trump was the one who said that he should go on Joe Rogan and go talk to Adin Ross and everybody. So if you want to, if you want to blame anybody, there you go, Baron. Lay it at your feet.
Can I add other things? I would have liked to see her take a different stance when it comes to fracking and being more aggressive about the Green New Deal and the implementation of that. Let me think.
Wait, would you think that would have been effective? You think the American population would have gotten behind her saying, "I'm in favor of the Green New Deal"? Or do you
Yes.
think she would have to call it
Yes.
something different?
Wait. Not the. I don't know about the overall American public. The voters that she needed to turn out, like them young people that didn't show up.
So she would have gotten
This
more
ain't,
voters.
this
if she
ain't
said,
about
"I'm in
winning
favor of the Green
everybody.
New
This
Deal."
is about bringing
you're
out
right.
your base
That's
at
fair.
higher numbers than so.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
all of
yeah.
those
Like I
younger
said, I don't think
people
so, but
than younger
I
than
can see it as
30,
an argument.
yeah.
Oh, I know. I have a good one. Palestine. I would have loved to see her take a different stance about stopping aid for Israel.
Sure, I
using
understand. Like
US
that's
On that
taxpayer
note,
dollar.
Prime, I'm gonna
I also
dip.
think that would have
Thank you
been
for having me.
Bye, Lethe.
Bye, Kai.
So those are 4 I've listed. I would like to see her do something different on climate change with the Green New Deal, something on Israel. I would have actually liked to see her, align herself closer with Biden on Lena Khan in the administration. My dream is always going to be for a candidate who, puts forth a serious proposal around Medicare for all. I would have loved to see her do more with housing, right? Like I think giving first-time home buyers $25,000, but only increasing the housing supply by $3 million is disastrous for most working class people. Like the only people who that gives an opportunity to buy a house is people like me, right? Like I would have liked to see her have more policies that directly targeted working class and working poor people, particularly in urban centers, not the fucking rural areas, because you're never going to win those poor white people. There's a lot. There are things that, these are just things thinking off the top of my head where I'm like, oh, these are things where I was like, girl, why would you do that? I would have loved to see her pivot away from trying to pursue oh my God, what's the thing I'm thinking of? And this is kind of related to the Israel Palestine stuff, but like pursuing these individuals who are like really hawkish, right? The fucking heir to the Cheney throne is who you wanted to have on your cabin advising you as it relates to like foreign policy issues and like, there's a lot. Bam.
So just by fact checking Bam, right?
Yeah,
so this is an article from October 24th, right? So this is like was it 2 weeks ago? Should Kamala Harris embrace Lena Khan? Democrats split. Khan's aggressive push to unwind monopolies and break up market concentration, particularly in the tech sector, has vaulted her to prominence, rarely enjoyed by an FTC chair and other agency heads, but it's also splitting the Democratic Party. This is one I want to say. But one candidate is keeping Khan at arm's length. Vice President Kamala Harris has declined to appear with Khan or campaign on her energetic antitrust agenda, much less defend the FTC chair against a chorus of Silicon Valley donors calling for her head, or Khan's GOP's critic on Capitol Hill. And I believe later on in the fight, later on in the article, it says that she's declined to even talk about where she's going to keep her. So, are you saying after October 24th?
No, I'm speaking to not a statement by her. I'm speaking to the administration saying they had plans on
So,
making Lincoln
so
unpopular.
What
when did
administration of Biden?
No, the Harris administration.
when did they say that they were keeping her on?
For sure.
They might have maybe in the last few days, but they were asked about this
Right.
continuously. Yeah, progressive to gear up for first big fight of Harris win protecting Lena Khan. This is October 31st. Anxious liberals have held their fire as Vice President Kamala Harris attacks the Senate, but recent calls for some allies that she part ways with a popular progressive financial regular if she wins the White House has sparked warnings of her party's left flank of a potential all-out brawl. Yeah, this is about like progressives saying, like trying to protect her because they got no sign from the campaign that they're going to keep her. But I'll keep looking. Maybe I'm missing something. It's possible.
Yeah, I'm about to drop a link in chat now.
Sure.
Hey guys, I've enjoyed my time. I must take my leave now.
Have a good one. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much
Bye,
for having
Omega.
me.
No, you are great. Thank you.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
fantastic.
Peace, homies. Fight the good
Bye.
fight. It's gonna be all right.
Fight the fight against Bam. Bam's
True.
I mean, honestly, Bam is a.
I didn't
I'm
even
the
leave
only
yet.
one.
I'm so sorry.
'Cause
Bye.
Bam, I'm gonna be real, because
Mm.
Bam watches too much Destiny. Let's
No,
be real.
I'm just a big D Democrat.
No, you're a
progressive.
center.
Tony
You are a
Morgani.
center right Democrat. That's who you are.
No,
And like you don't
GSU was a
notice
center-right
it. You
Democrat.
don't notice it, but I do. I see it.
Bam is
And
a.
you know what?
he-
And you know what? You're going to keep going to the right. Because guess what? Democrats are going to keep capitulating to who? The fascists on the right.
I can't spell
That's
compassion.
exactly
I know I
what the
ain't doing
fuck
that.
is going to happen. And if you don't think that it isn't, you're in for a nice long like treat and surprise.
Yeah.
First of all,
We
Bam is an 80s
are
Republican.
dealing with
80s
fascists
Republican.
now.
AMU.
Fascists.
Bam
Okay.
is a Reagan Republican, is what he is.
Woo!
I don't know why he thinks
Real shit.
I'm a progressive Democrat.
You are not a
You
progressive
definitely are a
Democrat.
Reagan
Because some people are like
Republican.
anti-Democrat. I'm pro-Democratic Party because I see
Make
how,
America
like,
great again is
Yeah,
Make
but what
America
has
great
the
again.
Democratic Party personally done for you? Personally.
I don't know. He
I was
said
about to
he
say the
could
Black
buy,
Farmers bill. The Black Farmers thing ended up benefiting my family.
Benefiting your family. But I'm saying specifically
on a farm.
you, Bam. I don't give a shit about your family. Sorry.
Wait, hold
But
on.
what has
hold
the
on.
Democratic Party done for you?
Hold on. Benefiting your family, like that's how like generational wealth is built, right? So if it protects his farm, I'm not exactly sure what it did. But let's say it protects his family's farm. Well, that rebounds to him. That's how a lot of white people have the generational
But
wealth
is
they have,
Bam,
because
are
they
you
got.
going to take care of the farm? Is this farm going to be handed to
You
you?
don't-
Do you want to take
you
the
don't-
farm?
You
Or
don't have
are
to do
you
that.
going to just sell the farm and make money?
Even that's valuable. But I was about to
Yeah,
say,
that still
between me and my
benefits him.
brother, I was about to say, between me and my brother, neither of us are farmers, but we plan on like hopefully having someone work the land. I was about to say, we ain't gonna never sell the land. I was about to say, that's just family history. But
Yeah, I
yeah.
mean, like, yeah, like having an asset, right? And I'm not sure how much it's worth. Let's just say $1 million, right? $1 million asset. Let's pretend that Bam comes from money, right? And should be increased in his donations to my stream. But like, if it was like $1 million asset, well, then his family has $1 million asset. That's something you can borrow against. That's something you can extract value out of. It gives you an amazing amount of stability.
I get that.
And the
I
Democratic
get
Party
that.
wrote me
But
my
is
Cindy.
Bam going to
They're not
actually do that? Are you going to go against the land, against your farm? Are you going to do those things? Because if you're not, then that's just some stupid capitalism bullshit.
I mean, my family being able to maintain it longer, so I have options. As
I
get
get
older.
that. I get that. But I'm just saying to exactly what Bam is saying. You could take against the farm. You can. That's all some capitalism
No,
bullshit.
I'm not talking about taking against. First of all,
But
you
this
can
is a
do
capitalist
loans against
system.
land.
Yeah, exactly. It's a
anti-capitalist.
capitalist system. But the way that Bam is saying it, he doesn't want it to be a capitalist system. He just
No.
wants to like be able to like have his farm,
You're a
right?
capitalist, correct?
I'm a stock them.
Oh, you're a sock them. Okay, all right. But do you believe in markets then, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So like you wouldn't you're fine with like owning a business as a singular private owner, right? Owning that land as a private owner and having employees under you work that land and extract value from them, right?
100%. Yeah, I just want
Okay. Well
the
then,
system
yeah.
to take care of people at the
Fine.
bottom.
Capitalist.
Just have
So
some basic standard of
in any
people
case, right?
deserve
Yeah,
dignity.
it's an asset. Like you're saying, DQ. The reason I'm just giving you pushback is because you asked them, how has the Democratic Party benefit you? And if it is the case, the Democratic Party put for some sort of bill to help protect this family farm, then that's massive. That's huge. A lot of people don't have assets like that. I don't have assets like that to fall back on. That's actually
The
a
majority of
massive.
us don't. The majority of us don't.
Yeah,
But
But I'm
about
saying,
Bam.
but listen. But I'm saying, if you didn't have the farm, we're just saying you didn't have the farm. We're just saying in this fucking fiat ass world, you didn't have the farm, right? What
Just had a
has
street, maybe. I don't know.
what has the Democratic Party done for you
they cut me.
personally?
They cut me a stimulus check. That's what they did. That's what the Democratic Party did. I was about to say we tried to give Trump for it. Trump didn't want to do that. Trump gave me a stimmy when the economy was hard.
Oh
I
my
ended up missing
gosh.
out on like 12 days of work during the pandemic. I was about to say rural Georgia wasn't gonna have us off longer than that, but they cut me a stimmy, boy.
And on
That
that
was
note,
good.
I'm gonna go to bed.
Not even.
Shout out to black women.
I'm tired as hell.
Hey, I'm reaching out. I know, like I said, you got to stop staying on so long. You got to stop doing it. But we end up getting in good conversation. I'm reaching out to Coco and Kayla about next week. If they can come on, would you show up?
What are we talking about?
I don't know yet. That's the thing.
You don't know who
I mean,
these people
I mean,
is?
I fuck with Coco, so like, yeah.
Okay, I was about to say I didn't know if y'all had beef or nothing yet.
Nah, I'll be at Coco's wedding. I fuck with Coco.
Okay,
If,
do you still F for Asia?
Huh?
Do you still F for Asia?
Why are you asking me all this? It don't matter. You say you reaching out to Coco and Kayla.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess that's a no.
Okay.
I was gonna say basically the reason I'm reaching out. I first of all I want to just say thank you every time you do it because you don't got to do it. I know you're busy.
Oh,
You
no
got stuff
problem.
going on, but I'm about to say I appreciate I really enjoy the space that Prime generates, and I want to have more access to black women who can have difficult conversations. That's why I appreciate bringing you on, and I know you come from a crew that used to cut my head off every day. So I was like, okay, it's like a community thing of
Coco's
okay,
cool. Kayla's cool. I don't really talk to Kayla like that, but Kayla's cool. Coco's
you know, that's
cool.
my girl.
I mean, I'm cool
Asia's
with her.
cool.
I'm cool with
Whoever this
everybody.
is she cool?
Am I
Everybody's
cool?
cool. Everybody's cool. Everybody's good. I don't have issues with anybody.
Well, Zimmy, if they can come on, right? I'm not sure if I've met these people before, but if they can come on,
Yeah.
if you have if you know you have disagreements with them, like a political type of thing, right? Something that we could talk about, have some little friction there. I'd love to take some suggestions.
I don't know. Did we really have I don't know that let me think. What were things we disagreed about?
Yeah, no, I just hated niggas as a unit. It was the misandry.
Well, we can talk about that too, right? Yes, actually, all right. I'm gonna say to you what I said to Bam earlier, right? So Bam has told me about your relationship, such as it is, right? And he has
Me and
said,
Bam?
yeah.
Oh, wait,
you
y'all
cussing
are
that
in
nigga
a
out.
relationship?
People
No,
frame that
no, not
oh,
that
you
kind.
pick
No,
Zimmy's side because you and Zimmy best friends, and I'm like, y'all don't know how me and Zimmy was in the trenches. Zimmy is not me. Zimmy's it was like
I used to have
every
my
day.
foot up on Bam's neck
Every day.
permanently.
I know.
I don't have a bias for you.
I cussed Bam out so bad one time I had to apologize the next day because I felt bad. That's how we got cool because I felt bad. I went in about something and then I was like, damn, I was just having a bad day.
I'm not a bad
sorry.
person.
Don't apologize, girl. Don't
It
apologize.
was
for that,
unnecessary.
man.
He did piss me off, but it was unnecessary. You know, and I'm not the apologizing type, but I was like, yeah, that was.
Yeah, it was a little unnecessary, but I'm not apologizing for what I said, honey.
We have no history that leads you to believe that oh, you just trying, it's just your best friend. I'm like, it's not like that, bro. If she right. But even tonight, we spent most of the night arguing. We disagree on plenty.
what I had said to, because he told me about your epic struggles, right? And he told me how you think men ain't shit. That was the quote that he said to you.
Niggas.
Stuff of my man.
Yeah,
Niggas ain't shit.
Okay, all right.
Most of them. Some of them good.
I'm
Dang,
kind
he didn't
of.
change you that much. He didn't change your whole life. Is he even a baby misandrist? Misogynist?
He is a man.
He's that's a
But
good man, Savannah.
So
I see.
okay, so what I'm trying to get to is that you see, you apparently have very strong views on like men in general, and you let Bam know about that. But when you've come on, you and I have like done almost nothing but agree, right? It would be nice.
I don't think you're like most men though.
Oh, I mean that's.
Oh,
I mean, I think
I'm
that's
sorry,
the
but
case.
go ahead. What were you? I don't. I think you are actually far more Like, I don't think we agree on every single thing, but I feel
Mhm.
like you are self-aware and introspective enough, and like actually like think critically, like
Mhm.
as opposed to like you don't have a chip on your shoulder about women, which I think a lot of men do.
Mhm. As opposed to Bam, I agree.
That's what I was like. I love black women.
As long as Bam catches a stray, I'm happy. But okay, well, thank
Hey,
you for the
yo.
kindness. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
if you ever, like I said, I know, I don't know who you mess with, and even if it's not them crew, if you ever think of anybody who just want to like get their shit off, please just, I say, send
Okay.
them our way. We'll do
I
right
just
by 'em.
wanted my point is that I just want to like explore takes that maybe you would disagree with, and we could maybe fight about.
He want to be your enemy.
Here's one, all right? Just throwing that out
Okay.
there. I think the idea of the male gaze is overblown, and oftentimes, like having a male gaze within media, it's perfectly fine.
Say more. I'm say more.
Yeah.
Say more. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm like the
Because
media is okay, but yeah, I'm like,
What do you mean by male gaze?
because my initial thought is to be like, I don't agree, but let me hear more.
Okay, I feel like I'm poking a bear, but yeah. So I think that the male gaze, right, seeing like designing media in a way that appeals to the heteronormative heterosexual male sensibilities, right? And that oftentimes looks like sexualizing a female character within that. So video games is like the world that I know the most. In that sphere, right? Yes, there's a lot of male gaze video games where we have like highly sexualized characters. I would say that's fine because actually most of the market is male, right? And that it's okay to orient your product for that audience member, right? Even when that works against me, right? So I'm black, but most of the video game populace is white. And so if you're going to have an endless stream of generic looking white male characters with like brown hair, right? Well, that's okay. It sucks for me. It's unfortunate, but that's okay. Now, if I was giving advice to a video game producer, I'd say, hey, you want to actually cast a wider net. So it'd be great if you could design it in a way that's welcoming to all audiences to help grow your product. But if you do want to target it to one, that's perfectly valid, right? Like the one to one group being the massive group being heterosexual males, that's perfectly fine.
Okay, but is the underlying assumption here that remains self-contained and only has an impact on the video game world? Right? So like if men are constantly consuming media in which women have to show up as these like, women essentially show up as these like sexual objects who are there for like their pleasure. Is the assumption there that like once they shut off the video game that relationship that they have to like feminine figures or the femmes, women, etc. Is the assumption there that it just like ends there and then we re-enter the world as
And they won't affect how their
because
relationship.
if I remember correctly,
women
somebody
in their life.
said that Stacey Abrams couldn't win because she wasn't attractive enough.
I,
And my question would be, well, like, well, why do women have to present themselves as
I don't
sexual? Why do women have to be
I don't
sexually
think
attractive to men?
I don't think
To
women
True.
have to be sexually attracted to men. I don't think that the world
you don't.
should be the case. Yeah. However, right? I understand that we live in the world that we do. And in that world, yes, like women tend to have to be somewhat photogenic, to rise to public, either public offices or become like public celebrities. It's very difficult otherwise. I'm just acknowledging
Does
the beauty gaps.
may that or may that not have something to do with how men spend how men spend some of their time being
It
both
may, but I
socialized, but
also
even in the
yeah, but
yeah, you know what I was about to say.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That may be the case, but I would also say that it's okay to have problematic media, right? And that same media, they're also being exposed to violence, right? And you could say, well, like, will that show up offline, right? Like like you've just exploded the heads of a bunch of fake characters, right? Fake human looking characters, and well, shouldn't we design for a kinder, gentler world? Well, yeah, I guess, sure, right? But it's okay also to have problematic media and then like still expect people and push people through other avenues to be their better selves. Um,
I think that the thing you said with, and I know this is between you and Zemi, but I think the like not going out and shooting someone is more surface level. Like I can understand why somebody doesn't get behind that, but subconsciously how we view women based on our media, I think that that's something that's harder to recognize. I think if you look at magazines or if you look at movies and you only see a woman who's super slim who wears makeup, when you have like a 5 or 6 out of 10 average guy getting the 10 whatever you describe as the 10 out of 10 girl, like I think that it's harder to recognize that like women don't always have to look like that. And it doesn't take away from their value that they offer in other areas. Like I think that that's subconscious.
well, maybe we could have a discussion. We're
Exist
having
to be your
disagreements here. I don't know.
sexual objects. And also even the point you made about like violence, right? Like you have 1,000 heads like exploding or whatever, right? Like I'm not saying that there's a direct line to like, oh, then someone's like, oh, well, now I'm gonna go out and, kill 1,000 people. But I do think that there is maybe a little squiggly line between people's consumption of that and their ability to, for instance, hear about like the pager thing in Lebanon. And it's kind of like there's a desensitization to it a little bit, right? This kind of
Uh,
like really gross violence is kind of like
I I would
it's
say.
not
Mm.
it's
So I
I
get
mean, I'm thinking all of this like off the top of my head. So like
yeah.
some
Night,
more
ma'am.
time
Maybe
I'm
we
might
also
be
out
good.
too.
So, yeah, have a good one.
Oh, good
Then last
night.
thing, then I'll say, Zimmy, because I'm not trying to hold you here. Um, like it seems like from something a throwaway comment you had said in a previous week, that you were okay with sex workers, right? Like that you were supportive of that.
Mhm.
Are you supportive of porn as it stands today?
The porn industry or just the idea of porn, like people having sex on film for other
Oh,
people's consumption. Because the porn
okay,
industry got a lot of fucked up shit happening in it.
yeah, that's true. Um,
Yeah, but porn itself, I don't give a fuck if like I don't have an issue with like amateur porn and shit, like people who like to record themselves and then like
but
the porn
only
industry I think is a little problematic.
okay, but like that.
But the
Uh,
idea of porn, I don't care. I don't care if
yeah, but
people.
Yeah.
like the argument tends to be that uh, porn in general focuses on the female body, right? And on the female body in all kinds of interesting positions. um,
Mhm.
in a way that like people call it objectifying, right? Um, like if you're okay with women objectifying themselves there, then why are you less okay with like fake women being objectified within the context of a video game.
So
Can I say
I
this real
think
quickly?
sure.
The only reason why it would be wrong or upsetting to me in that context is because it's a man doing it in a sense, right? In the porn industry, let's be real, there are a lot of women who do porn and who also like do, like Zemi said, it just amateur home porn with their spouse or
There are a lot of
whatever,
women in
right?
the video game industry. Probably more,
There,
definitely more in charge in the video
yes,
game industry than they are in the porn industry.
yes, maybe, but they are still using the same ideas. They're not breaking the molds, right? The same ideas that men were doing is the same ideas that in their industry they have to keep doing because that is what they're told to do, right? Instead of doing something that is quote unquote different, that would maybe decentralize the gaze of men and women in the video game.
think I think for me, and I'm thinking through this in real time, I guess a huge part of it is that like the purpose of porn is like the consumption of like sexuality, right? It's like not the bug, it's the feature, right? That's like that's literally what you're buying into. You're buying into the commercialization of sex, the objectification of the individuals who are performing the sex acts to some extent, and with the caveat that like I said, there's some problematic shit that happens in the porn industry. So this is not to be like, oh, all porn is great,
Yeah.
etc.
Mhm.
But I do think that's different than like a video game with, I'm not a video game player, but
That's fine.
I think it's fair to say that like the purpose of video games is not the sexual objectification of the players involved, the characters. I don't know what they're called.
Yes,
The fake
Yeah,
people in
there
the
are.
video, like the
Yeah.
characters. Yeah.
Yeah, but
That's
there
like kind
are.
of not there. There's this. Right, but what I'm saying is there's this whole other alleged purpose, right? Like, which is like people are playing a game and they're entertaining themselves, and there's levels that they're trying to reach, and I don't know whatever the fuck y'all be doing when y'all play them video games.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is the assumed purpose there is not
We can
quite
talk about movies
literally
too, right?
consumption of
Movies,
sex.
it works as well. You're saying
Yeah.
because the purpose is to present some sort of narrative, that then it becomes wrong to sexualize a female body rather than in porn.
Actually, I think you see this a little bit sometimes when like the sexualization of women is a bit gratuitous.
Yeah.
Right? Like they're literally like I want to say they're like books or articles about this where it's like the number of times where like some nude woman will just pop up and it's like, well, what the fuck was that for? Other than like, okay, we
Right.
seen some titties
Right.
now, right?
Right.
It's very like
Or,
this is really
or
gratuitous.
just the relationship to further the story, but it doesn't have anything to do with the story. They just put it into like
In there. But
You're
you never
right.
see that with men. You never see
Right.
just like random male nudity for no goddamn like so it's I wouldn't have an
Yeah, you
issue
never
with it
see
if
a
it was just
random
kind of like
penis anywhere, right? You always see
Actually,
some titties and some ass
I mean,
everywhere.
I
cover
literally do
HBO. You
actually.
see
So
something.
it does exist, but I will admit that it doesn't exist in the same amount of
To not
as
the
the
same
other way
extent,
around.
yeah.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, if the media, again, my thesis goes back to, I'm like a love of the world thesis now. I don't know why. But if the media is oriented to a male audience, right? Then yes, some random titties is fine. Then, right? Like, if that is the purpose to attract them, then sure.
There are other things to attract, like
Yeah, there are other ways,
men.
but I want to do it. I'm the auteur here, right? I want to do it through titties.
Yeah, but like, do you really need the titties?
No, I don't.
Then what's
But I want to. I want to put
you
titties in there, and I
don't?
think it's
Okay, you
fine.
want it, but then like what's like the part of that is also too like what's the impact of that?
What's the impact? This is increased sales. right?
No, like the greater, what's this, the greater social impact of that? Okay, like, yeah,
It could be
men want to see
negligible.
some.
Or it could be
What is
absolutely
it? Like,
nothing.
is it?
Do you think it's negligible?
I don't know. Like, I don't know. I actually, like, I'm saying that literally. I don't know. Um, do you have studies or anything that might say otherwise?
To be fair, I'm also kind of going in blind because I don't even know what these characters look like in the video games. Like, so I'm just
Again,
like, I'm
just
I'm
think
drawing
of a
I'm
movie.
drawing a
Like,
blank.
forget about video
Like
games
big,
then.
think
Movies.
about
Okay, some
like
more
the
shit.
big titty anime girls, or like if you see any
Okay.
VTubers, like stuff like that. That's what I think of. Like, is the big titty anime girls or the VTubers that do like the big titties
Yeah.
and move and shit.
So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, and on that sense, right? Like, I also like I read manga and I watch anime, right? Like Fred Bam, and yeah, there's a thing it's called fan service, right? And fan service means that like gratuitous like boobies, right? Usually not nude, but like you'll find like your busty MILF will show up, right? And she's got a lot of cleavage there. And that's fan service, and maybe her boobs will bounce, right? But like that, specifically that media is aimed at young men. So yeah, and they're like, I like this. Like I
Hmm.
and it literally does drive sales because that character will be merchandised and bought up and increase in value. But if that's the point, like, in this capitalist venture is to the make money, then it seems fine to orient
Yeah.
your
I
But
mean,
what if it wasn't to make money? What if it
get
was
out.
to make a social
Okay,
like
well then do
thing?
something else. But like my point is on making money here.
No, but that can be a thing where this like
It can.
movie thing or like is the social thing to move men to be
Yeah,
like a certain way or
yeah, but
whatever.
then I design it differently then
but,
there's different purpose here.
but by that argument, um, the objectification, the unnecessary objectification of women is fine as long as it meets some kind of like capitalist end, right? Like it's okay, well, yeah, we were able to monetize this successfully. And so
This is
that the argument then?
this is
I guess that's
assuming.
baked into the argument, right?
I mean, this is a capitalist world. Like the revolution hasn't happened yet, right?
The
Um,
revolution will not be televised.
and in that world, right? Like operating within that, I think that we objectify people all the time, and through different paths, right? So uh, sexualization is one axis, right? But like their physical objectification in terms of like the work that they can provide is another way of doing that. And I'm sure we can find some other ways as well. But like we do that any which way for a capitalist gain, and if that's going to be okay, and we're not changing that, then it seems that yeah, you can objectify not just, I wouldn't say just women, but you can objectify any sort of body, right?
You can,
Um,
yeah, for
the
money.
reason,
You
only
can
reason we use,
justify anybody for money.
yeah, I mean, assuming they, it's not,
Consensually.
it's consensual, yeah, right. Like if there's an actress involved that
Mm-hmm.
she understands like her role here, and she's being remunerated properly.
I mean, so I guess for me, the question isn't like, can you, right? Because the answer is like, yeah, you could. But for me, the question is like, what are the social impacts of existing in that kind of world, though?
I mean, I think I mean, it's our world.
Or
I mean, it's our world now, right? Like, this isn't a hypothetical world. This is our world today.
yeah, that's my question. Like, but what are those social ramifications look like, particularly for the people who are more likely to be the object of the objectification?
I mean, uh, is there like again, like, oh, this is what I want to know. Is there an appreciable impact? Like if within a movie, a you got a hottie, right? And you see her in a bikini swimming, and it's like doesn't have anything to do with the story, right? She like that shot where she gets out of the pool, the water's dripping down, and she like winks at the a main character and walks off, right? Does that lower the audience's view of women, right? Does that mean that women will be more likely to be abused? Is there any evidence to that? Like, I don't. You cut out, friend. But we can't hear you. Or maybe can I? Is it me? No.
Your AirPods die?
Yeah. Okay. Why don't I on this? Why don't we just leave that here? Maybe we can talk about this. I can't hear you. I can't hear you at all. So we'll leave it here. But you can hear me, right? Maybe this might be a place that we might have some disagreement. Right? Because I'm like, when she's gonna call me a
Very
misogynist, right?
interesting.
Like, it sounds like such a wonderful experience coming from Bam, but it hasn't happened yet. So, but I do appreciate you, DQ. I appreciate Zimmy, Bam, everyone else who was here, Lila Watakai. Oh, and our friend Omega. Thanks all for coming through. They're in chat. Hit the follow button. You haven't done so yet. I'm going to raid out to, let's see.
I'm mending, so don't raid me out.
No, okay, sure, no worries. I will raid out to. She seems cute enough. I'm gonna raid out. To, oh boy. Speaking of which, anyway, I'm gonna raid out to this person. I don't know who this is.